Madam Clerk, we have enough members for a quorum. Could you please do roll call again?
It is 5:03 p.m. and I'm going to redo the roll call for the purpose of establishing a quorum. Mr. Earl Alamin,
Present.
Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Johnson is not in. Ms. Priestley,
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns,
Present.
Ms. Mashat,
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Present.
Mr. Jarrett is not in. You have 5 members present.
We have 5 members present. Reading of disorderly persons, City Code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. Are there any requests for agenda changes or additions?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
thank you. I would actually like to, at our last council meeting, well, I'm not sure that it was council, but at our last meeting, we had an opinion as far as the ARPA spending goes, and I want to make sure that we read that opinion in its entirety. So I'm requesting to read that opinion now as soon as I find it.
Go ahead.
I gotta find it, I'm sorry. Hold on, I have to log into I'm gonna read it off my laptop. Do you have it?
What, man, what? Come on. What's up? Man, what's up? You, man, get up. Get that stuff in. Man,
Yes.
what? Oh.
Thank you.
RL, we are in a meeting. Just because things aren't happening up here doesn't mean that you can be disorderly. So this is going to be an unofficial reminder to you to please keep it down. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
All right, and thank you, Madam Attorney. This was the legal opinion provided, and it's the determination of whether American Rescue Plan Act funding, also known as ARPA funding, that City Council approved for revenue replacement must be approved by City Council before it is allocated. And the issue is the 4th Ward council person has requested a legal opinion on whether resolutions requesting funding from the 40 million American Rescue Plan Act, also known as ARPA, for revenue replacement that City Council approved transferring into the general fund must be spent on the specific ARPA categories. Additionally, must City Council approve the spending resolution before the funds are allocated or reassigned? This question is based on Resolution 230464.1, adopted on December 20th, 2023. The answer is yes, with public purpose guidelines also being met. Facts and analysis: City Council acts through its approved resolutions and ordinances. Resolutions support ministerial duties of the legislative bodies, such as to express a determination, to direct an action, or to approve a singular event. Ordinances provide the laws for a community and are more permanent. Further, spending from the general fund has restrictions that the funds must have a public purpose. To determine whether an expenditure is a public purpose is whether the expenditure confers a direct benefit or of reasonably general character to a significant part of the public. In 2021, the city of Flint received $94,726,644 from the United States Department of Treasury from the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund for Public Health and the Economic Impacts of COVID-19. City Council approved $54,158,744.15 to be used for the articulated purposes to the 287 account. There were 9 categories, which included neighborhood improvements, economic development, public safety, public health, infrastructure, revenue replacement, contingency, premium pay, and administration. Several of those categories also have subgroups. The remaining $40,587,919.85 was absorbed into the general fund as revenue replacement, which was permitted under the Treasury's final rules for allowable expenditures. These funds were transferred into the 101 account and tracked separately. Resolution 230464.1 stated that approximately $40 million called revenue replacement had to be spent by December 31st, 2026. That is not accurate because once the ARPA funds were deemed revenue replacement, they no longer carry the ARPA restrictions, as does the 287 fund. In other words, if the revenue replacement funds in the 101 account are not spent by December 31st, 2026, there is no rule that those funds must be returned to the federal government. Here, City Council has designated the $40 million revenue replacement funds be spent using the spirit of ARPA. There may also be public purpose constraints before using that funding because it is now in the general fund. That means, for example, donations cannot be made to organizations because gifts are considered a public purpose. Further, Treasury's ARPA rules do not apply to the $40 million because the final rule strictly applies to ARPA funds, which would be the 287 fund. Conclusion. In summary, Resolution 230464.1 permits City Council to approve funding from the $40 million that was transferred to the general fund for the 9 ARPA categories and subgroups. But there may be additional restrictions in ensuring the spending also meets a public purpose and other constraints that apply to general fund spending. It is also important to note that the city is not obligated to spend the $40 million revenue replacement dollars by the end of 2026. That rule applies to ARPA funding in the 287 account. Madam Chair, that was the conclusion of the legal opinion.
Thank you very much. Are there any agenda changes or additions? Any requests for agenda changes or additions? Hearing none, we will go, we have closed session. Mr. City Attorney, could you please describe what we're going into closed session for?
The Law Department is requesting to go into closed session under the Open Meetings Act to discuss 3 separate matters of pending litigation. The first is pursuant to MCL 15.2681 subsections E and H of the Open Meetings Act, and then Rules 7.1 subsection 4 and 7.1 subsection 6 of the City Council rules to discuss the pending litigation in the national opioid claims involving the 6 regional dispenser remnant defendants that are identified in the agenda. That's being requested as discussion in open meeting would have a detrimental financial effect on the litigating or settlement position of the City Council. The Law Department is also requesting a closed session pursuant to the same provisions, MCL 15.2681E and H in the same City Council rules, in the matter pending in the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Michigan. It's case number 24 CV 11603, Hinton et al. V. Gasper et al. And then the second case also pending in the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Michigan, case number 24 CV 12041, Christian v. City of Flint et al. As in both of those cases, discussing them in an open meeting would have a detrimental financial effect on the litigating or settlement position of the public body. Those requests are also being made pursuant to subsection H to consider material exempt from discussion or disclosure by state or federal statute.
Thank you. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we enter into closed session.
It's been moved by the councilwoman in the 7th ward, supported by the councilman in the 1st ward to go into closed session. I believe this does not require discussion. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Johnson is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. We are now in closed session.
No justice, no peace. We the people's in the house. You know that's against the law. Briefly, come on with the money bag. No more. Tarzan, you gotta say about that. What they put it? King of the jungle.
Why are we going in the closed session for drugs?
Oh, they go to the court.
Look, I was working on this one by the end of the time.
Oh, that's green. I don't know your name. That's right. You know how they do? Okay, and they bring all those green home criminal and on purpose. The man back out and told us slow down. Nobody can figure it out.
Ooh. LaShawn, get paper towels. LaShawn, your drink is weak.
It is. It is. It's good stuff. It's dead.
The time is now 5:42, and I'm calling this session of the Flint City Council Finance Committee back to order. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Alamin?
Present.
Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Johnson?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 8 members present.
We have 8 members present. It's now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance to the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. Who is our first public speaker, Madam Clerk?
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, council. My name is R.L. Mitchell. I live at 759 East Linden Avenue, over there by the graveyard, Graceland. And there go my council lady right there, Miss Johnson right there. That's 3rd Ward. Anybody got anything to say about that? That's what I thought. And for the record, once again, God has intervened with this council by messing with our president of the United States, Trump. He put these hooks in his jaw and told him the other day, told him to read the Bible for a whole week in all his whole cabinet. And when he get through reading it, because he getting too close to that Jerusalem stuff, and whoever don't, just like you took the whole council in the back room for the public won't know nothing about it, like the accountability did, and got sued. But they end up, the dude that always called Miss Tanya Burns, Snake Bite Burns, sued the anonymity, but he lost. And now that's why that lawyer wanted to take it back there. The woman of color lawyer, she stepped out of here and don't want to be involved, like Michelle Young. And she was on that board when they won. But she always be the one to breaking up the form. Like, we almost broke up the form today if Tarzan didn't walk in. There he is over there with his head down, turning red already. Look at him. And they waited on her. And a question was asked, why did you have to wait? Because it's a time limit. And that's what you people trying to do to us now by fooling with our money, putting the government over our money. You know they're wrong, and you and somebody trying to take up for the government. But who are a better person to take up, but defend us than Tanya Burns? And the other fifth ward, she'd make up her own laws, and is still sticking now since she try to jump on Mays and Tanya Burns, and her laws are still, and you can't go over her laws. There she is right there. I can't call her name for some reason. But anyway, stay tuned, America. You're going to see how we deal with the governor. Taking out at the Mays Center, we're trying to get our funds for Miss Wiggins to can operate and pay the people the paycheck every day. What they do to her. I mean, anyway, like Burson Fieldhouse, for instance, the Coach Green here, and he ready to get the governor took the money and stopped them, and there he is over there grinning. You know what happened to other Michigan State coach? Like, got fired for looking at a team. Anyway, stay tuned, America. This R.L. Mitchell, he drew this message.
The next speaker is Jim Richardson.
Well, good evening, Council. My name is Jim Richardson. I reside at 915 East Court Street in the 7th Ward, and I'm part of the Central Park Neighborhood Association. I really want to begin by expressing my respect and appreciation for the hard work that you all do on behalf of the city. So I wanted just to start out by thanking you. But for this evening, President and 7th Ward Councilperson Candace Michaud is introducing to you a proposed ordinance to register vacant and abandoned buildings in our city. It is agenda item 260-134. The ordinance was prepared by the city's law department. So our city is plagued with vacant and abandoned buildings. They are in every ward and every neighborhood, creating blight and diminishing the quality of life. In Central Park, for example, they make up 10% of the properties there. They are a risk to the health and safety. They're a drag on the value of the surrounding properties. And they are an expense to the city and to other residents. So for the past year, Councilperson Michaud has worked with the Central Park to develop a proposal ordinance that's being introduced today. The objective of the ordinance is to motivate property investors to get the property occupied and to maintain it. And if the intent of the investor is not to put the property to use, then encourage them not to own it. The incentive is to make it costly for the investor to keep the property vacant by requiring payments of registration fees, inspection fees, and fines for noncompliance. We have distributed to you a background piece. It's on this blue that contains elements that are in the ordinance. I'm sure there are specifics in the proposal ordinance that are going to need discussion and debate. And we at Central Park look forward to negotiating with you. So thank you for considering the proposal and for the work you do for advancing the city. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Allison Montgomery Littlejohn.
Good evening, Council. My name is Allison Montgomery Littlejohn.
I am here to advocate on behalf of a client that has experienced housing obstruction from multiple entities in the city of Flint and on a federal level. My client is a 60-year-old woman with health concerns that was evicted from her home in the 8th Ward on February 27, 2025. Per client, the house she was evicted from was approved for her to live in after her Section 8 housing vendor inspected the home. Per client, she resided in the home for about 1 year without the home having water pipes. Per client, she discovered that the home she was approved to live in had been condemned by City of Flint inspectors numerous times since 2019. As my client's social worker, I have made several attempts to contact the landlord of the home, the Section 8 housing vendor in Lansing, as well as the landlord's attorney that filed the eviction paperwork. All three entities have failed to return my phone calls. How was a landlord able to rent out a condemned home to a Flint resident that receives a Section 8 voucher, which is federally funded? According to the City of Flint Housing Ordinance 200304, the owner of any rental dwelling shall obtain a certificate of compliance prior to allowing any unit to be occupied by a tenant. Occupying or allowing occupancy without the required certificate shall be deemed a municipal civil infraction punishable pursuant to Flint City Ordinance 1-19. Also, according to the same ordinance, the owner of a rental dwelling must acquire and maintain a valid certificate of compliance for a rental dwelling in order to be entitled to collect rents and/or evict tenants for non-payment of rent. As a result of my client being evicted, she is forced to live with her relatives and is in danger of losing her Section 8 voucher. And now that she has an eviction on her record, she is unable to secure her own housing. According to the psychological theory Maslow's hierarchy of needs, housing is a basic survival requirement. And unfortunately, we are living in a community where housing is an overpriced privilege that many residents can barely afford. I would like to know what can be done to mandate this ordinance amongst landlords and the judges at the 67 District Court that approve evictions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Doug Schultz.
Good evening, Doug Schultz, working with Rowe Professional Services. I would direct your attention to item number 260124 in your packets. This is a resolution of support for a trail project on behalf of Genesee County Parks. This is an application to the Michigan Department of Transportation for funding for a future trail project within the city of Flint. Been working with Seamus from the mayor's office on the language for this resolution. We had some last minute changes to that language. I'd worked with your clerk here to distribute some updated language that you should have that's highlighted. It's a paragraph insertion to meet the requirements requested by the Department of Transportation as part of the grant application language that they need. I would welcome your support of this resolution. This is a no financial ask of the city of Flint. This project would be funded by funds outside of the city and maintained by Genesee County Parks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Harriman.
Good evening. I just want to add to Mr. Richardson's comments about the proposed ordinance for empty houses. I encourage this body to move forward with this. I think it's a good thing. The current policies that are allowing outside investors to continue raping our community by buying these properties and leaving them sit empty and allowing the criminal activity that continues to be a burden on all of us, this needs to change. I'm hoping this ordinance will make a difference on that. And recent example, Councilwoman visited with me and we went through a structure on Davison Road and verified it was not suitable to live in. It was not even suitable to do repairs. It should be demolished. That house sold, Land Bank sold that house to an investor, again, out of Texas. This is the second time an investor from Texas has bought this property and allowed it to sit. I'm the one that meets with the police on Sunday evenings to deal with the individuals that are using this house as a staging area to commit crimes. Time after time, I'm going in and showing them videos. Time after time, I'm signing statements, witnessing these criminal activities that are going on. This is a continuous problem that's been going on for more than 20 years. The only time this house has been occupied was when the tenants went in within a week. They were all sick and had to leave. This has happened twice in this house, and it's still standing, and it's still a blight on our community. It's an attack on all of us. So any action that you can do to put more pressure on these absentee landlords. So,
Thank you.
The next speaker is Joyce Richard.
Good evening. My name is Joyce Richard, and I'm here representing the Eric May Center. And what I want to say is that it became a lifeline for me. When I started going there, when it opened, I came out of a long illness. And behind that, I lost a nephew, I lost a cousin, I lost a sister, and I lost a brother within all last year. And it became a lifeline where I could find peace, you know, and being able to do activities because I was finding myself sinking. And I started going there and I started doing activities, getting involved in activities with the people there, you know, and just finding myself, you know, getting back up, lifting my head back up because of all those things that had happened. I also have a husband that have failing kidneys. So I was going through so much. And when I started going there, I found peace, I found joy, unity, love, and found myself again where there was hope. So I just want to say that all the things that I was going through at that time, you know, the Eric May Center has been like a lifeline for me. So I asked, you know, that we continue to have activities going on and everything, you know, because I go there and I volunteer and I find so much joy in doing it, you know, for the seniors. Although I am a senior too, but I find out that helping other seniors, you know, give me more joy and peace within myself. So I want to thank you guys, you know, for allowing me to speak this evening.
The next speaker is Joel Arnold. He's not in. Next speaker is David Peachy.
Dave Peachy, Fourth Ward. I'd just like to comment about the Haskell, $300,000 you want for repairs. Doesn't the city own that? A couple of years ago, we gave them $300,000 to repair there and another one, whatever it was. Anyway, I'm getting off that. I found some statistics here that ought to scare everybody up here. Flint Community Schools. Third grade, 259 students, 14 advanced. Sixth grade, 206 students, 29 advanced proficient. Eighth grade, 109 students, only 17 advanced. This is English. Now we're getting into math. We go through the same thing. Third grade, it started out 260 students, 18 advanced. By the time we got to the eighth grade, you only had 109 students left, 3 advanced in their grades. Now, when I was growing up, that's failing. How can we put all the money into these schools like we have done, the education, and all this money being spent, and you got 3 kids who are proficient at 8th grade? I don't think we have any high schools. This is something that ought to concern every one of you, everyone out here. These kids are running around the streets. They should be in school. When I was growing up, they had truant officers. They caught you, they took you back to school or whatever. Something has to be done about this. This is ridiculous. The future of Flint's right here in this hand. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Moses Timlin.
Hello, good to see you all. Long time for some of you. My name is Moses Timlin, and I live in the 7th Ward. I want to speak in favor of critical zoning code amendments during tonight's legislative committee meeting. I respectfully ask that council please consider passing Ordinance 260135, Chapter 50 zoning ordinance. I applaud the hard work of both former and current city staff who listened and prepared these recommendations based on community feedback. Additionally, I commend the Planning Commission for their engagement, your engagement over the years with our zoning code updates, and ultimately the Planning Commission passing these changes with unanimous support onto council. Our zoning code needs to respond to real world needs. These proposed zoning amendments make it easier, faster, and more affordable to approve and build new housing. By expanding where housing can be built, what kind of houses, and by eliminating burdensome requirements, we continually are setting Flint on a path where our housing stock meets people's diverse needs. Lastly, I want to speak in support of updating the holiday schedule for city workers. Right-sizing their holiday schedule to align with the vast majority of other organizations is important for attracting and retaining talented individuals who provide our city services, many who are in this room. So please honor their hard work with this reasonable request. As always, I thank you for what you do. You all have hard jobs, and I very much appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Tia Harris.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tia Harris, and I'm here in particular to talk about Resolution 26008.9.1, and it has to do with the amended acceptance Genesee County Senior Millage funding for the Eric Mays Senior Center. Because the county has saw fit to send the funding to the center, I do understand that it takes 5 council members to vote to pass that money so that the senior center can receive the funding that's necessary. Now, a while ago, there was a lot of advocating when it was the Hasselbring Center, and it was said that the advocation was going on behalf of the seniors at that time. Well, we do still have seniors there now that it is the Mays Center, and I would hope that the advocation is still for the seniors, our senior community. So I would just like to admonish the council to vote to pass that money so that the senior programs can continue to take place. And I will hope that there is no political posturing, no political filibustering, so that that money can go where it needs to go so that we can support our senior community. Thank you for your consideration.
The next speaker is John Billings.
Johnny Billings, Flint, Michigan, 408 Graceland. I'm here also to speak on the maize funding that come from the Genesee County Commissioner grant. Our millage money, we voted on the millage. You guys have been playing games with the Maize Center ever since it has changed names. Okay? Now, previous, when the county awards the center money, it comes to the council to be voted, not to be held up. The money should have been awarded to that center. You guys have an election coming up. So if you playing politics with the north end of the seniors on the north side, we will remember that. But I'm saying this, that money should have been over at that center when just soon as the county awarded us that money, it should have came over here. You guys should have voted to pass it and leave all that other stuff alone. The other stuff had nothing to do with when we receive our grant money. We vote as citizens on the millage. The millage got passed to award centers the grants that is awarded to each center. Now, we didn't get our full amount that we asked for. We want in the next fiscal year, which is coming up in, I think, June or July. Are you guys gonna hold that money too, that we are allotted to receive? You guys need to just pass the money, quit holding it, because it had nothing to do with nothing else. It had nothing to do with the city. It had nothing to do with politics. It's just a straightforward. You vote on the millage is coming to each center as designated. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Michelle Young. Michelle Young.
She left.
Next speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy.
Hi, my name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I'm the third ward, running for the third ward city council. I have to be a write-in. And it's mighty strange to be in the last year, you told me and AC, we didn't qualify. Only one qualified was LaShawn and Rich Jones to be put on the ballot. By the time we got home, you changed your mind. There's so much corruption going on at the city council, it's pitiful. And nobody will address it, and it needs to be addressed. Last year, you told me I wish when next year come, which is 2026, that hopefully things would change. It's nothing gonna change. You guys are corrupt to the highest of corruption. And until our people wake up and see what you guys are doing, it's still gonna be the same thing. It is ridiculous. You said you couldn't put Leon out of that seat because of the mere fact it has to come from the council. Leon did not even live in the third ward. He lived in Mount Morris. You guys better wake up. Now he's running third ward, but he's still in first ward. How is that? Please tell me how this happened. You say the state told you to handle it, so you still didn't handle it. You leave it up to everybody else to do the dirty work. But this is what I have to say to you and the mayor. The hole you trying to dig for me, you better dig one for yourself. Have a blessed day.
The next speaker is Nick Custer.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nick Custer. I live in the 7th Ward, and I am the Vice President of the Central Park Neighborhood Association. I'm here tonight to speak in support of Ordinance number 260134, the Vacant Housing Ordinance, which has kind of come out of a necessity seen in the 7th Ward, but that exists in every ward in the city of Flint. And the reality is that many of us don't realize how vibrant this community is because what we see is housing, empty housing. We don't see the people that need to be here. We don't see the affordability crisis that we know exists because many of these the available properties have been occupied as financial assets, often by folks that do not live or contribute to this community and are often not paid in their taxes or maintained until ultimately they are lost. Every property in the city of Flint could be an asset to us. It could be a reason why this community continues to grow and why our quality of life continues to improve. But what it requires is action. What it requires is a system to change the precedent that's been set for 30 to 40 years. Within our community, we have seen property speculators take viable multifamily, single-family homes and turn them into, again, empty properties, waiting for a miracle, waiting for change that just will never come. What has led to is disinvestment. What it's led to is lack of maintenance, ultimately properties deteriorating, being burnt down, vandalized, and ultimately torn down. This is a health and safety issue throughout the entire city of Flint, and I believe that this vacant property ordinance does a fantastic job to address many of the concerns that we all would feel. And I'll address a few of them here because we all have constituents, we all have neighbors that may feel that something like this would occur on them. The reality is a registration fee and $250 a year is affordable to folks in this community that are trying to fix up the house next to them, that are trying to do better for those in their neighborhood and their community. And ultimately, it shows that we have skin in the game. It also provides a more efficient process for city services, for our blight inspectors, and for folks that have to deal with this on the city side and are paid by our budget in order to address these properties quickly and avoid the long-term issues that we all know we experience. The city of Flint is not an investment vehicle. It is a community, and it needs to be vibrant, and it deserves to have the kind of homes that we can provide for our citizens. I believe that perfect is the enemy of good, and that some action today is going to prevent lots of loss into the future. I'm just going to quickly use the last 30 seconds to read exemptions that are built in that all of us should be aware of. This does not require people in the community to pay if the property is selling to a bona fide buyer during that transition closing process of under 3 months. It does not need to be paid if permitted construction or rehab is less than 6 months. It does not need to be paid if it is actively being marketed for rent or sale for less than 1 year. It does not need to be paid if it is suffering probate. Thank you very much for your time.
The final speaker for this meeting is Mari Kopany.
It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that the youth of our city are crying out for help. Over the weekend, there were 2 large brawls involving middle schoolers. One was broken up by some concerned adults. I posted a question to the community on Facebook. Where is the village? There were over 100 responses. A lot of blame on the parents. Some say they don't care and they will end up in jail. Some say there is a village, but the kids don't accept the help. But very few people could recommend any solutions. Everyone has something to say about the kids when they are being negative, but don't want to actually step up to help. I've seen firsthand what happens when people step up to be a village, how kids can thrive. Tonight, there is a resolution for fighting in school. Councilman Lewis says that she met with lawyers, judges, school officials, and parents about this resolution. The one thing that's missing from this list is talking to the kids. This resolution is a copy and paste of Grant Blank's resolution, which was made to target students from Flint. Why would we try to copy the language of something that targets youth from Flint instead of working with the school board working with the school board, the youth in the community, and in many groups working to find solutions to help reduce the violence we see both in schools, out and on the street. Kids don't need more consequences that could harm them from attending school or could make them end up with a criminal record. They need more resources and for people in charge to speak to them. The violence isn't just in schools, it's on the streets and often escalating from fistfights to gunshots and even worse. We need to improve community engagement and bring oh my God, it's spit everywhere, ew. And to bring resources directly to them. We need to bridge the programs available to the kids that need them, and we need adults to stop speaking for the kids and start listening to them.
Thank you. It is now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers only after all public speakers have spoken. An individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who'd like to give a response?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
thank you to all the speakers. We only get 2 minutes, but I want to speak to the Mays Center. We're not dividing the community. I want that to be clear. When we're saying and it's not just the Mays Center, we also have Brennan Center also. That's the senior center. We have McKinley Center, and there is Hasselbrink. We just received, right now, as you see, many of us are reading this, the budget still states that it's Hasselbrink Center. It's not Hasselbrink. Hasselbrink has not received money since 2012 and 5 emergency managers. We have been asking for a budget for over a year. For a year. This is not council. So when we're asking for a budget saying we don't want to, if the grant money was $54,000, the salary that the first paper we received said $85,000. We just got a paper right now that says it's $60,694. It's not the council. We're asking the questions. We don't mind appropriating the money, but if we got leftover money, can we shift some of the ARPA to you? What is your operating budget? We just got this. It shouldn't take a year to get answers. We're supporting our seniors. We know you cannot run a senior center on $54,000 with a salary with the first paper that said $85,000. Now it says $60,000. How much does it cost for the lights? How much does it cost for programming? How much does it cost for the parking lot lights to make sure our seniors in the fall when it's dark? We asked for a total budget. We're just getting it. That's our job, to do our due diligence, and it shouldn't have took a year for this administration. I want all seniors to thrive. I want them on the east, north, south, east, and west. But for a year to get this, and the numbers still don't add up, and it's not the Mays Center. The Hasselbrink, it's called the Mays Center. And technically, by the resolution that I put in, it's the Eric B. Mays Center that I put forth, and my council members, we all agreed on. So the paperwork still isn't even right. That's on the administration, not the council, because we support our
Thank
seniors.
you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Go ahead.
Thank you. And I do want to thank everyone who was able to come before us and make comments today. One of the things I do want to talk about, and I'll just touch on it very briefly because I know this is not the committee that the ordinance is housed in, but I think that this neighborhood group, along with myself and our attorneys, we've worked really hard to craft a fair ordinance that will address so many issues that we see happening around our city. But the biggest one being, as many stated that came before us, is the fact that we have a lot of ghost ownership with properties, meaning you have all of these properties where we can't track down who owns it. We don't have a phone number for them. We don't have a correct mailing address for them. We are experiencing a huge burst in our homeless population. And when we see things like fires or other structural issues that happen where people in real time are being harmed, and there's no way for us to contact the owners of the property to make sure that the properties are properly boarded up or taken care of or even demolished. One of the things that we often see is you have those investors coming from not just other states, but other communities within our state. And they sit and they hold on to this property. They do not take care of this property. They're not they are not taking care of this property in our city like they would in some of the other cities that they have property in. So this is just a way to make sure we understand who is responsible for different properties in our city. And I will expound more on it as we go into the legislative committee. But I just wanted to thank everyone who was able to come and speak to it right now during finance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes.
Ma-
Okay, Dr. Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to address the speaker that was talking about the ordinance that is in the next meeting, excuse me. I just want to be crystal clear that when I do something with a vast amount of research, and I'm probably one of the most engaged council person up here when it comes down to youth. And for example, I'll let you know, so working on that ordinance, it didn't come from me or copy and paste. I reached out to the Grand Blanc clerk, the Grand Blanc police chief, family court attorneys, family judges, parents. I also had a meeting with the students at Southwestern that expressed the fact that they were feeling unsafe. School administrators and also staff of charter schools. I also reached out to the Flint Board of Education. I got an email from the president and she told me that she's not interested. Maybe it'll work good for charter schools. So when I see the videos of people fighting, and the fact that I have an actual child in the Flint Community Schools, maybe the only elected official that entrusts their child to the Flint Community Schools. I don't know if you attended the Flint Community Schools, but my child been in there ever since pre-K. So it's double duty for me. I'm a parent in addition to a legislator. And so the Flint Community Schools, as well as the rest of the schools that are within the city of Flint, they're in the city of Flint. And so we're responsible for those people that come into our city. So when I have teachers telling me that, hey, I tried to break up a fight and the student tried to stomp on my head, it affects us. And so I'm doing nothing different outside of, you say it's a cookie cutter piece. No, it is enriched with community service, as well as offering remedial services such as counseling and things like that, that will assist the youth. So it'll work in a much better way if we will contact the official that's putting it out, see what it's all about, because accusations, not really accurate. So looking forward to engaging further.
Thank you. Councilman in the Fifth Ward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to thank all of the residents for coming out to the meeting this evening. Thank you for being engaged in the process, and I hope to see you back. This is nice that we do have a nice crowd here tonight. I do want to touch on a couple of things. I know that later on in the Governmental Operations Committee meeting, we will have a discussion as far as the properties in the city of Flint. I think the discussion was put on the floor, Councilwoman Burns and myself. We want to talk about how the properties are being, as far as the landlords and different things like that, business, these empty buildings that's not being inspected. So I'm going to look forward to that discussion. And I hope that the department that's supposed to present is here or will be here soon. Also, I wanted to make a point about the Mays Center. Look, it's not that we don't care about the seniors, but I just want people to understand, really, the council did not even approve for the Mays Center to remain open. How did the Mays Center continue to remain open after Hasselbrain was wrongly evicted out of that building? Now, we do have the budgets, and I'm still sitting here looking at this, trying to piece things together. I will not approve accepting millage money.
Thank you. That's your time. Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah, a couple of things.
You have the nastiest.
The Mays Center, I think it's laughable to say that the council is holding monies back from that. Like, it is and absolute misinformation. The county got the city's request for dollars last year and said it was the worst application they've ever seen. And we just got the dollars a few weeks ago, and we're just now getting whatever this budget is, because none of the numbers make sense of it, that we just got today. So it's disappointing that there's misinformation that the council is holding up programs for the Mays Center. It's just not true. But we will hold the administration accountable to get us the information so that we can be correct and appropriate fiduciaries for those dollars and make sure they are spent on the seniors. And a couple of people have made comments on the schools or whatever. My kids do not go to Flint Community Schools. I do not trust the Flint Community Schools with my kids. I think the Flint Community Schools should be abolished because they've been a disappointment for over a decade. And I know I'm going to piss a lot of people off by saying that, but tell me one good thing that Flint Community Schools has done in the past decade. They've killed our neighborhoods with abandoned schools. Their graduation rate is less than abysmal. Anyone with any kind of sense of they want their children to succeed, they send them to a different school. So and that's not breaking news. Everybody knows it's declining. So their enrollment.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, I'll take my 2 minutes. I want to thank Mr. Richardson for meeting with me to go over this ordinance, and the comments that I had were actually added into the ordinance because it affects not only the 7th ward, it also affects the 4th ward as well. So I think it's a very well-written ordinance. I do have my concerns about collecting of any fees because so many people just leave their properties and just let it go back to the county. So that is something that will be discussed. And, you know, Ms. Littlejohn, I had a house that I rented to my niece who came from Vegas with Section 8 housing. I bought my father's house for her to rent. And the inspection was quite vigorous. And even though we had built it we had to do some remodeling to make it a 4-bedroom house and add the egress window in the basement and all that. One of the things they did was check the water. And for that to be, I find that appalling that somebody would, number one, we have too many houses being rented in the city that have no water or electricity. And I find that appalling, and I think that's all I wanted to speak on. Thank you very much. We're going to go on to consent agenda. I will entertain a motion. Support. It's been moved by if my stupid mouse would work. No, my mouse wasn't doing what I wanted it to do. It was been moved by the councilman in the 8th ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. Are there any separations? Just a second, let me find my papers with all this. Okay. 89.1. Okay. Also. Okay. Okay. All right. Is there anyone else? Any other separations?
Yes, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead.
I would like to separate 260073.
Okay.
That's it.
Any others?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr.
I'd
Chair.
like to separate 260132.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Any other separations? Okay, the consent agenda will consist of the following resolutions. 260111, change order, Raymond Robeson, fiscal year 2024 audit. 260113, contract Trio Paint, general contractor services. 260124, support for MDOT Transportation Alternatives Program Grant. 260125, to accept the fiscal year 2024 state and local cybersecurity grant program and authorized grant agreement. 260127, Lutz Roofing Company for the water plant roof. And that's it. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis.
Go ahead.
Dr. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. Our first separation is 260073. Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion to send 260073, which is the Budget Amendment 2025-26 Annual Action Plan, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Community Development Block Grant to council.
It's supported, the motion is made by the councilwoman in the 7th ward, supported by the councilman in the 1st ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, I have discussion. Madam Chair, I separated that resolution, and I want it on the record that I will not be supporting that resolution. I did not vote for that resolution initially, and I will stand consistent in my position. I will not vote to send that to council. I do find that some of the organizations on that list, in my opinion, are, I don't know, kind of, I have some issues with those organizations. So because I didn't support it the first time, I'm not going to support this resolution, this continued resolution. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So I will not be supporting this resolution this evening because for over a month now, I've been asking the administration on when I can see the proposals that they provided, meaning the contractors that these dollars go to, of what programs they are going to provide, and haven't received anything. So how can we hold these contractors or programs to efficient, or how do I word this? How do we hold them accountable to make sure that they are providing the services that they told the city that they were going to provide? So we are just going to give out money over and over and over again, but we have no idea what they promised to provide, and we have no idea what they are actually providing. So I've been asking for over a month for these proposals on what these providers said that they were going to provide with the money, and I've gotten absolutely nothing from the administration. So I will not be supporting it. I'm sure there's some great programs and some great services in there, but until we get documents that we request to make sure that we are spending the dollars that that federal government gives us appropriately to try to move the city and move the residents and provide better services, I'm not going to be a blank check. And my vote is not going to be a blank check, just give money out to every nonprofit and program with zero accountability. So I'm a no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
if we could please have the person who can speak to this resolution that we moved through this committee once before already, and then it was at council, and it was sent back from council last week back to this committee. If we could have them come back here, because we did have 5 votes to put it at council, and then we had to send it back here so that it would not fail. But we've had this discussion a couple of times before. We can have it again tonight.
Love it.
How are you?
Thank you.
I was just wasting time waiting for you to walk up here.
Appreciate
So, can you explain the fact that these dollars are from what time period?
July 14th of 2025 through July 13th, 2026.
Correct. So these are not our new CDB, community block grant dollars, correct?
Correct.
And so these are contracts that have already been signed, or
These are contracts that you approved back in August of 2025
contracts we approved in August of 2025
for $4.5 million.
for $4.5 million?
Yes.
Okay, and so these organizations have been expecting these dollars since?
No, these organizations have already signed contracts.
They've already signed contracts?
Correct.
For these dollars?
Yes.
That we approved in 2025, and this resolution that was just in council last week?
Yes.
Okay, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you. Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
thank you. Hi, Mr. Slaughter, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So it keeps coming back because of one simple thing. Is there a reason why we can't get the documents requested?
I provided everything that's been requested by Councilman Pfeiffer, as well as any other. I think you had asked for something also. All that's
Yeah, I
been
did.
provided.
I asked for any and all applications for those who were approved and not approved.
That's all been provided.
Did we? We're looking.
What's your request?
Ms. Burns, have you received anything? Because I have not received a document, so I don't know who's.
I provide the information as indicated in two meetings before to the city clerk.
She's
You-
shaking her head, and that would be as in a no. So here's the thing. I don't want it to be presented as if this council, again, is not trying to make sure these organizations get the money. We keep hitting the same stumbling block, and it states, the clerk states it would go to her. When you stated that, she's shaking her head as in no, we did not receive it. So when we ask for any and all applications for those who received it and those who did not, we have not, and the clerk has stated she did not get it. Now, I don't know if we got another IT problem, but that's where that is at.
I've done my part.
Okay.
All I'm asking
Yeah,
you to
okay,
approve
and so- yeah.
$99,000.
And so, well, yeah, and 90,000 can be 10 million to somebody who needs only that 90,000 to save something, to do something. And so, Mr. Slaughter, it is not us. We don't have it.
Okay.
And you're not allowed, because we cannot interfere in day-to-day operations with the administrations. We understand that clearly per the Flint City Charter. So when we get it, and we don't have it. So when you say who approved, do you know who voted yes on this to approve it?
Who approved the original?
Yeah, who approved the original? Was it unanimous?
I don't know what the votes were, but yes, it was approved in 2025.
Yeah, okay, but was it unanimous? Because everyone did not approve this. And because there were questions then. There were questions then. And so when we come up here in these organizations, which the one individual, she came, which I had never heard of, and it was nice for her to come.
Correct.
And I'd never met her. Yeah, and she gave great information, a great presentation. And so when we're saying who all, who approved, everyone did not. And so we're asking for the documents so that we can read them. We need to make sure they get to the, oh, hold on. Can we stop? The clerk wants to speak.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. Slaughter did provide that information. It was on April 8th, and that was the meeting that I wasn't in attendance, but I did email it to all the council members that day at 4:42. What he sent to me, I sent to you all that day.
Okay, so thank you. Are you trying to open it up? So, So here's the other part. Do you know who approved it before?
The clerk would have that information. I mean, not the clerk itself, but that goes to the clerk because we get the approved resolutions.
Okay, and it should be in the minutes then. But when you say you all, and so do we, and I don't have my laptop. I have the only laptop in the city that doesn't ever work.
Okay.
That stays in IT for some reason, because they think I'm giving people documents, because I believe in being transparent, and I'm not. But I do want to say this. I will try to look it up on my little phone, or if the clerk, if you could print those documents out to us, please. I know there were some of the organizations which were cleared up. There were some questions, and the one she came, hers was not canceled, but there was, I think there was 5 other organizations or 3 that had the same name as that one. But if the clerk could print those out to give us time to look at those. And this is the last payment of, they've received some funds, haven't they?
They received $4.5 million.
And so this is the last 90,000.
This is 2% that HUD allocated. Excuse me, when you approved it back in August of 2025, HUD hadn't gave us the final allocation. So they gave us 2% more, took away 3% from ESG funds, 4% was given for CDBG, and then 3% was given for ESG. We had to split it equally amongst all organizations. So
Okay.
yeah.
Mr. Slaughter, in that information that you sent, did it have the applications that were denied also?
Yes, I provided
Okay.
exactly what Councilman in the 8th Ward asked for, which was.
Do you remember what Councilman Pfeiffer
he
asked for?
He asked for narratives of everyone who applied and the scores of, the risk scores, as well as the summary of what they were going to use the funds for.
Okay.
And it was very thorough. So you would have that on each and every individual company in the organization.
Okay, and so she's going to print, because I can't look it up.
Okay.
And so April wouldn't have helped me. My computer's been down the year, basically.
Okay.
And looking on a little Samsung, I got older eyes. So when she prints out, I will look at it and see. You did get that information that was requested. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
thank you. So yeah, Mr. Slaughter, I received that and thank you for sending it. And thank you for providing that insight that my colleagues asked for. Very, very helpful. And it was also very helpful that we got an opportunity to meet Laura from Best Practices.
Yes.
I know that they just had a big onboarding and they were going over the LC3s and sent out an extensive invitation, even invited some council members to come on down and meet with them.
We're going to have
And
a
so-
small business seminar here also within the next 3 months.
Yes, that's it.
Yes.
That's good stuff.
Yeah.
So I definitely appreciate it. And so I see the great work that Best Practices are doing. And I know a few other organizations, they are also working diligently too. So I definitely appreciate it and looking forward to supporting this.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Slaughter, apparently you did send it. I'm just now seeing it for the first time, so I apologize for that.
Appreciate it.
That being said, I want to review these documents that you sent, and that's on me, but I will, send it to Special Affairs to move it to the next phase, just so that I have time to review it, but I don't know if anybody else wants to speak in the second round, but.
I do.
Okay, I yield. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, through you, Madam Chair, through Madam Clerk, will you be able to have that printed so I can read it? Oh, okay. So that'll give me time to read it. It's kind of hard not working on a laptop.
All right.
But if she'll have it printed, I will move it to Special Affairs. And then that should give me time to read through it.
Okay.
And so this is, when is the next disbursement?
The next disbursement has already been allocated. Staff is working on it now. We want to make sure that we provide you with all of this information ahead of time so that once we come before you, everything that you've requested this time, we'll have it prepared for you. And we would also like to have all CWAC members in place if possible, because they do have a lot of influence when we meet.
On whether it's approved or not.
Correct. They're participating before it's approved.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, I'll read it, but I will send it to Special Affairs.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round?
So you can't do the water test.
Any other discussion in the second round? This is the vote to send 2600.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
make a motion, we send this to Special Affairs.
So motion on the floor to send resolution 260073 to special affairs. Is there supported by the councilman? Councilman in the ninth ward made the motion and supported by the councilman in the first round. This is the vote to send 260073 to special affairs.
Ms. Johnson? Yes. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes. I
Ms.
can send
Burns?
it to special affairs.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no, though it will be sent to special affairs.
Thank you.
The next separation is 260089.1, the amended acceptance for Genesee County Senior Millage Funding, Eric Mays Senior and Community Service Center, and amend the fiscal year 2026 budget. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to move Resolution 260089.1 to council.
It has been motion made by the councilman in the first ward, supported by the councilwoman in the third ward, to send 260089.1 to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
today we stand at a pivotal moment for our senior community and the Eric May Senior Community Center. This resolution, which has undergone through scrutiny and has now been carefully revised to address all previous concerns. The needs of our seniors have been clearly defined and are pressing. By accepting these funds, we are directly responding to those needs. The Genesee County Senior Millage Funds have already been approved by the county, which means that they had went through it and had an opportunity to see that it was fit to move forward. With these funds, the center can expand its program and services. The repeated review and revision of the resolution demonstrates our commitment to transparency and diligency. Now that all concerns have been addressed, it is time to send this resolution to council and pass it. It is time to send a strong message that we prioritize the needs of our seniors in this community. I end.
Is that it? Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I don't know who's going to discuss this budget for us.
Is there anyone who can address the budget for the Mays Center?
Hello. So what actually is the budget that we're proposing? Because I've got like 3, 4, 5 different things and none of the dollars match each other. So I'm like, which one, is there an actual budget of how much we plan to spend and where those dollars are coming from?
Yeah, what I provided was the FY26 actuals to date for expenditures for that department in the Parks Fund, the FY26 amended budget, and the FY27 proposed budget. That's all for the Mays Center and the Parks Fund.
So, but we didn't ask for the entire, we asked, what are we spending at each of these centers? So that's, do you know what's the budget for the Mays Center? What's the budget for McKinley? What's the budget for Haskell? What's, like, those are the budgets we want to, like, This budget we were familiar with because that's what's in the Parks Fund. But we
Mhm.
have more expenditures that come out of that fund as well. So
Right.
we want to separate just the senior centers and what's their line item budget.
Yeah, tell me again what you're asking about.
The budget, so what you provided
Uh-huh.
for the parks thing, we like broken down to each senior center.
Okay, I excluded accounts with 0 expenditures. So that's why McKinley Center was excluded. Haskell doesn't have an operating budget. Any expenditures come from the PAL organization.
So what is the budget for, if you're saying that those don't have budgets or expenses, how much money are we planning to spend at the Eric Mays Center?
Yep, one second.
Because I don't see that dollar value anywhere.
So just for clarification, the budget for the Mays Center does say Hasselbring, but it was Hasselbring at the time that we created the account. So, but it's understood that refers to that senior center, which is the Mays Senior Center. If you're looking at
So just looking at that form, because you have that one in front of you, so are we saying that we approved $59,000 budget? Am I reading that correctly? We appropriated $59,000 for that center?
You're correct that is the amended budget for FY26. Yes, that the original budget, let me make sure that I have the columns right. 26. Yes, the original budget, I believe, was $26,000 because at the time, we mostly just budgeted for utilities and we didn't have historical information about what kind of activities would
So
be going on.
when did the amended budget come before us to amend the budget on that?
The mayor is authorized to amend the budget within certain thresholds.
Okay, that's news to me.
That's Ordinance 3856.
Yeah, you were loaded, ready for that one. So we approved $59,000, and you're saying that, if I read this correctly, you've already spent $136,000? So you've already went over the budget $70,000?
The 59,000 is what's budgeted for the operating costs in the Parks Fund. Let me just find that. Could you hold it up for me so I can see which document?
the one with the
Yeah,
blue on
okay.
This is very cool to put together.
Yep, that's right here.
It's hard to move these numbers around because none of them.
Right, if you notice, and I meant to get to it, but
That's his time. Is there any other?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
Yeah, he can finish on my
Yep,
time.
Go ahead.
okay. I don't know if, I can't remember if I said it, but the Mays Center General Ledger account numbers start with 208-752-160. Those are the operating accounts within the Parks Fund. The wages and fringes are paid out of the general fund. So if you're looking at that 135,000 number, that includes general fund expenditures, because I figured you'd want to see that.
So the total operating costs what's the total operating cost? With salaries, fringe benefits, your professional services? Because when we talk about a budget, you're looking at, hey, the Mays Center, and the Mays Center, how much does it cost to operate?
Right. Again, it's hard to say a definitive answer just because we're lacking historical data.
I'm sorry, because you're lacking what?
Historical data, because this
Okay.
is new.
Okay. So when was the last time, because you have on here is the heading that it's Hasselbrink Community Center. When
Yeah.
is the last year that the city gave any funds to Hasselbrink for operating costs?
I don't know about the city paying Hasselbring.
Well, it was a senior center.
Right. You're asking what was the last year that the city gave money to Hasselbring?
Yeah, because under here underneath where you stated, it says appropriations and it's got the department number
Mhm.
and it has Hasselbrink Community Center.
Right. Right. That's the name of the department because when we created those general ledger account numbers, it was still named Hasselbring.
Okay, because Hasselbrink was a nonprofit, which was not a part of the city.
Right.
And the last time that the city of Flint paid anything into our senior centers, it was, I believe it was emergency management, 2012.
Right. I think
Right.
the accounts were just created before the name had changed from Hasselbring to Mays.
Okay, so in here we have, so there were two, we received documents before that there were going to be two directors, both at 85,000. Then we received today that the salary is 60,000.
You know,
This one, I know you want us to hold up papers.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I don't know what the 84,000, the 60,000 is, that's run out of report in the system.
Okay, so in the system, and it's the $60,694.40. So the other paper that we got before that for the, I believe the McKinley Center and the May Center, both would have directors paid at 85.5. So that document is not valid.
Without seeing what document you're referring to, it's hard for me to say.
Yeah, that was enough. That was when it was first presented to us. So is there a personal service contract with this one?
What do you mean by personal service?
So is there a contract for Mrs. Wiggins?
Oh, I don't know the answer to that. I just know that she's employed by the city.
Okay, so she should have a personal service contract. So programming, how much do we spend programming and how many programs do we have? Who would be able to speak to that?
I'll just say, yeah.
'Cause I don't know which one and literally when we got these, we've got stuff included in this packet that water testing, golf courses, it was just kind of, we're separating everything.
Yeah, I understand. We wanted to make sure that you guys had everything that you had asked for. This has kind of gone on a while and a lot of things have been brought up, but as far as the particular kind of activities, that's the cover page, or at least for me, it was the cover page of the packet they were given. Recreational and social engagement, health and wellness programs, educational and enrichment opportunities.
How much is each program? How much is programming? So we have health and wellness. How much is health and wellness? And is there a breakdown for each programming?
I don't think it was budgeted that way in this fiscal year.
Okay, so it's not a line item?
No, it would just be professional
It's
services.
just all one lump sum for professional services, and it does not include, so if because there were different vendors, there were people who came who were vendors. And so each vendor was doing, I'm gonna call them vendors, were doing separate, say painting, and then there was dancing. And so when we look at a budget, it's kind of like a car. Each car's got a different part, the engine, the transmission, and if you're getting it all, pricing it together, but then in the end, you got one huge price for an $85,000 car.
Right.
So how much did each part cost? We don't have the parts. I don't know how to break it down anymore, but it's hard. We're getting this and it's not, adding up. And we're not, and I'm just saying, if we need to give, and there's my time.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr.
thank you. Through you to the speaker. The sheet that has the blue, the 135,139.28. Tell me again what that number represents.
That is all operating costs, including wages and fringes for the Mays Center.
So that's
only.
an actual cost.
That is year to date,
So that's a year to date. And what is that? When did the year start?
July 1st.
July 1st of
2025. Yep.
So July 1st to 25, we have expended 135,000.
Right. Most of
Okay.
that would have been the wages and fringes.
All right. Now, there was when you were speaking to the ordinance, you gave us a number, the ordinance number.
Yep.
And you said that according to that ordinance, there was that which didn't necessarily have to come before us.
Right.
Do you know what that dollar amount is that doesn't have to come before us?
It's $25,000.
25,000.
Yeah, technically it's $24,999.99.
And how much of that has been expended to this point?
Well, I believe, and I'm trying to jog my memory because what I did today, and I just did a transfer of $24,999.99 because there are vendors that need to be paid. That was transferred from another department within the Parks Fund. I believe another transfer from a different department was done previously, but I just, off the top of my head, I don't remember what it was. I think
Okay.
it was only like 8,000.
And I guess part of what I'm also trying to understand is the approved amount from the county is the $54,744.
Mm-hmm.
The amended budget is $59,000. So that's gonna have us at a total of $103,000 that has been budgeted for this program.
Yeah, I think 113.
And we are already over that budget by $30,000.
Okay.
Part of what we were trying to understand a year ago was this: what is it projected this programming is going to cost? Not, again, for me anyway.
Mm-hmm.
What I'll say is not that I want to withhold and have services not be provided for our seniors. I'm trying to understand as a responsible council person, so I understand myself to try to be, what is it truly going to cost? I knew $54,000 wouldn't be sufficient. So where was the rest? Not just where was the rest of the money going to come from, but how much more? And for me, that's where I've been trying to get. How much is it going to cost? Because part of the concern that I have, and what was troubling, is there were vendors that came before us last week saying they haven't been paid. Well, the contract to that vendor wasn't between myself as a council person and that vendor. So for them to come to me and say, in an accusatory fashion, you're holding up my money, I didn't even know that was expended or allocated to them, nor how much was needed. So this is some helpful that we're now understanding what it's going to cost, because even at this point, so now that we're over the 24,999, what's going to come to council for the other $10,000+ now that's needed, and whatever else is going to be expended between year to date, April 22nd and June 30.
Well, I just want to clarify that the $135,000 in actual year-to-date expenditures includes funds that are budgeted, are appropriated in the general fund. So
I'm not concerned about where the money is coming from.
Okay.
It don't matter to me necessarily that it's coming from general fund dollars or park allocated dollars. What I'm asking is, what's the total cost?
Mike isn't on. Is there any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? How about in the second?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. So Christian.
Yes.
So quick question. So the ordinance number, can you say that number again?
It's 3856.
Thank you. And I just wanted that for the record. So this is, and to Councilman Jarrett's, if we don't know that it's something expended, we can't be held accountable if you're bypassing council. It's unfair to say that when we didn't know. So how many times a day are you using this 24,999?
I just did the math.
Right.
I'm pretty sure the budget started at 26,000. It's at 59,000. I know I just did 25,000 earlier today, which means I had to have done 8,000 previously. I believe janitorial services. I think
In the beginning,
well, it's a combination. In the beginning, yeah, it's Collins Janitorial is the name of the vendor. Collins Janitorial. Yeah, Collins. Yep. But we're sorry, we are no longer using them because we do have city staff that are going out there.
People want transparency. That's all I'm asking. And I know you feel, so 25,000, that went for janitorial. How long had the janitorial service not been paid?
Just to clarify, it was I believe it was 8,000 for janitorial services.
Okay, so who paid for there's only one janitorial services on here that I see. And it's
Yeah.
under a person.
You know what?
And that's under Hawkins.
His yeah, it's Jeffrey Hawkins is his name, but his business name is Collins Janitorial.
Okay, but that's on here for 12,000.
Well, there was, yeah,
I'll put the sheet up. That's the sheet.
right.
So how long have they not been paid if we're just paying them?
No, that vendor has been paid. But what I said is that I believe I transferred $8,000 earlier months ago to pay outstanding invoices for the janitorial services. If it's 12,000 for the whole year,
That's on this page.
yes, yeah, I see that, yeah.
Okay.
But that's the 8,000 is just what we needed.
So this is where we want transparency. How much does it cost is what we're asking.
Anyone else in the second round? Go ahead.
Right.
Chris, I just want, like, all of these actuals are great. I would like a budget that says we're going to spend $100,000 on labor, we're going to spend $100,000 on programs, we're going to spend $100,000 on heat and electricity, we're going to spend, whatever else on postage or programs or like that's what I want to see. And I don't like the line item budget of what we have, or the $59,000, like that to me is useless because we know that's way more than that, right? So I want to know how much this is going to cost us every single year. That's what I'm looking for.
Right. Again, it would just be projections because we don't have historical data to know for sure.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what are we projected to spend?
And it's included in the FY27 proposed budget.
The one that we're currently trying to adopt, right?
Correct.
Yeah, but that doesn't, but the problem is these dollars that we're trying to get are for this current fiscal year.
Right.
So what are we projected to spend the remaining of this fiscal year? Because these dollars that we're about to take in have to be spent out, or they have to be credited back to stuff we've already spent, correct?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. So what further are we projected to spend that's not budgeted, because we're way over the budget already? Because you're spending dollars that aren't budgeted right now. So what are we projected to spend to keep these centers open?
Well, with the transfer that I did, it's not over budget anymore. So I can pay what's outstanding. And then if we accept the millage funds, we would have a budget with those. And that would be it.
No. So you're saying we're not over budget, but we are, because I'm including the wages that we've allocated, that we've spent. Like, to me, that should be even though it might be a different line item on the general fund, that
Mhm.
should be part of the budget because it's directly spent at this facility. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't necessarily disagree with that. I understand. It's, yes, yes.
So that's, I'm looking for an overall of what we've spent, what we're projected to spend the remaining of this fiscal year to June 30th or 30. That's what I'm looking for.
Right, I understand. Did you get the chance to review the FY27 budget that was proposed?
That's your time. Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mrs. Chair.
Go ahead, sir, and finish your statement or your question.
Oh, yeah, and I just wanted to say that with FY26, with the information that we had at the time, we didn't have any concrete plans for what programs, what kind of activities would happen. So there was no way to budget more than just the $26,000 that was budgeted for utilities.
Okay.
As we have gone through the fiscal year and Mrs. Wiggins has, really built up the senior center, we're getting more data on what kind of programs are working and what's not, which is how I was able to be better informed with the FY27 proposed budget. That's all I was saying.
Thank you.
I think if you're looking to try to analyze what the operating cost projection would be for the Mays Center, I would look at the FY27 proposed budget.
Okay. My question, can you help me understand what all is included in professional service that came to the 19,000? When you say professional service, what is under that umbrella?
It's a lot of different things. I would definitely, like, if you really want the best answer, I would refer you to the expenditure detail that I provided, but.
Which, this here?
Yes. I don't know if I gave it a.
So is that to say all of this is, all of these expenditures are professional services?
No, that's all accounts that are in the operating budget in the 208 Parks Fund.
Okay.
Because I believe it was at the last meeting that it was requested to see all of the expenditures.
So.
Yeah, and you're looking at 208-752-160-801-000, and that's every single expenditure in professional services.
Okay.
It's mostly the meals for the seniors.
Yes, I'm sorry?
The meals for the seniors. That's what it mostly is, and then there was some janitorial services.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now. Yeah, it's somewhat of a catch-all. Professional services is somewhat of a catch-all. Okay, I yield.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, it seems as though that my colleagues need another round. So I would like to put a motion on the floor to have one more additional round of what, 3 minutes?
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to add one round of 3 minutes per council member speaking opportunity. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved by the councilwoman in the 5th ward, supported by councilwoman in the 6th ward. This is a vote to add additional round.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushat is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis? Is not in. Ms. Johnson? The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. We're still in second round. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in the second round?
Madam Chair.
We're still in the second round.
Oh.
I'm just verifying.
Oh,
Anyone else would like to speak in the second round? Okay, we'll go on to the third round. Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns, I said.
Thank you. So I got several questions, but I think some of our questions will not be answered. Because so when balancing is it frequent, Christian, that you use the 25,000, whatever that ordinance is? I thought it was 75. Is this frequent when you have, and I hate to have anyone with the outstanding balance and we're using that to pay the cities instead of bringing it to
Request for
council.
information. Are you aware that it's $25,000 to make a budget amendment, but if the money's already budgeted, he can spend the 75,000?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Pfeiffer. So I think that Christian, who gives you the okay to do this? Who do you ask to do this?
It's per the ordinance.
So do you make a decision yourself to just take 25,000 to do it, or?
No, the ordinance speaks to who approves it. Like
So who approved it today?
It was approved by the department head.
Who was the department head?
In this case, it was Mr. Slaughter, because it came from the Parks
Okay, so
Administration.
Mr. Slaughter said, hey, Christian, we need another 25. We need to pay some of the bills that are off for the senior center. Is that correct?
I requested from Mr. Slaughter, I had a conversation
So-
with him if it would be okay.
So if you requested from Mr. Slaughter, who asked you to ask that request from Mr. Slaughter?
I made that decision on my own.
You
Looking
make
at
$25,000 decisions on your own?
well,
without-
it was approved at several levels.
What level, okay, was
Yeah.
the city administrator involved?
Yes.
Was the mayor involved?
If I could just finish, it was approved, in this particular case, it was approved by Mr. Slaughter and by the CFO and by the city administrator and by the mayor, and that's per the
Okay.
ordinance.
So we need to have everybody in the room. I'd like to put a motion on the floor to subpoena the mayor so we can have him answer questions. Madam Chair.
There's a motion on the floor to subpoena the mayor to answer questions. Is there support?
Madam Chair, I support that motion.
It's been supported by the councilwoman in the 5th Ward. This is the vote to subpoena.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Is there discussion on this motion?
No, I just want to make sure that the motion clarifies exactly what we are asking the mayor questions about. So it's about the resolution.
Go ahead. Thank you. So, well, I think we like to subpoena the mayor to ask him several questions on budget issues. And this one pertains to, because we can't get this was a lot. If this decision came, that $25,000 and obviously the $75,000, because we know that personal service contracts, so we can get questions answered. We did ask nicely for the mayor to come, I believe twice, and he declined. So we would like just for him to answer some questions, because we're unfortunately asking, and people don't feel comfortable answering. So we need to get the ones who make the decisions.
Okay, so I'm putting it down as to subpoena the mayor to answer questions concerning budget issues.
Any and all things pertaining to the budget issues, dollar amounts and or approvals without council approval. Funds which were being approved without council approval. Because if council is being charged with the fact that we're holding up business, and we're not, because we're not even seeing it. We're not even getting it to say that we're not paying them. And there's this ordinance number that he can rattle off, and Christian, I would not like, I feel sorry for you being in your shoes. You're operating with honesty and integrity, but I know that it's difficult. We need to find out, because council is being stated, we're not approving. We're never seeing it. And if they're approving at 25,000, how many times has 25,000 been used, or 75,000? We don't know.
Madam Chair, the motion was made by Ms. Burns, and who supported?
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
Okay, roll call on this motion. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? It's a motion to subpoena Mayor Neely to answer questions on budget issues, mostly concerning funds that are approved, or funds without council approval. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Did not show up.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley? The vote is 5 yes, 4 no.
Thank you. Christian, and let me say this to you. I've been in your shoes before. Thank you for answering. And it's not you, it's people want transparency. And if I could read this and understand it, I wouldn't have to ask. But when decisions are made at a level that are above your head, then this is the city. Residents have a responsibility that they can know. And if all we're asking for, how much is it total to budget? Not all, we've had a few. And to Mrs. Wiggins, I supported you in what you're doing. And I know that the senior centers have split. We had a very lovely conversation over at Mott Park when you had one with Beverly Lewis and some of the programming. How can the seniors all benefit together? And we need a total budget. And we don't have that as my colleagues at the other end are going over. So thank you.
Second round. Or third round, excuse me, third round.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
thank you. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this, some of these charges appropriately. The $12,000 that was paid, if I understand, for janitorial services, was that $12,000 where the last $4,000 payment was in October of 25? Was that for the entire year? Did we make 3 payments of $4,000 to cover the year, or does that $4,000 represent a monthly charge?
I don't know that, I'll say it wasn't for the year. I'm not sure exactly what the billing period was. I think it was a combination of a period of services, and also there was a fee for like cleaning up for special events, I think.
So special events?
Yeah,
Would those be some of the special events that we're charging rent for?
I'm not sure.
I would be interested to know if our rent agreements include a service charge for cleanup. I was hopeful that you would have said that $12,000 that was paid back in October represented us basically paying in advance for the year. Because if we're paying more than $1,000 a month for cleaning, if we're paying $4,000, especially a month for cleaning, that's an expensive proposition.
Yeah, without having the invoice in front of me, I don't know exactly what it was being billed for.
Okay. So are you going to be the spokesperson for this resolution? You
I
believe?
am now.
Okay. Whether it be at council on Monday, or special affairs on Monday, council on Monday, or finance in the next committee meeting, can you let us know
I can.
the cost of the cleaning, either monthly or however, for whatever the charges might include?
Right. I do believe they canceled the services because of the cost.
I'm sorry?
I believe they canceled that, requesting those services because of the cost. I think the only reason they went with a contractor to do janitorial services was because our internal staff were short-staffed.
So we have a different contractor now.
No, there's not a different contractor. The City of Flint cleaning staff. They're employees of the city.
Employees of the city are
Correct.
cleaning it now. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Third round. Go ahead, Mr. Viper.
Chris, Ms. Wiggins or Ed, one of you guys, can you come up? I just want to know what the process is. If you want to have a program, how do you go about getting that cost and getting it approved? Like for the remainder of the year. So do you have anything planned in the next 2+ months, that it's going to cost the city dollars?
No.
You don't have
A
any
lot of the
programming?
cost comes out of my pocket.
What does that mean?
I pay for it. Oh, my God. Well, we have some of the seniors to volunteers.
So, and I only say that because the gentleman that came up and said that he wasn't paid for anything like that. So
Right.
when you decide to bring folks like that to teach or whatever else, what is that process to make sure that it's budgeted and anything else? And you're saying that we don't have any of those things for the remainder of this fiscal year?
This is not what we had.
No. The only thing outstanding is Mr. Collins and his wife.
The only
It's not
thing,
mine.
yeah, the only thing that we have outstanding is our computer instructor and our craft instructor.
So explain to me that process of if you want to bring in a program or something else, what does that process go through? Obviously, it doesn't go through a bid process. How do you solicit those folks to determine the dollar? How does that dollar get approved? How do you bring in new programs? Does that make sense? Is that
Well, they start out as volunteers, and we were depending on the millage to assist us. So they come on as a volunteer.
No, I understand that.
Yes.
I understand that. But
So we don't, we, at that time, they'll give us an approximation of how much they would charge us, but they just volunteer. And we just said that when the millage comes, that we would sit down and talk to them about a cost.
so we don't know the cost before we solicit the service?
Well, we know approximately it's up to $25 to $35 per class. And that is based on the average of most senior centers.
Okay, it concerns me that we are potentially have vendors that we don't have contracts for. And we don't have, and they're paying for those up front. I mean, the $60,000 from this millage, we have money to fund this center without that. So it's concerning that we don't have contracts and we're squaring up after this millage that we didn't know we were getting. It's crazy.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the third round?
I don't know, but how you spending money out your?
Any other discussion in the third round? Okay, this is the vote to send 260089.1 to council.
I think it's too late now.
I'm not understanding that.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 5 no. That failed to go to council. There's a motion on the floor by the councilman in the 8th ward to leave in finance, supported by the councilman in the 1st ward. This is the vote.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
This report ain't even accurate.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
And the vote is 8 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 1 no. That will stay in finance. Our next separated resolution, if I can find it with all my paperwork for the May Center, is
She said that, she meant that, no.
Two 260126, accept the state of Michigan's MCO's Public Safety Academy Assistance Program Award.
Madam,
Yes,
oh, I'm sorry. I thought that Ms. Burns separated 1, 2, 4.
no, she started to and then changed her mind.
Yeah,
So that did not
Okay.
get separated.
Oh, that's,
changed my mind.
Okay,
Yeah, I had it partially circled, and she goes, no, never mind.
Yeah.
okay.
So that was
It was
included
moved to
in the master.
council, okay.
Yep, yep,
Well,
that-
we will need to amend it per the request
Madam Chair,
at the council meeting.
Pardon, it's just a second, let me get clarification,
I'm
okay?
just going to make a motion to approve it, and that would clear it up, right?
Oh, but when I read off the,
She didn't include it when she read it off for the consent agenda.
I did include it in the,
She did.
I included it.
Okay, I wasn't paying attention. I thought it was separated, so we can take care of it Monday.
Okay, we can go ahead and do it now.
I thought we voted for it to go to consent agenda.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been moved to council, so we can amend it
was.
on Monday.
Oh, okay, it needs to be amended, okay. Okay, so this resolution is 260126, and I'll entertain a motion. Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to send 260126, which is the acceptance of the state of Michigan's imposed Public Safety Academy Assistance Program Award to council.
It's moved by the councilman and the councilwoman in the 7th ward, seconded by the councilman in the 1st ward to send 260126 to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
is there anyone who can speak to this?
Mr. Edwards and Mr. Moore.
Good evening, Mr. Edwards again, and Mr. Moore. Mr. Edwards, what is this training for? I know MCOS is their certification. What is this one for? This is the grant. Is this for basically like the module training?
From what I can understand out of the information provided, this was to target recruiting. So it's supposed to be focused on maintaining.
So why
recruits.
doesn't Chief Green have someone here to explain this?
She was here. Angela was here. I'm not sure why she left. I think it was by accident. I think she thought this was in consent agenda. So
So this is to target recruiting, and the funds will be used how?
as it indicated,
And I'm,
as it indicated, it's in the staff review, basic law enforcement training academy scholarships and salaries.
so what portion are salaries?
That would be a discussion with Angela, who is the accountant.
And Angela's not here because recruiting is important. How many officers do we have now?
I know that just light conversation with the chief, we were upwards getting close to the 100.
Is that with command staff? Because I thought it was 61, 62, or 63 during
Yeah,
the budget hearing.
That's probably all officers.
With command staff.
Yeah.
Mr. Moore, do you know how many officers we have? Because I don't think we're recruiting for command staff. We're probably recruiting for entry-level officers.
That's correct. And I think my numbers are the same as what Mr. Edwards had. It's very close to 100
That wasn't a
right now.
number, that was the upwards. Do you have a number, Mr. Moore?
Pardon?
Do you have a number?
No, I just have an estimate like he has.
Well, what's your estimate?
I would say around 100 employees.
Around 100 employees, that includes officers and command staff. And so how many are we looking to recruit with this grant? Is that an Angela question?
Yes, probably.
So I'm gonna let everyone else, because if they've got questions, but I think I want to ask Angela some questions. Because one thing we know, we do not have enough officers. On the corner of, off of East Hampton on Fenwick, in 7 days, there was a house targeted 3 times. And there's video, I sent it to Chief Green, where they got out, shot the house up, and they did it, and then did a 4th time last night. And just so happens, one of my very good friends lives across the street, and it's dangerous. And we need more officers. Our officers are going out here, putting their lives on the line, and it's not right. They need more people. They need more help. So I would like to know how many are they targeting? Targeting to hire, how much is going to be used in salaries? And are we using more services to recruit other, how are we recruiting? Are we recruiting nationally, statewide, local? What are we recruiting? Because I'm gonna tell you, I went to see officer who was shot, and took him, me and the ladies with the color of law and the one gentleman, and took him a care basket in the hospital. It was very hard to go in there and to see that he risked his life. And the amount of officers that I know, even that unit that he works on, we need more than that. They don't mind just shooting around here. Example, Fenwick Circle, the past 7 days. And so we need to be making sure we're recruiting aggressively, not just statewide, but nationally. And they used to do that when we had a big hiring in the 70s. They used those funds to recruit. We had many people came from Detroit. People that came from Detroit went to Flint, went to Saginaw to work. And we were able to get some good officers. But our officers run more calls, 27 to 30, just by themselves, one person, and they're exhausted. And so we need to make sure we get them some help. I would like to know how many this is going to target, to hire, what is the hopes, what are the numbers, what are the goals? And technically, we need to have Chief, this is his department. He should be here, not just Angela. I'd like to make a referral to have Chief Green come so that he can be here also to answer these questions, please. Through you, Madam Chair, to
request.
Well, just a referral.
A referral.
We can ask them.
I don't think you need to make a motion for that. You can just ask.
Yeah, just a referral for that. So that, and I yield the floor, but that's my time.
Okay. Is there anyone else who'd like to?
Madam Chair.
speak? Go ahead.
I guess I'm a little confused on how you're saying that this is going to target.
Excuse me, I cannot hear up here.
I cannot hear either.
I would ask my colleagues to please respect the person holding the floor. Excuse me. I am asking the councilwomen in the 6th and 7th Ward to please hold your discussion so that Mr. Pfeiffer can discuss. Go ahead. If you're going to have a conversation, I'm going to ask you to leave the podium so that Mr. Pfeiffer can continue. Because Mr. Pfeiffer is having trouble hearing what he's saying.
For her, I don't know. She got problems with him.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I know I'm going to talk up like a mug when you guys got the floor. I promise you that. Me and Councilwoman Winfrey Carter are going to have a heart-to-heart while you guys got the floor. I promise you that.
Go ahead and reset his time to 5 o'clock, please, to 5 minutes. 5 o'clock is 5.
How is this going to target? This seems like this is expenses for 5 individuals that we already have. So
That's correct.
So how, like, they're already here. So to me, when you say this is going to help recruitment, that is for folks that we don't have, right? So these people have already been recruited. So these are employee expenses. So how does this help recruitment? Because like when you said that this was going to help recruitment, I'm assuming that, okay, this is going to be some kind of outreach program to get more cadets or whatever else, but that's not the case, is it?
This is how the state helps us recruit by paying some of the cost of training officers.
And it's been out there for a while.
This is a long-standing
been
program.
out for a while.
What do you mean it's been out for a while? Explain.
I believe this particular one we presented some time ago.
This one here you gave to us?
Yes.
The same grants multiple times.
Yes.
This is for the police academy.
I understand different ones.
This is the same grant.
And they continually make projections about using
Pay
this
for our
grant
academy.
as they continue to recruit. They continue to know that this grant will be a part of their recruitment efforts.
I know, but this is the first time that this particular dollar value is in front of us, right?
Understand.
So
Yes.
you're saying that they give us different ones at different times of the year for the same thing, correct? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, as they know that they're
Okay.
going to apply for this grant, they're going to get approved for the grant. They're already making forward understandings about recruitment.
Okay, I understand.
Yes.
So what you're saying is basically we use part of our dollars to recruit, and this is a reimbursement so that we can redeploy those dollars? Is that kind of what you're saying, or no?
It's for the state to help us train the officers so that they're ready to be an officer on the street.
Yeah, okay, I understand that. The total tuition, where does those tuition dollars go?
The
Because we got on from the state of Michigan, this right here, I'm looking right here,
that-
this graph.
The money comes to the city of Flint.
Yep.
And then we pay the officers.
No, I understand that, and that's under wages, and I'm asking, there's a line item for total tuition. What is that expense?
That would be Angela, the accountant.
So do we hire folks, like, do we pay tuition for these officers to get trained somewhere, or is there a vendor that we pay for that, or no?
I know they have some form of supportive training that occurs to help the academy.
Because it says that the total tuition for each of the 5 folks that they're naming on this grant, it says $6,665 go to tuition. I'm just like, what is that? Is that just pay for other officers to help train, or
We would need to get you clarity,
Yeah, okay.
Councilman.
All right, thank you. I yield. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? I'm going to take just a few minutes. That this is a grant that we've gotten over and over and over again. And in our packet, it actually includes the recruit name, the amount of the salary, any additional allowable expenses, their tuition, and the total for each recruit. And I would assume that because they just recently got raises in their contract, that would affect the dollar amount. That's why you're wondering why the dollar amount changes. And because numbers that we have. So we have 5 individuals going through the academy is what it looks like to me. So I just want that clarified. So any discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Edwards, is Michigan Works, are we still getting grants? Are they still assisting with new officers for hiring?
I'm not aware of their engagement right now.
Okay. Because I believe they were assisting in helping to pay for, was it the tuition for them? Mr. Moore, are you aware of that?
I believe so, but it's been a while since we've had one of those grants.
Can you step to the mic?
It's been a while since we've had one of those grants, so I'm not 100%
I
sure.
cannot hear you.
It's been a while since we've had one of those grants, and I don't know all the details.
Okay.
But they did pay for the training.
So, yeah, Michigan Works, I know they were paying for training for new officers, and I think they were giving them laptops too.
Yes.
And so we don't know if they're still doing that. We don't know.
No, we don't have.
Yeah, and
That's clarity we have
so
to get.
thank you. So, Mr. Edwards, Paul, if you've got an answer to that, Mr. Borley, I'm fine. If you may know if Michigan Works is still assisting.
No, he does this every meeting, and it's out of order, and he needs to be corrected. It's very distracting. Either he has the podium or we have the podium.
Okay, so that wasn't the answer I was expecting, but that Judy is chairing. So, Mr. Edwards, can you make sure that we have that we can have Chief Green or someone can check to see with the recruiting who's recruiting, if Michigan Works, how long was that grant, when the grant ended, are they doing the laptops? What is the recruiting goal? How many officers are we? What is the goal to recruit? Do we have a goal? Does anybody know?
Our recruitment efforts are ongoing.
So do you want-
We have no stop point.
Okay,
We
do
want
you,
to
do
keep.
you say we
yes.
want to recruit, you gotta have a goal? You
The
gotta have
goal-
a
The goal is
threshold.
the goal is to keep on recruiting.
So we're saying we want to get next year 25 officers, because now you've got officers retiring.
Yes.
And with their retiring, some are staying just to kind of hang on so that, our numbers don't dig any deeper. Because how many officers do you have that can retire now?
I don't know that
Yeah.
number, but the conversations I've had with Chief Green is that officers are coming on board and officers are retiring or leaving. We've gained, but we're always,
right.
We're constantly fighting the retirement aspect.
So if we can have Chief Green here, that way we can know if he wants 25 officers in 1 year, then if he's losing 10% to retirement, so we can be able to answer, those numbers, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to remind the people in the back that we can hear you up front and try to keep that down. Thank you. Anyone else in the second
Yes.
round?
Yes, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead.
Yeah, speaking of, like, the people in the back cause more problems and issues than RL, but I won't say that out loud. Mr. Edwards, the salary that they're giving us, is that the complete, like, is that the total cost of that person's for the entirety of the academy? Or is that just a portion of it?
They're paying the amount that's in the contract. So we pay them a regular salary while they're in training.
No, I understand that. I'm asking, is that dollar value cover the entirety of their salary while they're in the academy?
That, I believe so. I think the main thing that is not covered for them would be.
How long,
meals.
do you know how long the academy is? And like, can you break that down to see if the salary is, academy should be 25,000 and we're only getting half of that reimbursed? Like, I just want to see what that delta is of actual cost of what they're paying.
We
And
can
maybe
get
some
you
of
that
that tuition dollars covers that. I don't know.
We can get you that information.
Appreciate you. Thank you, sir. I yield.
In the second round. Any other discussion in the second round? Hearing none, this is the vote to send 260126, acceptance of the state of Michigan MCLOS Public Safety, move out of my way, Academy Assistance Program Award to council.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. Our last resolution of the night is 260132, change order number 4, Weinstein Electric Company, additional electric services. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I make a motion to send 260132 to council.
It's been moved by this councilwoman in the 7th ward, supported by the councilman in the 1st ward to send 260132 to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Through you to whomever might be able to speak to this resolution.
Who
from-
can speak to this resolution? Is there anyone back there who can speak to the Weinstein Electric Company resolution? I don't see Lee.
What I'm really trying to understand is how and why we are at a 4th change order on a resolution. How are we here and what do we have to do or plan for going forward?
Hello, Zach Smith from IT. I'm not in charge of change orders and stuff like that. I just submit stuff when we need it. But the change orders, the items for IT at least, are involving just some updating of wiring that are part of our budget this year. The fiber is about 15 to 20 years old throughout the building, so we're getting that replaced. Also, there's some changes in the lease agreement over at the court. So we're taking over an office putting all the networking into our control as opposed to sharing it with the county. So that's like the smaller, like $3,000 resolution. I believe there's something in there for the Mays Center for AV, which was supposed to have done last year, but I guess the quote was never sent forward. So that's going to be part of this. So we're getting projector and sound and stuff like that for the Mays Center for the different events that are held over there. And I believe our Haskell wiring is in there as well, so that they have networking capability in that building.
So their budget is coming out of IT, so spreading it around.
Appreciate you sharing with us how the money is going to be, how you understand the money to be used. Thank you.
Yep.
And that's for you probably all I would have. The other things I have really are going to speak to how administratively we view change orders.
Okay.
So thank you. You can be seated. I'm done there. Yeah, because I'm just trying to understand how we get to change order number 4 on a resolution. I yield.
Thank you. Any other discussion on first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
through you to Lauren Rowley, please. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please, Ms. Laura.
Hi, Lauren. I'm going to try to answer my colleague's question. So this is a My Deals thing or whatever, right? Or, so we put this out to bid? We didn't put it out to bid, right?
Yeah, we did. We put, this one has a 3-year contract, and that states in the resolution. When we tried to mention the previous resolutions you passed for it in the first few paragraphs of the resolution presented tonight. So that bid is referenced in that resolution.
Right, the original bid.
Correct.
The original bid did not include these things, right?
The original bid was given for hourly, basically T&M for what a proposed project would be to cover the 3 years. And then we gauge how much we think we're going to need for that year. But when you have multi-departments using the same vendors, sometimes Lee, IT come mid.
So we put out the bid, we get the vendor back that says they're going to charge us $800 an hour. We'll go round number, right? And then we bring that in there, and then we issue initial contract for whatever the first thing is, and then now IT needs it, so that's change order number 1. And then Parks needs it, that would be change order number 2, off of the original, right, or no?
Not necessarily. It depends on how we present that initial resolution to you for that year. So the first resolution overall has the different line items in the chart we normally provide based on which GL numbers we're going to take it out of.
Okay.
And a lot of those would already represent IT needs this much, facilities needs this much, water pollution control needs, et cetera, et cetera. So initially, they budget for that much. And then this time of year, things come up where they need something else, where we only have a certain approval from you guys. So we have to come back for those initial change orders to add the money to the original resolution. Is that making sense? So yeah, sometimes adding on a department can cause a change order if they didn't get initially on that original. It just depends if everyone communicates properly at the beginning of the year to get on the resolution initially. But most of the time, this time of year, you're just going to see because we're asking them to do more work.
Right.
We need more projects.
So in markets change or anything else, so how do we know that, because these didn't go, these 3 line items or these 3 programs didn't go out to bid for this specific scope of work, correct?
For the
We're just going back to
scale
them.
of their people providing the work based on the hourly rates that they provide us is how they quote the work to be completed.
But we don't, are we tracking those hours? How are we tracking their hours?
Generally, that's given on a quote just on how they do it. And then theirs go up based on if they have union negotiations between that contract, how long the contract is we give them. When we put those original numbers out to bid, It'll be for multiple,
Because the bids don't have any hours on them so it's just literally general notes and then they give us a lump sum. So who's verifying the hours that they're billing us for equals this dollar value?
that would just be kind of whoever's working with them with that project to be completed. So sometimes it's Lee for facilities.
So is Lee tracking their hours when they go
I'd
out?
have to ask Lee.
Like, that's the problem is we're assuming, okay, they're going to quote us $100 a man hour, but they're quoting us 3,000 man hours, but it only takes 300.
Yeah, well, materials would also be included.
No, I
in the
understand
overall
that,
quotes
but
as
I
well,
understand that, but
which they do give us a price for that too. They
right,
give
it's
us
a price plus
markup or
yeah, it's
whatever.
cost plus.
Mhm.
But my thing is if they're going to quote us a per hour T&M, time and materials, how is there's no checks and balances of that time and material? They're giving this dollar and billing it out, and it might have cost us actually half that. We don't know. Because I'm sure Lee isn't out there monitoring time and everything else. So how do we know that this isn't a $36,000 project and we're spending 100?
I can ask him, get that information for
So
you and find out.
that's my concerns with these time and material ones. And there's no, and I'm sure Lee doesn't have time to go through all of that, but it's just like, we're just writing checks because they won one bid 3 years ago and keep adding on to it.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Good evening. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So quick question. So is there a reason why we don't do separate resolutions and they aren't separated? Therefore, we would know which department, because I believe IT has got, IT, was it the Mays Center and what else?
For IT, 67th District Court's on there. I don't have I just have the packet in front of me.
Okay.
Mays, 67th.
What was the
I'm
original
missing
one
probably
that it
something.
started out at?
The original resolution?
Yes.
Like that was originally for the vendor provided to you? I'd have to look too. I don't have the resolution in front of me. It should say in the resolution that's given to you in the first paragraph or down where it says FY26. I want to say it was 88 a year, and that was like a rough estimate of as needed services of what we would need.
And so it stated in, you said it states in as needed services?
Electrical services, yes.
Do you have the packet in front of you?
I just have the agenda, not the full packet.
Okay. And so, and that would be the original, because I know when we keep adding in and we've added in.
And your change order for this one is for the 3-year contract, and we're in year 2 of 3. So we haven't had 4 change orders this fiscal year. It's to that overall contract when it was originally done. Starting last fiscal year would have been year 1. So it's 4 change orders since the beginning of last year's contract.
So 4 change orders since the beginning of last year's contract. And I'm trying to find that in my packet. And so we didn't have in there the Mays Center, correct? And what else? How much was the Mays Center?
Like I said, I don't have the packet in front of me to see that. I think Zach had that number.
And then also if Zach has how much was in IT, how much is IT's? So that, because we just have a number and it's not broken down. Do we have a breakdown?
That was broken down, I believe, by the GL number. I believe that IT says 110.
IT's is 110. And how much is the Mays Center?
I believe the 110 is the total for all of those, because it's all IT related work. 17,000, I believe, is Mays Center, 3,000 for the 67th District Court, 75,000 for the fiber, and Haskell, I believe, is like 8,000, something like that.
So where's that at in our packet? It's their quotes. Oh, that's why, okay, in the back, Weinstein's quotes. Thank you. Okay, and so are we just altering this resolution each time we need, are we like updating it each time?
We're
and
just
adding
kind of
into it?
showing you what you guys have previously, I mean, we don't have to. If you'd prefer us, we do these change orders not to, but we just kind of add those previous change orders to show when you last approved and what that resolution number was just so you can kind of see where we're at when these happen.
So and here's one, and maybe if I'm correct, and it may be legal. Each resolution is supposed to only have one subject matter, but we tend to keep adding to this one. And that is on page 28, Attorney Cups, where it says section 3-302, introduction of ordinances or resolution, that every proposed ordinance or resolution shall be introduced by a member or city council or the mayor, and it must be done in writing. No ordinance or resolution may contain more than one subject matter. Are these different businesses more than one subject matter? We've got IT, we've got May Center, we've got Haskell Center, and all of these are in this same resolution. And they're different. I mean, that's on page 28. You need me to show, mine's highlighted, because we've had this question before. Different departments, they're different everything. And so this is the charter. So, and we've went over this before. You want to look at mine?
No, I see it, and I'm very familiar with that
Okay.
section. I do believe from my review of the resolution that it is compatible with 3302B. There is only one subject. It is only a certain amount to Weinstein Electric. So I believe it does comport with that provision of the charter.
Okay, but it goes to different, these are different departments. Different Haskell Center, and I don't see Haskell Center even on, I don't know, we haven't received everything that we spent. You got Haskell and Hasselbrink. I don't know why it's under Hasselbrink, because that should be the Eric B. Mays Center. So this is more than one subject matter and more than one building.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in this first round?
Yes, I have a question, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So where is the 67th District Court located here in the building? Is it,
Right next to us, right?
Is
It's
it
on
down-
Saginaw
Down-
Street, but it's separate from City Hall, right?
do we have an office here in?
Law department.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I can answer that for the law department. The 67th District Court, it's located in the McCree Building on Saginaw Street downtown. The City of Flint Law Department does maintain at least office space within the district courthouse.
Okay, okay. Because I was wondering, do we have an office here in City Hall? Okay, okay, so, all right, that answers my question, because I'm like, well, why? I know that the 67th District Court is in the McCree Building, so why are we paying for, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Anybody in the second round? Anyone in the second? Hearing none, this is the vote to send 260132 to council.
Mr. Jarrett,
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? The vote is 8 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 1 no.
Subject matter, I don't know how you keep adding to
Just
the
a second.
resolution. We've never seen that before.
Motion to adjourn by the councilman in the 8th ward, supported by the councilman in the 1st ward. This is the vote to adjourn.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. This meeting is adjourned at 8:04. I know, but we had a motion to adjourn. And it was,
How you doing today? I'll see you next time.
Another Woodrow Stanley in the house, Woodrow Greenville. Whoa, man, I thought you was gone, man. What you? I thought me and Madam Johnson had this. Oh, what's that? What's up? They got Dr. Green up out of here. Get with him because he sound like he's gonna take over rest of the house and put some Leon practice sound like he got on side of the building. And you don't know how to do it. Oh, stop before you even get started. We get stuck just like, look, see how she's gonna get us stuff. Yeah, so we was hard. I know. That's all right. Hey, guess what? What? It's gonna be even better. We're gonna have the Manhattan on the 22nd of August. Have it ready in the birth certificate. No, we're gonna have it on the main set. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You gonna charge them again? I was doing that one.
The time is now 8:10, and this is the Legislation Committee meeting. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mr. Alamin?
Present.
Dr. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Johnson?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer,
Present.
Mr. Jarrett.
Present.
You have nine members present.
We got 9 people present. Reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly person, and will be subject to an arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from this meeting. Requests for agenda changes and additions. Hearing none. Public comments. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committee must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance of the council chambers for collection registration. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comments, with only 1 speaker opportunity per speaker. Any public speakers?
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, City Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell. For the record, about this unaffordable houses in Flint, we got these brand new apartments built, and we ain't put nan homeless citizen in there yet on the section whatever 8. I mean, because the people who run the opia situation, making all them millions of dollars, they funding them houses. They ain't no better than them human trafficking. If they don't pay their rent, they're gonna be dealt with by the opia peoples over on St. John, because they make more money than the peoples who got the real administration job in Flint. And these unsafe landlords, what you call it, you got a name for them, slum landlords. But Hop of Fear, the Mexican restaurant, 8 all them buildings right there, brand new, and right down the street, around the corner, well, 8 people got burned up and can't find some of the bodies. And we study filibustering around, but thank God for Madam Burns. She appealed the mayor to get up here, and we're gonna have some head rolling when he get in here, and we're gonna get some action like it's supposed to be from 25 years ago. Them kids that got poisoned, and they done turned 25 years old and got families of their own, and we still politicking with the citizen of Flint. But thank God to the first ward, he finna take him down, take him to the bridge, and pick up what Mays left off at, because he got the javel in his hand, and then the mercurious looking lawyer over there, and you about to get dealt with too, sir. You ain't at the woman, anyway, the 5th ward studied making laws about, she can talk for herself, because Madam Burns is she already done, anyway, stay tuned, America. You see how we gonna get our money for the May Center, and I approve this message, R.L. Mitchell. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Jim Richardson. I believe he left. Allison Montgomery Littlejohn. I believe she's gone. Doug Schultz. He's gone. Michael Harriman. Joyce Richard. David Peachy, Moses Timlin, Tia Harris, John Billings, Michelle Young, Beverly Biggs Levy, Nick Custer, Mari Copany. And that brings us to our last speaker, Rich Jones.
How everybody doing today? I was heard some talk about a public safety meeting. Whenever there's another one of them, somebody please inform me. I would have liked to have been there, and thank you for whoever put that together and whoever attended it. We got a problem. If a house gets shot up on Saturday, and then that same house gets shot up on Wednesday, and then that same house gets shot up again on Friday, without an arrest being made while the investigation is going on, is ridiculous nowadays. We got to do better. Those people need to be off of the streets while the evidence is being collected or whatever. It is evidence of who the shooter is. No one has been hit. And it's many situations in the city of Flint that this has happened in the past. We got to create a better system when it comes to this. We need more investigators. We need more police. We are reactors. We can't do nothing about these people that's committing these crimes. We can appeal to them, ask them to stop doing it, but for the safety of the innocent people, we got to get these people off the streets much faster. It don't make no sense in some situations that some of these people end up taking the law in their own hands and being victims of the street because so many instances has happened to where our police force did not intervene. Some kind of law got to be wrote up to scare the hell out of these kids, because they are fighting over a partner that they ain't gonna even care about in 10 years. But these little few seconds of revenge that they're having is not only hurting their family, but it's hurting innocent families.
Okay, Mr. Jones.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker. All right, that's our last speaker. It's now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers, only after all public speakers have spoken. An individual council member response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Any council members would like to speak? Hearing none. So we're going to go to the consent agenda. Per the amendment rules governing meetings of the Flint City Council as adopted by the City Council on Monday, April 22nd, 2024, the chair may require the adoption of a consent agenda. After a motion to adopt the consent agenda is made and second, the chair shall ask for separation. Any agenda items on the consent agenda should be separated at the request of any council member. Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the
I'm
floor.
going to do complete separation.
Complete separation? All right, complete separation. Madam Clerk? Okay. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Going to the first ordinance, which is 250414/T. Code Amendment Ordinance, Chapter 35, Personnel, Article 5, Working Conditions. An ordinance to amend the Flint City Code Ordinance by amending Chapter 35, Personnel, Article 5, Working Conditions by amended Section 35 through 89, holidays.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
I'd like to make a motion to send ordinance 250414-T to council.
There's been a motion made by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward to send Resolution 250414/T to council. Is there support? It's been supported by the councilwoman in the 3rd Ward. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
thank you. I would actually like to make an amendment to this particular ordinance. The ordinance right now is asking for the Friday after, so it's asking for the day after Thanksgiving Day, and then it's also asking for the day after Christmas Day. I would like to make an amendment, and you all should have it in your mini pack.
We're
packs
handing it
of
out now.
paper.
We're just handing it out now.
Okay. And so what I would like to do is I'm going to, because Christmas is also a moving holiday and there are also already several opportunities for extra days when it comes to Christmas. I'm going to remove Christmas and then instead add Good Friday in there. And again, these holidays are in line with holidays from, thank you. I have one already. Thank you so much. Here you go. Are in line with holidays that county workers as well as other municipalities already offer their employees. And so the amendment is just to remove Christmas and add Good Friday. And so the amendment, so the entire ordinance is still the same. It's just taking Christmas out of it and putting Good Friday on. And I make this amendment with the fact that on both of these days, City Hall is closed. It's not open to residents. So there's no city business being interrupted as a result of these days being off. I want to make that amendment.
Okay, thank you. There's been a motion to amend Resolution 250414/T, removing the holiday of Christmas Day and replacing that with Good Friday. Is there support?
The day after Christmas, but yeah.
The day after Christmas.
Support.
It's been supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Any discussion?
No, Mr.
No discussion on this.
The clerk
Oh,
was
I'm
about
sorry.
to correct
This
it,
is the
sorry.
vote to-
Sorry, Madam Clerk.
Okay, this is the vote to approve the amendment for Resolution 250414/T, removing the day after Christmas, replacing that with Good Friday. Madam Clerk.
I also want to just add for the record that it was also amended to remove from remove sections 5, 6, 7, and 8, which spoke to consecutive holidays and how those would be observed, because the day after Christmas was the only one. So that language was removed as well from this draft.
Thank you.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Ariel?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 3 no. That amendment passes. Now, this is the vote to send this amendment with the.
No, you have
You
to,
had to do, you have to do a motion to send the resolution to council.
Oh.
The amended resolution, so it would be a point one.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to send resolution with the amendment 250414/T to council.
So it would be 2500414.1.
Point one.
And, Mr. Chair, I'd like to
Councilwoman
make a
Zimmer.
motion to send 2500414.1 to council.
There's been a motion made by the councilwoman in 7th Ward to send resolution 250414/T.
414.1.
411.1 to council. Is there support? It's been supported by the councilwoman in the 3rd Ward. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, I believe I heard.
I'm not going to support this at this time. I want to make sure that we get through all of our negotiations with our bargaining units before changing working conditions, as that some of these items are negotiated in their contracts. So I am not going to support this until after all bargaining units have their contracts.
Are you done?
And I'm done. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any more
Mr.
discussion for this resolution?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
thank you. To you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, did you have the figures on how much this would cost the city? And I know I don't know if it'll make a difference with the amendments, but do you have the figures? And then also, while you're walking up, through the city attorney, have you vetted this and signed off on it? I don't know which can answer first. Mr. Moore,
It costs approximately $200,000 a day that you,
a day?
yes.
And how many days?
Well, 2 days, that'd be 400,000.
So is it only, with the whole list, are we only saying give them 2 days off for the year?
Oh, for the whole list?
For the whole list?
Okay, I believe there are 10 days already. And so if you added 2 more, that'd be 12 days, so probably about 2.4 million, I guess, roughly,
2.4 million?
right?
So changing this will cost us 2.4 million?
No, the changes will
Oh,
cost you
what'd you
about
say?
400,000.
Okay, Miss. How much will it cost for everything with the amendment, with the additional? What's the total cost?
She's adding, the amendment adds 2 days.
Point of information.
What's your point, Councilwoman in the 7th Ward?
Yeah, does the speaker know that that's just a list that are already holidays, and so this ordinance is just adding those 2 days? Yes, so it's just 2 days.
Yeah, but I did want, thank you, but I want to know the total for all of them.
Look, the cost for 2 of them is 400,000.
Per year?
Per year.
So we're saying, and then the total cost for everything.
Probably 2.4 million. I'm guessing.
Okay, because we're adding it to our holiday list.
That's correct.
Okay, and so the additional to the holiday list is 400,000 per year. But then we are in negotiations also, through you, Mr. Chair, through the city attorney. Have you vetted this?
I'm not certain if it's been vetted by the city attorney. I note that it's not signed by the city attorney.
Okay, well, Ms. Attorney Gurley, who is the chief attorney, did state that she wants to, she sent a memorandum that she wanted everything to be signed off by her. So if we have a resolution that she has not signed off on, it'll just sit. Am I correct? I mean, shouldn't she have signed off on this beforehand? To you, Mr. Cups, Attorney Cups? It's been about 6 months.
And I don't know the procedural history of this, whether it was forwarded to City Attorney Gurley. I know, it's my understanding this ordinance originated with council.
Okay, so does that mean Attorney Gurley never received it? Or you don't know?
I don't know.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the city clerk.
Madam Chair, through you to Ms. Burns. So this resolution was drafted at the request of the council member for a meeting. This was several months ago. It was done within a couple of days and brought I'm not sure if we brought it from the floor, but it did not get sent to the legal department. However, it has been on the docket for about 4 or 5 months now.
Yeah, it's been a while. Well, can we, before we, she sent a whole memorandum and then gave us an explanation. So can we have this sent to the legal department so that they can review this? She said before she receives anything, she wants to vet it. And so is there a reason why the legal department didn't receive it?
So it was just to expedite bringing it before council.
Okay, so, well, we need to make it, well, if you could please, I'd like to the referral. However, we can get it to the legal department. Attorney Cups, you're probably sitting there reviewing it now. If you, because we're adding, she wants to add 2 more days at a cost of $400,000. And if we can get the city attorney, because even if we do, even if we vote on it, until the legal department signs off, it's not going anywhere. It just makes it symbolic. So if we actually want to give them the funds or to give these extra holidays, but we are in negotiations, I understand that we need to have the legal department to sign off from it. I don't know why this wasn't given to them. I mean, they're in our, we have someone from legal in every single meeting. And this has been at council before.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman in the 6th Ward. That's your time.
Mr.
Is
Chair.
there any more discussion? Anyone would like to speak on this ordinance in the first round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you.
So why won't they?
I guess after reading this, I'm not going to support it because I think that this makes changes potentially to not only the budget, but to Councilwoman Priestley's point. I think that this potentially has the ability to amend contracts with our unions, especially when we're talking about if they do work, then they get another hour of annual leave. I mean, that should be all addressed in the union's contracts on how they work. And so I just think that there's probably a reason why this isn't signed is because nobody wants to dig in and see how to amend the union contracts to look at this, because to me, can the officers back there turn down the radio, please?
Excuse me, can the officers in the back please turn down your radio?
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry. Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Madam Clerk.
I just want to point out to Mr. Pfeiffer that all the language that is not bold or capitalized already exists. So the only changes are to add Good Friday and the day after Thanksgiving Day. All this other language.
I understand that, but in the contracts do the contracts do they point to a ordinance of which days are on and which days are paid or which days are not?
The contracts will list the days that are currently already approved are listed in the contracts. This language already exists.
Right. I understand that. So what I'm saying is we're amending contracts potentially by adding days that aren't in the contract.
Yeah, you'd mentioned the 1 day with credit 1 hour. I thought you thought that was new language. So
No, I understand that, but I'm saying that if they work these other days that are not in the contract, now we're amending their contract for different days. That was my point. No, I understand that. The bold is, but once again, does every contract mirror these exact days off?
that I can't speak to, but it should, because that's what was adopted for the holidays for the city.
So, I mean, I would like because I do think that we're amending contracts, and I don't want to do that. If we're going to do that, then I'm going to amend the contracts to get people more money just on the floor. And if we have the ability to amend contracts right on the floor, then some people are going to get some raises before they get extra days off. So I'm not going to support this today, so I yield. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman in the 8th Ward. Is there anyone else in the first round who would like to speak to this resolution?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
Thank you. So as the city clerk pointed out, this is literally language that has already been approved. All we did was just add 2 days to language that had already been vetted by legal. Nothing is different from anything that it's already been in this ordinance. We just added 2 days to an ordinance that was already legally vetted. Also, as pointed out, everyone has had several months, including legal, to look at this and to go through it. And again, since nothing is different, Mr. Cups, it was stated up here that if we pass something and y'all don't sign off on it, it's not legal. That's an incorrect statement. Correct, Mr. Cups? If we pass a resolution up here, it was stated that it's not legal until y'all sign off on it. Is that a correct statement?
Well, it's my understanding from the charter, any resolution or ordinance amendment has to be approved as to form.
Correct. And if this ordinance was already approved by the legal department, and the only thing that was different was we added 2 dates to it.
For information.
I'm not sharing.
Request for information.
The previous one wasn't approved either. Approved a form means that it's signed and not just sent to them, so.
Incorrect. Again, all we did, even with the previous one, was take a language that was already approved by the legal department in the city of Flint and add 2 dates to it. That's all we did. I have nothing to do with that. You're saying that this language was never approved, and I'm saying to you, and even the city clerk said to you, that's not true. We didn't use language that wasn't already previously approved. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
I was going to say, I think there's just a little confusion is the draft to amend that current section was not signed off. She's saying that the original language was signed off.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
The original language that was already approved before.
Thank you.
For information. Then why don't we have the signed copy of the original one on the agenda?
No, the amendment that she's been trying to make has not been signed off
I
on.
understand that. The original one that's in the agenda, that was the previous one that's been on there for 4 months, isn't signed either.
Because that's an amendment to
That's
the
the
original language.
amendment.
That section of the code that's already been approved is what she's saying. The language that.
I don't think they're understanding that we're saying this is already signed and approved language. The amendment wasn't signed off on, but this is already signed and approved language by the legal department.
Request for information.
What's your request for information, please?
Thank you. I'm not confused at all. So we're stating, are we stating that, we have to put in the form of a question, that originally before these 2 holidays were added, this was already approved for the holidays? And then there's an additional 2, which means there would be an amendment to the original.
We are saying that this language that we used was already approved by the legal department. I was making amendments to the language. That's it. But yes, this particular language was already approved.
And that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. But he still didn't, when we had that amendment, your first one, not the second, so both, neither did the legal department sign off of your amendment.
Thank you. Correct. Amendments. You all are saying this is not legal language, and it is. The amendments.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
That's not what you meant, but that's what you said.
Hold on.
No.
Okay, Councilwoman in the 7th Ward, please continue.
Thank you. I just think the bottom line to all of this is that these are holidays that are in line with other municipalities, that are in line with the county. We keep saying we appreciate our workers, we understand, and we feel bad because we can't properly compensate you. We know you work hard. As a matter of fact, we know you work so hard that we want you to come in on a day where it's not even open to the public and waste hours that you could be with your family or have a day off, so that you can sit and stare at some walls or stare at a computer screen as opposed to being at home with your families. And as far as the unions and contracts, union workers also want this. That is another reason I'm pushing it forward. Another thing we're not considering is everyone in this building is not part of the union. And so now we're holding up everyone else that's not a part of the union, saying, well, we don't want to give you these holidays, and that's not okay. We're saying to the union, we don't want to give you these holidays, and that's not okay, when the union wants the holidays. Same thing with the money. 1 minute we go from, we need to properly compensate you. We're wasting money, just dumping whatever into the general fund. We don't know what happens to it. When, oh, here is a pot of money that we can use to go towards something worthy, which are our employees who work very hard.
What's your point of information,
If
Councilwoman?
the union want the holidays, why haven't it been negotiated? I'm just saying.
Are you in their negotiations? Am I in their
No, I'm
negotiations?
just asking. If the
We
union-
don't know that they haven't. And again, I'm saying that I spoke to union members.
What about, did you speak to the people who are negotiating on the behalf of the union?
Correct.
All right.
And I stated that months ago when I introduced this. I got it. I understand. I am committed to the City of Flint employees and making sure that this gets passed. So however we need to do this, however long y'all want to do this, that's however long we're going to do it. But I am going to keep putting on here. I'm going to keep introducing it. I am not going to let it go. I am going to do more than say, I believe you should be compensated, and leave it at that. When there's something that I can do about it, I'm going to do more than just say, oh, the county and other municipalities have these days off. You should too, when I am the one in control of whether or not you can have them off. I yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Is there anyone else who hasn't spoken in the first round would like to speak? Is there anyone in the second round who would like to speak to this resolution?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward?
Thank you to Mr. Cups, Attorney Cups. So I'm not confused, but when you amend something, you are then creating a new document. And the new document would add the new holidays. Is this something that your department would still, before it goes, it's enforced, before it's able to be given, the legal department, will they or will they not have to sign off on it?
Well, just as an analogy, the last time this particular ordinance was amended was December 21st of 2020. That amendment added 1 day, Juneteenth, and it was approved as to form by then City Attorney Angela Wheeler. So it would be my opinion this amendment to an ordinance would need to be approved and signed by City Attorney Gurley.
Okay, so the previous attorney in 2020, and I believe Juneteenth was sent up to be approved, I believe it was by Mayor Neely, to add it, and it was approved to form, but City Attorney Angela Wheeler did sign off on it before council voted on it. Is that correct? Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So, and we're not saying we're not supporting city employees. We're stating that if there's a procedure, then we need to follow it. And if we have something that set a previous precedent, which was City Attorney, then Angela Wheeler, signed off on, which was the holiday Juneteenth, adding an additional holiday, then we need to have now Attorney Joanne Gurley to do the same so that council can approve it. And that's what we're saying. I'm not confused. I appreciate what our employees do, and I don't want to put us against the employees. We're not saying that. But if it has to make a stop off at the legal department, then that stop is in the legal department, and Attorney Gurley needs to sign off like Attorney Wheeler did so that council can approve it. That's the procedure. That's procedural. And so we're not saying that I don't want it to sit, Because if we pass and then it goes right back to sit for legal to do it, to wait for them to sign, I've seen things just sit and not be done if legal doesn't sign off. I don't want it to just be symbolic if we're adding 2 days. Let's have her do, Attorney Gurley, or whoever in that office sign off, and then council should be signing off. And
Request
not,
for information.
What's your request for information, Councilman in the Ninth Ward?
Through you to the speaker. So would it be appropriate to have a referral or to request a referral to have this resolution sent to the attorney for sign off?
absolutely,
Thank you.
which I thought we had did that, but I don't know in between. So let's send it, if we can referral to send it to Attorney Gurley, thank you, Councilman Jarrett, to have it signed off so that we can move it forward. We now know the cost, and we didn't know the cost for 3 months. So now we know it's 400,000. So we can refer that to the city attorney's office.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round who would like to speak to this resolution?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman.
this is a bunch of can kicking. This has been before us for 5 months. So if it was really that simple or you were really that concerned, then this would have been asked for 5 months ago. All this is a bunch of stalling on something that everybody, the attorneys included, has had more than enough time to take a look at. More than enough time. I think it's very, very discouraging to sit up here and act like, oh, we care, oh, we want you to have the best, we want you to stay in Flint, we think you're doing a great job, we want you to stay here, but then we sit here and for 5 months have things in front of us that we can move. And when it's time to move them, there's always a reason why they can't be moved. They have to be shuffled here or they have to be shuffled there. When we're talking about employees and giving them a day off when a building is not open, when nothing is happening, nothing is moving, and we can't even properly compensate them for them to have a competing wage to even stay in this city. If we are serious about this, we've had 5 months to be serious about this. If the attorneys knew they needed to vet it, they had 5 months to say, we need to vet this. This is not fair to the employees. And I'm not trying to pit anybody against any employees. I am saying to you, I've talked to enough employees to where
Request for information.
What's your request for information,
To
Councilwoman?
you, to the speaker. So are we hearing the same thing that the city attorney is saying, that it needs to be signed off by the city attorney?
start my time.
You know, I would support you.
I'm saying the same thing I just said is they've had 5 months to say that. They had 5 months to say that. That doesn't stop my sentence. My sentence stays the same. It's been 5 months of this. There are so many things that we're constantly wasting time on in this council. And this is something I take very seriously. And then to sit and ask questions, oh, do the unions want this? Do they want that? When, again, this has been in front of you all for 5 months, just like it's been in front of me. So if you were really curious as to if the unions wanted it, you could have found that out. If you were really serious about getting this done and you wanted to know, and Mr. Moore, they're not wrong that we've been asking you for 5 months for money and figures. And we haven't gotten them, or it's been one thing or another. There are a lot of things that have me very upset right now in the fact that everybody has had 5 months. From you to give us financial answers, from the attorneys to sign off on it, from my colleagues to ask questions to union members and any other worker here. Let's not act like, oh, we really wanted this done, because you had 5 months if you really wanted it done. I yield.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Is the Councilman in the 8th Ward?
Yep. So when this was brought before us, there's no holidays that this was going to be affected by. When you brought us before this for the first time, the first holiday that this would actually affect would be Thanksgiving. And then the new one that you just brought is Good Friday that has already passed.
Request for information.
What's your request for information, Councilwoman?
Does the speaker know that it was Christmas and Thanksgiving on there? Christmas would have been affected by this. And actually, I think I bought it enough time for possibly Thanksgiving to be impacted as well. And also, go ahead. That's it. I yield.
Well, the one that is before us today, the Good Friday has already passed. So the next one that would be affected is the day after Thanksgiving. So I think that we
Request
have,
for information.
What's your request for information?
Is the speaker asking to kick this all the way down the road to the day after Thanksgiving to when he will no longer be in office?
I think you're out of order. You're out of order. And I understand that you're passionate about this for some reason, but you're barking up the wrong tree. And if you want to come at me like that, I'm your huckleberry, but don't.
Request for information.
What's your request for information?
Does the speaker know he's not punishing me by not moving this?
Okay, let's get back on the resolution, y'all.
I'm not trying to punish anyone. I'm trying to, and what I said my first time is I want to make sure that contracts are not being amended by this. That's a valid question. So, you take it down a notch. The next holiday that this could potentially affect is the day after Thanksgiving. So we have time for the attorney to review it. We have time to look at to see if we're going to amend contracts potentially. So I understand your passion, but there's no reason that we need to jump on this and get it done exactly tonight. You're out of order. You're out of order.
Let's bring it back to order, y'all. He has the floor. Councilman in the 8th Ward.
So we should do it right, and we should do it correctly. Now, whether or not we kicked it for 5 months or whatever else, but here we're here. We can't change the past. So let's check and make sure it's done correctly now, and we have time before Thanksgiving. I don't care about before I'm leaving office. That's an irrelevant point because it would have to be enacted 30 days before that, according to the ordinance, to get paid for that. So it's actually 30 days before that. So we still have 3+ months. So I don't understand the attitude this evening, but it is what it is. I yield.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have the floor.
I have been very consistent from the time that this was introduced that I wanted to wait until after contracts have been settled. I also wanted to know the cost, and I believe I was the first one to raise that issue. The amount is not insignificant, but it's not major. But I still want to wait until contracts are negotiated.
Information.
What's your request for information?
Because this is costing more money, should it also be accompanied by a budget amendment or no?
It wouldn't be affected this year's budget.
But is it
It would affect next year's.
I understand that, but is it part of next year's budget?
No, it's not been included as far as I know. It has not been discussed, so that would happen at that time. But I have been very consistent with my stand on this resolution. I'm not against it. I'm not for it. I'm neutral. I know that when I worked in the private sector and as well as public, when I worked at Mott Community College, we had certain days we got paid for. You know, those were times off. We got all the time between Christmas and New Year's off, but that was because there was no students. So, but that was in our contract. That was part of our negotiated language. And I just feel that as long as we are in negotiations, if we do this, we have now changed the negotiations. It affects the salaries. It affects everything. So I'm not going to support this until we have, unless we have contracts with all of our unions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round who would like to speak to this resolution? Hearing none, this would be the vote to send resolution 250414.1 to council. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
there was a request for a referral to send it somewhere, to send it to the attorneys for signature.
You said there's been a request for referrals?
Correct. 2 different colleagues made the request.
So there's been a request for the referrals to send to the attorneys by Councilwoman who, was it in the 6th Ward?
Point of
Referred-
order,
requested.
that request is not a motion, so that's invalid.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
I'd like to make a motion
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward would like
to send this ordinance, this amendment, excuse me, to send this amendment to the attorneys for signage.
There's been a request to send this as a referral to the attorney as an
Point of
assignment.
order. Point of order.
Mhm.
I think that you need to make if you're, what I think you're trying to do is potentially maybe leave it here and have them review it.
They have 5 months to review it. Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
I'd like to make a substitute motion. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Point of order.
What's your point of order, Councilwoman?
She's already spoken in the second round.
I'm not speaking. He was about to do a roll
She does
call
not
and I
have
made
the
a
floor.
substitute
She
motion.
does not have the floor.
The chair recognized me having the floor. You're not chairing this meeting. He recognized me.
The
He-
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward now has the floor. Let her finish, please. Finish your statement, Councilwoman. In the 4th Ward, are you done? All right. Councilwoman in the 7th Ward would like to make
Go ahead, do the roll call.
Madam Clerk.
We can make a.
This is the roll call to send Resolution 250414.1 to council. Roll call.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson, Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
No.
Ms. Burns,
No.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
No.
Mr. Jarrett,
No.
Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 5 no.
4 yes, 5 no. That resolution fails.
Mr. Chair,
Councilman in the 8th Ward.
I'd like to make a substitute motion to leave it here with a note to send it to the attorney for review.
There's been a motion made supported by, that was who?
6th Ward.
In the 6th Ward, to lead this here and to make a referral to have it to the attorney, sent to the attorney. Is this supported by the Councilwoman in the 6th Ward? This is the roll call for that. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett,
Yes.
Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
Dr. Lewis.
Yes.
That
Vote is
passes.
9 yes, 0 no.
That passes. I will stay here and
You have to restate the vote.
oh, I'm sorry. So we have 9 yeses, no nos. So that resolution passes. To
Mr. Chair.
be sent-
Stays in committee.
I'm sorry, stays in committee.
Mr. Chair,
Councilman in the 8th Ward.
make a motion to approve ordinance 260122
There's been a motion made to approve.
to send to council.
To send to council by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I'd like to know where this resolution came from, or from where this change in the ordinance came from.
It came from me.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I find that the hamstringing by the council as well as the administration to change the thresholds to a lower number would just bog down this body to a point where we could not function. And so I am not going to support this. We have had this brought forward to us before. And I'm going to ask, through you, Mr. Chair, to Lauren. I wondered if Lauren can come up.
Lauren, please, can you come to?
Lauren, what is your thought on how many resolutions do you think that we'd be voting on based on current? Do you have an idea?
Throw it out there 4 times as many, maybe?
At least 4 times as many? And how many more people would you need in your office to handle this?
That's a hard ask because doing research from around other municipalities, I'd have to see what their manpower would be, but no one's is comparably low for our size and such. So I would kind of have to see that. I would say you'd at least need another body in every department. Because when we do these resolutions and kind of reference to what you were talking about before, they go to the legal department, they go to the city administrator, so there's a process. We don't just kind of send a resolution up to you guys. That goes through a lengthy process in
What's your
itself.
request?
Thank you. Request for information with one of the resolutions. Did the golf course contract come to city council for approval?
So I'm going to go on, and I'm going to continue by saying that I cannot support this. I think for a city with the budget of our size, $75,000 is adequate. And going to $10,000 is absolutely crazy. And some municipalities, they approve every penny cent. But they are not a city of our size with a budget the size of ours. If we were Thetford Township, wonderful.
Yeah, and they do it through not the resolution process. It's more a motion to approve the bills. So
Right.
and I can speak to that. I worked there for years.
I didn't realize that.
So, yeah, so that's kind of how that's presented there.
And I have attended Linden's city council meeting, and that's exactly what they did as well. So I am not going to support this resolution. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman, you have the floor.
Yeah. So believe it or not, this is a ordinance of a previous ordinance, or it's a copy of one that we used to run on. It used to be $10,000. And the city operated, when it operated, was much larger than it is today. So I think that, and I will be approving or supporting this because we have had so many dollars that we can't account for. We have ARPA dollars that were spent, according to the finance chair, that there's words that the ARPA dollars under $75,000 have been spent. So this right here stops that. This brings transparency to a new level. This brings accountability to a new level. So you're saying you don't want to approve it because it's too much work for you. Turning in your finance forms and paying your bills are obviously too much
That's out of
money.
order. And
That's out of
that
it.
is
That's
out
out.
of-
Hold on now. Just keep it germane and stick to the resolution.
So when we talk about it's going to bog stuff down and it's everything else, it brings us back to a level of transparency and accountability that we had when the city was much larger with a much larger budget. If we continue to go down the road of spending money that we don't have, we're not going to have a large budget a large of a budget that we currently have now. So I'm all for this, more accountability. If it adds 5 more resolutions, if it's small enough and if it's needed, it's going to get passed in the consent agenda, but it brings accountability. It brings transparency of where each dollar is being spent. And when we can't account for ARPA dollars, or Chris came before us and said, oh, we're just going to make amendment for $25,000 and we're going to spend it here and here and here. Like, to me, without someone asking those questions, we would never know. So I'm for all accountability. I'm for transparency. $10,000 is still a lot of money. $75,000, we're saying that, 3 times the salary of a citizens when we're in the most poverty-stricken city in the state. We're saying that $75,000 can be spent on a whim without any accountability. I beg to differ. So I will be supporting this. I think this is a great ordinance, and it brings us back to where we should be and where the level of government accountability and transparency needs to be. I yield.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the Sixth Ward.
Thank you, thank you. So the question was who, through Councilwoman Priestley, she wanted to know, which was cute. I did it, and I did it for a reason, because this isn't our money, it's the people's money. And so when we ask questions, and one of the questions through you, Mr. Chair, that just sounds, we getting some men cheering, to you, to Mrs. Lauren, Mrs. Riley, I have a question for you, please. So with the golf courses, because we're getting contracts that are just below that 75,000. The 75,000 was not created by us, it was created by emergency management. It was not created and voted on by City Council, so let's be clear with that one, so the fourth ward woman can understand that. It was not. We need to take back control of our own city, which is what we're doing. And so if it means, more accountability and transparency, that's what we're here for. Each night we all go home. We were a much larger municipality. Let's say 15 years ago, we were double our size. So to say this is burdensome is, to me, ridiculous, because we still had the same number of council people at that time. There were 9. And so it's not that burdensome. But if we had had transparency, we wouldn't be here. The golf courses, how many contracts have they received that were not bidded out? They're just underneath that $75,000 threshold.
I'd have to refer to someone else in the administration to speak to.
Okay,
golf
well,
courses.
okay, and they're probably not going to answer. And so if there's someone who can answer that, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, how many contracts? The last one was signed in May, I believe, or was it of last year, 2025? Because this is the reason why. It was 420, and I did not make it to 420 at that golf course. Lord knows I tried to see what it was like, but I did not make it. 420 is marijuana day. And so when our own tax assessor states to us that there should not be a public property, that a private entity should not be making a profit on, that's from our tax assessor. That's from her. And so she's stating this, and this contract was awarded to 3 different companies. Hold on, Miss Riley. It was awarded to, I believe, the AIG or AMG twice. They could receive 2 award letters, and then I think Davies Golf, is that correct? Okay, I think it's maybe through planning, because we got our residents FOIAs. We can't get FOIAs, but the residents can. And so through the FOIAing process, how many times have this contract been given just underneath that $75,000 threshold?
I'd have to look into it, Councilwoman Burns. I don't have that answer.
Okay, I do. I have it, and you have it too, because you made sure you sent it to me. I got it. You did. You made sure. You made sure I got it. So come on, Mr. Edwards.
Don't recall.
You
I
did.
don't recall.
So, well, you can recall because I asked for it for 2 years. So because of that process, and let's just say it creates transparency, that contract keeps going out. Has the golf course showed any profit yet?
That's a question for finance.
I don't know, because someone called and told me that they were told to create a profit statement of showing at least $20,000 within the past 2 weeks. And so when we're getting calls like that, because it's not fair and people want to know, it's not our property, it's the city's property. And why are we having we did not agree, or we didn't vote on that contract, and this contract is at 2 golf courses, one with a bar and the restaurant, beautiful greens, and the city is not making a dime, a nickel, a penny on. That makes no sense. And this contract is continuously being given to the same person, and the city isn't receiving not even a wood nickel. It doesn't make sense. So I'm in support of this, and I'm proud to say it. Just like we heard here tonight. Well, I just sent $25,000 to clear up some bills. Well, it didn't come before council, and then council has been getting blamed, and we didn't even know it was out there. They're clearing up bills that don't even come to council by using that $25,000 a day. Oh, here's $25,000. Here's $25,000. That sounds like Oprah. You get a car. You get a car. I'm sorry. You get $25,000. You get $25,000. Everybody gets $25,000, and that's a problem. And they're telling us,
And they do, and he's did it so much, he remembered the ordinance number. I yield the floor.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this resolution?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the fifth ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. You know what? I'm in full support of this ordinance because I'm for transparency, accountability, and justification. You know, there's been several instances where the mayor has abused the already set $75,000 threshold. You know, example, we have that customer service center over there on Clio Road. Okay? And I'm sure that the $75,000 threshold has been abused when it comes to that service center. Oh, now let's talk about the rodeo. The rodeo. The city put in money towards that rodeo last year, probably year before last, I'm sure, in which I'm sure the $75,000 threshold was abused. So you know what? This ordinance, it's gonna stop all that. Now, I mean, the $10,000 threshold can still be abused, but it won't be as much. Transparency, accountability, and justification. That's what I'm about. And that's what we need to be about as a body. I yield the floor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak who hasn't spoken on this resolution? Is anyone else who'd like to speak? Hearing none, this is the roll call to send Resolution 250414.1 as amended.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Did you call for a second round? We didn't hear a call for a second round.
I'm sorry. All right, this is the second round for this resolution. Anyone would like to speak? Is there anyone who would like to speak in the second round?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the sixth ward.
Yes. So, question to you, to the city attorney. Attorney Cups, is there a reason why the city attorney, Gurley, didn't sign off on this either?
I would assume it was not sent to her either, but I'm not certain.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chair, to the city clerk, was this sent to the city attorney? Because this is basically repealing what we had already had before emergency and the 75,000 was for emergency management. That's what that was for. This is repealing it back and taking our city back to where we should be functioning. Was this given to city attorney?
No, it was not. It was brought from the floor, and it was drafted and brought from the floor on the same day. So if I could add to with the referral for the signatures to request that when these items are submitted, they are reviewed as to form to sign off that they are in the right format. Because sometimes consideration is made whether or not it might be agreeable as opposed to whether or not it's in the right format. So I will send this one as well as a referral to have the attorney sign off if it's in the right form, not whether or not they agree with the subject.
Okay. So then what I would like to do, because to have it sent to the city and not to sit in the city attorneys, hopefully, because we have a problem. Residents are upset and they're sitting here and they're listening to, oh, you know, I spent $25,000. Oh, there's a personal service contract. So it's personal. We don't even know how many personal service contracts there are because they're that $74,999 or 72,000 or 60,000. It's not the way we should be running our government. So through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to put a motion on the floor to send this to Special Affairs with having the city attorney sign off on it.
There's been a motion made by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward to send this to Special Affairs to have the attorney sign off on it. Is there support? Is there support? Hearing none, that fails.
We can't hear you.
Dang.
I could hear.
Okay. There's been a motion made by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward to have this sent to Special Affairs with a referral to get signatures for the attorneys.
Support.
Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the 8th Ward councilman to send this to Special Affairs with a referral to have it signed by the attorney. This is the vote. Have this sent to Special Affairs.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 1 no. That passes. So resolution 250414.1 as amended has been sent to Special Affairs for signatures by the attorney.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Madam Clerk.
That was actually 260122.
Oh, I'm sorry. 260122, I'm sorry. Has been sent to Special Affairs. That passes. All right. Resolution 260128, Code Amendment, Ordinance Chapter 19, Fire Protection.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I move that we send 260128 to council.
There's been a motion made by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward to send this to council. Is there any support? Supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward? I'm sorry, 6th Ward?
Through you to Chief Wiggins and is it Fire Inspector John Smith? No, that's his name. Yes, his name is really John Smith. If they walk any slower, I mean, come on now. So, good evening, because we done lost 30 seconds. Mr. Smith, you is too young. I understand Chief may be moving a little bit slower, but Mr. Smith, come on now. Good evening. What is this? The fire ordinance?
That's the code that we use in the fire department, International Fire Code.
So what are
Right
we
now,
reading?
it's at 2006 is what we're using. We're trying to come to date. 2024 code is what we're trying to raise it to. The codes change every 2 years, and nobody has come to change it. We're here to change the code so it is applicable for today.
Okay, so we're bringing the code up to date from 2026 to 2024.
2006 to 2024.
Okay, so 2006 to 2024. So did the state request this? So our ordinance are not up to date in our city.
You go ahead. It is up to date.
Well,
whatever code we use is what we use.
Okay, Chief, that's not what you're saying. First of all, you said bringing up from 2006 to 2024. That's what you stated.
Yes.
You said you were bringing it current.
We're gonna bring it current.
Okay, so then if we're not using every 2 years, it is brought up, it changes and it updates. Is that correct?
It should be.
Right. And so and that's what I'm saying to you.
So we're updating
That's what I'm saying to you, is that we're updating, which we should have had it done years ago. Okay, we on the same page today. Okay, so he ready to, so I know. So we on the same page. And so did the state mandate, did someone come in and tell us that we needed to do this, or did we notice it wasn't done?
So each municipality within the state has their own regulation inside their municipality. And the state has their authority having jurisdiction, just like when I work for the state, they're over the hospitals and they have their own codes and stuff like that
Right.
that they use. But for the city of Flint, we have an ordinance that we have to abide by. So with all of this new technology and marijuana, you got electric vehicles, we need to get more up to date from 2006. Some of those things doesn't address.
They're
the
not
thing-
included.
And the things that we need to address now or enforce a certain code.
Right, so it has to be, right, and so it amends at the state, and as things change, it should be amended when it's amended at the state. We need to be in accordance with that. What is your official? Well, I'm saying, because when we talk about our state laws, fire laws, then they also are city code and ordinances.
So within the state has certain, they're the authority have a jurisdiction with certain occupancies in every city in the state. The ordinance that we're updating to is the things where we're the authority having jurisdiction within our city.
Right, I get that. I understand that part. What is your official title, Mr. John Smith? Because people don't know you. I mean, I just want,
Lieutenant Inspector.
He's Lieutenant Inspector. Okay, thank you. So is he like the equivalent of what our fire marshal would be? Because I know he inspects all of our buildings. John Smith. You the fire marshal, chief? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Fire chief or his designate. He's in fire prevention, and we'll allow him to run the fire prevention bureau.
Okay, because I know other municipalities may do it slightly different. Say, for example, Saginaw has a fire chief and there's a fire marshal. And
At this time, we don't have a fire marshal.
okay, so you're doing a dual role.
Yes.
Okay, that's the same, because you asked me before, how do I know so much about fire? Because I studied with my ex-husband, and so he was the fire marshal. So that's why and usually those roles are not, they're separate because they're both taxing and there's a lot of duties on them. So in this role, so you're updating, and this is gonna be my time. And I'll come back and ask some questions, but I'm glad we're updating and making sure I appreciate that.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution in the first round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward?
Yeah, so I hear you, Chief. I'm not going to support this in its current form, and I'm going to tell you why, and then you try to convince me otherwise. Because this basically says we are going to adopt retro or proactively anything that they approve. So we are going to, because this doesn't have 2006 or 2024 on it. This basically says we are going to adopt whatever they put out at any time. And to me, there's a reason why each municipality might be on a different year, because they may disagree or not want to do certain things. But what we're saying is we're going to adopt everything that they put out no matter what. And that's what this says, and I can't do that. Like, there's a reason why, what exactly has changed from 2006 to 2024?
We have electric cars, we have our post office over there store about 15 or 20 different electric cars inside the building.
Okay.
Our present code doesn't address it. We can't address the danger that's over.
Okay, so
Because we're in the 2006 code. We can't make them do what the new
so why don't we adopt the 2024 code instead of saying that we're going to adopt everything that they put out no matter what from here until the time ends? That's what I'm opposed to.
Well,
Because if this said, okay, we're going to adopt 2024,
you don't want to fight the code. These codes are promulgated
They're promulgated by people we don't know. They're coming down from the heavens. Like,
These are code officials, sir.
I understand that, but I understand that, but do they, are,
We're not fighting the code. Those codes are made to save people's lives.
I don't dispute that.
You do whatever you want to do, but that code is to save.
Yeah, I understand that, but as a body, shouldn't we, or as a city, review that code? Don't we? So,
Review it. I don't have to review it. I know that it's updated because of.
but you don't have to review it, but you're the fire marshal and everything else, so why wouldn't you review it? That doesn't, you just said that you don't, that you're not gonna review it.
We have it on our reviews. We're reading the codes all the time, the new codes.
I understand.
But we cannot call the codes, because the code is not in our ordinance that we can call. So then they can do whatever they want to do, and people may even die.
So,
I have to have a code.
that's, okay, I'm gonna reclaim my time real quick. So I just honestly have a hard time saying that we're going to adopt language potentially that we don't even know what that language is in the future. It's my time. I didn't ask you a question, sir. No, I'm not. What do you mean I'm not making any sense? This says, sir, you're out of order.
Gentlemen,
You're out of order.
hold on. Gentlemen, let's be respectful.
This literally says we're going to adopt every language that they put forward from now until the end of time. And I'm just saying that we should review it before we adopt it. There's a reason why every municipality has a different year of the code book that they work with, because they may or may not agree with a new code.
Right.
And no offense, Mr. Wiggins, but you might not be here in 2026. Or I know I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be here in the city. But no, I didn't ask you a question. So that's my problem. I don't have a problem with saying we're going to adopt 2024 code. But I'm not going to sit here as somebody and say, I'm going to preactively adopt the 2030 code when it may cause a undue financial burden or anything else in the city. So that's not what I'm going to do.
Request for information.
What's your request for information?
Through you, Chair, to the speaker. So do we have the ability or liberty to modify this ordinance to change it to say any future additions to make it specific to the 2024 edition?
We can do whatever we want. We can do whatever we want. Maybe I'll make that motion in the second round, but I'm not, like, as sitting here today, I'm not going to adopt language potentially in 2040. Like, to me, and I understand it's life safety or whatever else, but everything has a cost. And if the International Brotherhood or International Fire Code in 2060 says you can no longer have a gas stove.
Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
Thank you. I don't hear what my colleagues are saying. I would like to defer to the clerk really quickly.
Thank you, Ms. Michelle. I just wanted to point out that this ordinance, as it was originally adopted, it provided that every addition here and after this adoption, this was, and I'd have to pull to see when this original language was approved, it's automatically enacted by the city. So it's not that you're adopting the new code. This ordinance just says that a printed copy will be kept at the clerk's office. However, the law also states that the city can make modifications to the International Fire Code as needed. So every time a new version of the code is is adopted by the International Code Council, it automatically becomes the code for the city of Flint. The city can then take that and make its own amendments to that adopted fire code. And this also, this is per the Home Rule City Act, and this is just pointing out what's already in the act that says a printed copy of any current version plus any modifications that the city makes has to be kept on file in the clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I will say is this, and given what the city clerk just said, also weighing in the fact that I guess my only question with that would be is how would we know when? Because you said it's every 2 years, right? And then it's placed, and then it's going to be given to the clerk's office. So is there like an update or something that the clerk would give the council? I mean, at the end of the day, and I'm just going to be honest about why I am going to support this, is because I have full confidence in the fire chief that we have standing before us. And I have full confidence in the fire department and the work that they do around the city. I have full confidence in his competency, in his job and what he's doing, as well as firefighters across the nation. I do hear the points that you are making, but like the clerk said, that we are able to make any amendments as needed. And I think when that happens, we would defer to the fire chief anyway to figure out, what said amendments may need to be, or if there's some part of the code we should or shouldn't adopt. I do want to point out something he said that is very crucial, and that is there are a lot of fire hazards that are happening right now that we're unable to address because we need to get this up to date. I think it goes without saying that Flint has its fair share of fires due to things that are beyond our control when you have people who are trying to stay warm or whatever the case may be with some other things. But I think if this is something that can help avoid a very crucial part of our infrastructure, even in our post office, from having some sort of misstep because the fire department wasn't able to correct it, I think we should go ahead and do this. So based off of the competency of the fire chief standing before us and what the clerk just stated of, we can amend as needed. And we have, again, going to say it again, a very competent fire chief who would let us know if we needed to amend it and how the amendment should be made. I am going to support this. Fire safety is something that's really important and it's really crucial. And just to get off track just a little bit, but even when we talk about all of the businesses that are able to operate because they don't require licensing, which we're going to change, but once those businesses get those licenses, then our fire chief will be able to go into those businesses and make sure that they're safe for residents to even for residents to even shop or frequent or do whatever there. So I will be supporting this tonight, Chief, because I have full confidence in you and your department and what you're talking about. I yield.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in the first round to this resolution? Is there anyone who would like to speak in the second round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. So here's, and I'm hearing what my colleagues are stating. So when we talk about full confidence, a person you have to be certified to do certain things when you are a fire chief, fire marshal. You have to be certified. Do you and Mr. John Smith have fire safety 1, 2, and 3 officers fighting? Do you have that? I mean, what are your certifications?
Yeah, I got it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, go
I
ahead.
have every certification needed to do my job.
Okay, you have every certification. So tell us what some of your certifications are.
I got a lot.
Okay, well, look, amaze me. I mean, do you have officers training fire 1, 2, 3? Can you command a scene when you go to a scene? Can you?
Well, my job is fire prevention. So you got administration, you got suppression. When it pertains to my job, I do inspections, plan review, education, fire investigation. So that's more what I do. I come after our guys.
You come after there's fire suppression and you investigate.
And also, before, and the reason we're here is to update the code and so we can
you test it to make sure everything is okay.
Correct.
Up to code. When you enter the building, there is a red or usually a fire box that tells you how you can, which zones are, if there's an issue, you test it. And most buildings, you're supposed to test, what is it, yearly?
Well, it depends on the occupancy of what we're talking about.
Yeah, I
But
know.
the main thing is fire and life safety. And that's,
So, well, and let me say this, because when I speak to this, I designed fire safety. I did that for years. And maybe you didn't know that. And I think that when we speak with each other, we want to keep our people safe. Not just that. I know that when you test it once a year, you test the system to make sure that everything's working properly. I've done that. Matter of fact, did it in this building and found out that our strobes were not all in sequence in 2020. So I know how that part goes. So here's my thing. I say bring it up to 2024 and then see, I mean, are we, both of you, when you go to a scene and we talk about being a fire marshal, you have to go to get the certifications. You have to make sure you're certified to do all that. And yours is separate. And Chief, I know you are the chief and the fire marshal. Do you, and I think you started, this your second time coming back to the city. So do you command the scenes of the fires? Do you have the fire marshal training?
Any fire scene, I'm in command. Any fire scene.
Okay, and just making.
As far as my training, I spent 4 years in Washington, D.C. at the Fire Academy to become credentialed.
Okay.
An executive fire chief.
So I know that there's continued education. Chief, I have the floor, please. I'm reclaiming my time. Thank you. Yeah, but you did ask, but I want to move on because my time is limited. So I just want, because I know there's continued education. So here's one of the things. If someone came here with a data center, and they say, hey, we're going to put a data center here. That's different type that we need to know. So it's technology change. We can't know what's really going to happen. So for me, I'm saying let's approve up to 2024, which is what I have no problem with. And if we're making sure every 2 years that we're valid, because we really don't know, technology can be outdated in 6 months. That's in the fire industry with the fire suppression and alarm system. I was outdated every 6 months, 6 to 8 months. It changes like that. And with me working with the suppliers, and I know that. And so I think that if we say to 2024, I think that's a fair assessment. I hear what my colleagues are stating, but things, they change. They change. And so this has been interesting this evening. This has been interesting. So we're not against, I support updating our code, make sure our codification is correct. To the clerk, is this something you would like to state?
I just want to reemphasize that the language that is currently in the code states that all future editions of the International Fire Code are adopted. So there's nothing additional that you would need to do to be under the current version.
Okay.
This ordinance just says that a copy has to be on file in the clerk's office.
Okay, so is it stating, and maybe this is the question, any updates?
Point of request for information.
What's your request for information?
Didn't the chief said that we've been working on 2006 and we're bringing it up to 2024?
Yes.
So if that's the case, then why aren't we on 2024, Madam Clerk?
The city, according to this language that's in the code, every version of the International Fire Code that is published by the International Code Council is already adopted by reference from this original language. So the city is always currently under any version that is adopted, excluding modifications, deletions, or anything that the city decides to change within that code. So the city is already.
So was that a misquote? Because Chief, I'm looking at this and it states that the vendor, which the city is in compliance with federal government, state government, and city of Flint. So it's stating that we're in compliance with all of those on this, we don't have a page number at the bottom. So it is state, federal, and city. Okay, so this is stating, as the clerk stated, that we're already in compliance. And it's checked, yes, yes, yes.
All right, thank you. That's our time. That's the time, Chief.
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Chief, you can finish on my time. You saying that we're in compliance?
We are compliant, but this this body should know we are compliant, but we have to go to the next level in order to deal with some of the problems that we're having in our
Request
city.
for information.
Just a minute.
Request
I
for
got the
infor-
floor, don't I?
No, I have a request for
What,
information.
request for information?
Yes,
sir.
yes, sir.
This is to the council person that has the floor. That's not what this says. So I'm not sure what the chief is saying. This doesn't say that we're bringing it up to code. This says, to the clerk's point, we're already at code and we should be at 2024. This just says that that the clerk's office has a copy. So are you aware?
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Chair.
So,
No, this is it. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Attorney, you have the floor.
So the concern, the language that's struck in this proposed ordinance is the language that reads, as may be adopted by the city council from time to time and be filed with the city clerk's office. That language is being removed, it's my understanding, so that the always then current version, as long as it's filed with the city clerk's office, will be the effective version. I would also note the language being added states, along with any deletions, modifications, amendments, or City of Flint administrative amendments. So the chief or the fire inspector, the fire department can make changes to the then current version of the fire code. So I think that addresses your concerns that if the city doesn't like something in the then current version of the code, it can be accomplished by an administrative amendment.
So this is a request for information. So this is taking council's ability to approve away.
If this ordinance amendment were approved today, you would be approving future amendments to the fire code. It does impose the requirement that the then current version utilized by the fire department.
It takes away the council's ability to approve, right? Because it now makes it administratively approved.
Well, council is approving it today, if that's the choice that council makes. They're approving any future amendments.
Right.
Yes.
It's a request for information.
So as it stands now, amendments have to be brought to council?
Well, the language that's in there now is the language that's struck, as it says, as may be adopted by the city council from time to time. So yes, it does have to be approved. My understanding is from time to time. And that's why I believe, to Chief's point, they're utilizing the outdated version because a newer version has not been brought before council.
All right, thank you.
Request
Councilwoman,
information.
Request for information.
Yeah, Attorney Cups, could you lean into your mic? I couldn't hear you. Could you repeat that, what you just stated?
So currently, the way it's worded is with the struck out language on the draft. So currently, the requirement is that it may be adopted. Current versions of the fire code may be adopted by the city council from time to time. This modification does remove that requirement, and it allows the fire department to, I guess, if you want to use current terminology, be more nimble in their enforcement of the fire code by always using the current version of the fire code.
Request for information.
It's a request for information.
Attorney Cups, doesn't it say that are hereby adopted and we may do it? So hereby adopted is the law. We may do it.
Well, they're adopted by reference. That's what it's saying. They are adopted by reference.
But
so
there's
that
no-
the entire text of the fire code does not need to be repeated in the ordinance verbatim. There's other standardized codes that are adopted by ordinance as well, besides the fire code.
Request for information.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Would this affect, say, if fire pits, would that automatically go into effect?
That
I
I'm
mean,
not
is that,
sure.
are we changing the fire code then? I mean, does that bypass council? Because that's changing the fire code?
I would have to see what, I would have to look up and see what the, I know we have an ordinance against fire pits, so I don't think so. It depends on what the code says, in the 2024 edition.
Councilwoman, you have the floor. Second ward.
Thank you.
Point of information,
Point of information, Councilwoman.
or not point of information, excuse me, request for information. So through you to the city attorney. So, but this, does not this also say that, that we can, even though we're adopting
On
it?
point of order,
Point.
I have the floor.
I was asking, I'm asking as well as my other colleagues have to clarify this language.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I have the floor, so she can ask
I
on her
will yield
time.
and I will take my time when I get my 5 minutes. Go ahead.
The floor is back to you, second ward. Councilwoman.
Thank you so much. So, Chief, and do you have any other things that you'd like to add?
I would caution this body when we're talking about codes. I think you should leave that to the experts. And we are the experts when it talks about the codes. And the reason why Councilwoman Burns is because this code not only helps the lives of the public, but it also helped and saved the lives of the firefighters that are going into these dangerous buildings. And so I would caution you all trying to decipher a code. If we gave you the code, it'd take you a year to figure it out. It's just that complicated. But this is something that we do every day. And then we have colleagues in other cities and towns that's even sitting back here that we always collaborate on how to keep our city safe with the codes that we can call to make our city safe. So keep that in mind, that we're not here just to be here. We're here to protect the city. That's all I have.
Request for information.
What's your request for information?
And I think, are we on Councilwoman Lewis's time still?
Yes.
Uh,
So,
We're in first round?
Second round. Second round.
No,
Okay.
we're in, I thought we were on the first round.
No, we're in the
That's the
second
only
round.
reason why I'm here.
That's all right.
I need more. That's the only reason I'm here. We beg you all to help us to save the lives of the city. That's all.
thank you, Chief. And so I do support this because fire safety is a big priority of mine as well. Working out in the field, installing smoke detectors, speaking to people that were victims of fires. And also, in 1997, when I was looking to join the fire department, I've seen firsthand how they move, and they move with urgency. And so they're very serious about their work. So you are absolutely right. When we have an expert, we leave things in the hands of our experts. And so you are the expert in this lane, and I'm not going to swerve in it. And so I want to make sure that we equip our public safety personnel with everything they need to be effective in their job, whether it's equipment, ordinances, whatever it may be. So again, I appreciate you for coming back. Wasn't you the chief in 1997? Okay. All right, yes. Courtesy of, I was brought in courtesy of Charles Reeves, may he rest in peace. He had a great vision for bringing in scholars. So I'm grateful that you allowed him to go into the best high school, Flint Northern, and educate us, teach us how to be EMTs, give us everything we need to have, clinicals and everything, so we can get a firsthand look at what you all go through. And so I appreciate that, and that gave me a big respect for the job. So with that being said, thank you, and I support it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else
Mr.
who'd like to
Chair.
speak in the second round?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
through you to the city attorney. So as I'm reading this ordinance as well, I'm seeing where it says that we are going to adopt any future additions, amendments, except such portions as hereinafter deleted, modified as amended, together with the City of Flint administrative amendments to the International Fire Code. That means that if there's something in that new code that gets updated, that we can bring forward and remove that from our code. Is that correct?
That's correct. For example, if the fire department just hypothetically doesn't like some particular provision in the 2030 fire code, the fire department can make what's called, well, a deletion, modification, amendment, or an administrative amendment. They have to file that along with the, in that example, the 2030 fire code with the city clerk's office. And that's the effective version of the fire code, including that administrative amendment or whatever other change.
So this is more proactive than what we have now, sitting here with a fire code that's 2014 or 2004?
He said 6.
Pardon? What was the year? 2006? So it's 20 years old. So by being proactive and then saying, oh, we don't really like this part, that's one little bit that can be taken out and updated for our fire code, and we will always stay current with the recommended codes, except for anything that our fire chief, inspector, whoever, our fire department administration decides is not appropriate for our city. So I'm supporting this resolution, and I think that this is good to be proactive to take the recommendations that are constantly being updated, rather than relying on our staff to do it all the time, because we know some of these resolutions these ordinances that come to us are so outdated that it's crazy not to be proactive. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the second round who haven't spoken?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman.
this is actually Clerk
Oh,
Donahue.
I'm sorry, over in the clerk.
I just looked up the language that amended that section, and it was done in 2014 by the emergency manager. And the emergency manager at that time changed the language because in the past, the city did adopt every 2 years the International Fire Code. The emergency manager at that time added the language to say that any future additions and amendments are automatically adopted. And in this ordinance, the last one that was adopted was 2006. So in 2014, the manager enacted language that made it so that every future addition was automatically adopted.
Request for information.
Request for information.
So we're operating underneath emergency management, and we should be quite, no offense to you, Chief, I like you. I got some relatives that we got the same. But there's a reason. Emergency management did not want the opinion of council. So are we stating that this was done under emergency management, was not repealed, just like other laws? And before we were adopting it every 2 years, not just because we like you, we want you to come up here.
From reading this language, because it says the last one that was adopted officially by the council was 2006, the manager came in and amended it in 2014 because it probably wasn't being done every 2 years. However, every version of this says that the city can make amendments.
Okay, but this was under emergency management law. And this effectively keeps us at emergency management law if we.
It just makes it so that future editions of this doesn't have to come before the council every 2 years. The city is automatically under whatever version of the International Fire Code is current. So this took it because it took out the year, and it added any future additions and amendments to that code are automatically adopted by the city in addition to administrative amendments that the city
So how will
wants
we
to
know
make.
if it's automatically done?
Because every time the International Code Council adopts a new version, the city is under that version.
So would that be the clerk's responsibility or the chief's?
That would be the fire department to keep
to
up
let
with
us
the
know?
version.
That'd be
But it's
Karen's job?
automatic. Then it would be up to the fire department to make sure a copy is on file with the clerk's office. It would be up to the fire department to make sure that any administrative amendments that come, and they took out the language that says adopted by council, so I'm not sure if that would have to come before the council or not, would be on file with the clerk's office.
Councilwoman Priestley, you have the floor back.
I yield.
Is
But
there
that was
anyone,
just me.
Mr.
I
Chair?
just asked for the floor.
Is there anyone else who hasn't spoken in the second round would like to speak on this
Mr. Chair.
resolution? Councilman in the 8th Ward?
Yeah. I didn't know that, Madam Clerk, and that's what I'm trying to get back to, is we should be adopting it by the year. And that's why I would not support this one here, because I didn't know that this one was emergency manager. It just didn't make sense to me that we are infinitely automatically adopting, and that's not, I don't think that's normal across municipalities. And even, this is even worse than the emergency manager, because now it's saying city council can't do anything. It's all got to be administrative. So I would be interested in reviewing the ordinance pre-emergency manager and adopting, using that language to adopt 2024. But to me, this is emergency manager 2.0.
It is.
So and you can't tell me one good thing that's came out of the emergency management, so I will not be supporting this today.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who haven't spoken in the second round that would like to speak? Hearing none, this is the roll call to send resolution 260128 to council. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 4 no. This resolution moves to council. Resolution 260133, Code Amendment Ordinance Chapter 31. What is the body's decision on this code, on this resolution?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. I would like to, for discussion purposes, because I'm not against leaving it in legislative, but for discussion purposes, I would like to move this to council.
Support.
There's been a motion to move resolution 260133 by Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward to council, supported by the Councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Is there any discussion?
Absolutely. Mr. Chair?
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. So this is the ordinance that I put forth. And a few things that I just want to highlight. You know, as council people, we have 3 jobs. Well, I have 3 roles in our job, and one of the roles is to make ordinances. And this ordinance is under the scope of our work. And the Flint schools are within the city of Flint, and it is our duty to protect our residents and provide solutions to violence in the city. We heard many people come to the lectern to speak about the violence in the city, and also, you know, in the school system, and also how we should be, you know, working together for the betterment of our community. And so, as a proactive council member who's involved with the schools, I reached out to the Grand Blanc clerk and the police chief after I heard about their school violence ordinance to learn more about it, because it is working in their district. And so after I received information, I would like for, if the clerk can pass this out to my colleague, or no, we just pass it down. Here you go. This is one of the many correspondences between us. And so outside of reaching out to the Grand Blanc clerk and police chief to learn more, I also reached out to board members to look at it in its preliminary stages. And I was advised by the Flint School Board President that it looks good for charter schools. And then I also went to Facebook and I saw something that the leadership quoted. Now, mind you, our job is to work on behalf of the residents. And so when I saw some of the sentiment and some of the, like the fact that many didn't come to the listening session that we had at the May Center, and I got some pretty cold feedback. When I saw the post, it became pretty apparent what was happening. I saw that the president stated here that it is not a role for, this is not a role for your agenda. Flint Board of Education stands affirmative in this matter. Only Flint Board of Education sets policies for Flint Community Schools. And then we also have another board member that said that I'll successfully work to defeat this resolution and will continue to be an advocate for safety, well-being, and success of students, educators, and families. And so that is not the spirit of this ordinance. The ordinance is not to try to defeat it, but to help us work to make things better. And so, Madam Clerk, if you have that footage. So while she is getting it, if she's able, I met up with, in order to solidify this resolution, with this ordinance, I met with our city attorney, the prosecutor's office of restorative justice division, city judges, family court judges, school administrators, parents, students, and community members, and also school liaison officers. And this is another tool for our school's toolkit to deter violence. The goal is to show that we work together for the betterment of our scholars and those that work with them. So let us be clear. Yeah, I'm just talking until you can get ready to put it up. So let us be clear. Our Flint schools employ some great children, and they educate some of our brightest scholars. My son is one of the scholars.
Takes a turn this morning after several fights break out inside the school. Mid-Michigan Now's Andrea Flores joins us in the studio. Andrea, walk us through the latest from Flint Police and the school district.
Stella, Flint Community Schools says the day started with a maintenance issue, but ended with multiple students fighting. The Flint Police Department says they were called to Southwestern Academy just before 9 this morning after reports of several fights happening at the same time in different parts of the building. Officers arrived to find at least 3 groups of students fighting. Flint Police confirm at least 2 people were arrested. Detective Sergeant Tyrone Booth reminds families, quote, "It is crucial for students to find nonviolent ways to resolve conflicts. We must come to the realization that violence is not the answer, nor is it acceptable." The district also released a statement saying, quote, "This morning, Southwestern Classical Academy was required to dismiss students early due to maintenance issues. During the dismissal process, a few of our scholars were involved in an altercation, which was quickly brought under control. All students have since returned home safely for the day." No injuries have been reported, and police say they're now reviewing surveillance video and interviewing students to learn what led up to the fights. Second Ward Flint City Councilwoman Liddell Lewis says these violent acts are unacceptable, and she plans to introduce a school fighting ordinance at the first committee meeting in January. Tonight on Mid-Michigan Now, Councilwoman Lewis breaks down her proposed ordinance and how it would help deter violence and improve what's happening in the city. Live in the studio, Andrea Flores, Mid-Michigan Now.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, through you to the city attorney. Mr. Cups, is there already laws on the books for assault and any other infraction that could accompany or be charged if somebody was in a fight?
There are, in general, there's city ordinances such as assault and battery and disorderly person That would cover some conduct that's considered fighting. The penalties under the disorderly person and assault and battery are limited to essentially 90 or 93 days in jail and or a $500 fine. Where it appears from looking at this proposed ordinance, it expands the scope of penalties available.
But it adds, is community service part of the code for, like, that's a judge's discretion, right? So,
Well, in my time with the city of Flint, prosecuting misdemeanors, again, disorderly person or assault and battery being the two most common, again, it's usually jail time up to 90 or 93 days or a monetary fine. I'm not sure I've ever seen under those two ordinance sections, disorderly person or A and B, the imposition of community service.
because everything that would be brought under this would be prosecuted by your office, right?
I believe so,
Yeah,
correct.
so,
Request for information.
Request for information.
Okay, so did you know it'd be prosecuted out of the city court's magistrate's office with the plea of responsible or not responsible?
the city's courts magistrate office, who is that?
Well, within 67th District Court, there's the 5th Division, the City of Flint judges, but there is at least one magistrate as well. I'm not exactly sure on the, thank you, Dr. Lewis.
Where does it say that it's going to be by a magistrate and not by a judge? I don't see that.
Request for information.
Request for
Could you speak
information.
on Mr. Dennis? We can barely hear you.
So did you know that we can add that because a lot of the process part is not in the ordinance in terms of how those small details. And so tonight, and as we tease it through, we can definitely add those parts, but they all have been worked out, and I would love to go into that during my next 3 minutes or answer your question.
Yeah, I don't know that that's a small part. I guess, to me, there's already laws on the books, and if we want to arrest somebody, so are we saying that now that, are we saying that fighting is now a ticketable offense? Or are we saying that if there's a big fight, then the officer on duty is going to make the discretion on whether it's this ordinance or the other ordinance and either book them in the jail, or is this ticketable offense? I'm trying to wrap my head around on who makes that decision. Do they go get in cuffs and go to the county jail? And then that determines if they're prosecuted under this ordinance or the other ordinance?
Request for information.
Request for information.
Absolutely not. So what happened is if they have an altercation, a citation is issued, and the citation is to appear before the magistrate. And when they appear before the magistrate, they have the plea of responsible or not responsible. So as the magistrate tease out, what happened and get down to the bottom of it, that is when the magistrate will determine what they're going to
No,
levy.
I understand that, but I'm saying who makes that decision on whether it's a ticketable offense or they need to be arrested under the existing codes on the books?
Point of information, I have a question.
Third Ward.
The question that I have, there's already laws for kids when they get to fighting in school. We all got kids, right? And if they get to fighting in school, they're all usually arrested, right? And if they're under the age of 17, they return them to their family. If not, they go in front of a judge.
Is there a question in there?
So the question is, why are we getting into the Board of
Yeah,
Education.
and that's
business.
why, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm like, why, well, if we already have laws on the books that have worked till the beginning of time, is it the school's responsibility to do that, or is it city council's responsibility to add another layer of potential? And my question still remains, Mr. Cups, is who makes that decision on whether it's a ticketable offense or they should be brought downtown under the other ordinance where they get potentially 93 days in jail?
And I haven't worked on this ordinance extensively, but I think ultimately the decision is up to, I would think, the officer who witnesses the conduct. I think the decision would be theirs.
But what if they go back and say, well, under this ordinance, I shouldn't have been arrested, and now I'm going to sue you for wrongful arrest because this ordinance says fighting, I should have been ticketed and given 20 hours of community service.
And I think that's a discretionary thing for the officer.
Request for information. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, did you know that this is taking away the punitive part of that and is bringing in a restorative justice, a community service approach? So it is approaching the school violence from a different lens. Go
But
ahead.
this isn't repealing anything from the other ordinance, and I'm trying to figure out,
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round who would like to speak?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward?
thank you. So, me and Councilwoman Lewis met months ago with Attorney Darrow. Is she still working for the city?
She is, yes.
Okay. And there was a series of meetings, which she did state to reach out to judges and reach out to the school board members. School board members were very adamant about they could, they already have these rules and policies and procedures in place. And that the problem is enforcement and staffing. Having students, when we're saying, arrest our students, I tread lightly on that because we have to understand our students were poisoned by lead.
Request for information. So, the Councilman Burns, do you understand that this ordinance doesn't say anything about arresting anyone?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna do this with you tonight because I'm tired. So I'm gonna finish what I'm saying. Attorney Darrow, one of the issues was with Flint. We're not just a public school. We have charter schools and so on, and private schools. And so there are 2,700 students that live in Flint, but go to schools that go to school in Flint. We have another 12,000 students that live in Flint, but go to schools other than a Flint public school. So it's not really going to address the issue. And I think that parenting is the problem too. And we need to look at intervention, prevention, family services, and they already have this in there. Every school district has a code of enforcement. Every school has one, and it's how they choose to enforce it. If it's Burton, if it's Grand Blanc, if it's Flushing, no matter what school district, it's enforcement. They have an enforcement issue. And they were very adamant that we need to mind our own business.
Yep.
And that we need to fix our own problems because we have council members up here who like to fight.
All right.
And that's what they put on social media. That was there. So what I'm saying is that we need to, and meeting with Attorney Darrow, she never gave us, and I don't know if Councilwoman Lewis had a different outcome, because even when I spoke with her, where you weren't present, the remedy was not something that we could really fix, because our kids shouldn't even be in the court system. I believe they should have lead court. They're not like the average children. They weren't poisoned for 18 months and nobody spoke up, as they were told the water, it being a little brown or rust was okay, which affects the brain. And we cannot forget that happened, because these are kids who are now into these schools, and it makes them much more angry, much more aggressive. And that's the science of it, not opinion. And so when we look at our kids, and I've talked to Sergeant Walker, who's over there, who's over at Southwestern, and he's a former military, and then thank him for his service. I talk to him all the time about it. And these kids, they need to have enforcement. We need more officers. Now, we can manage to get more money for our officers, and I didn't agree. I voted yes for that what's the name? But y'all should have got more money for what y'all do. I'm just saying, the officers should have. We need more officers. We need programming to help these kids. You know, I don't want to look at punishing all the time because they were already poisoned. How much punishment do we want to keep giving them?
Request for information. Councilman Byrne, do you understand this isn't about punishing? This is about community service as well as giving them the services that they need.
Community service is punishment. If I could be playing Nintendo, whatever the little game boxes is, so that's not the same. So I'm stating if a child wants to do a youth with their time, we need to what is the root of the problem? Why are they fighting? Let the school board figure that out because we like to fight up here.
Request for
So let them
request for
figure that
information.
Request for information.
out. Yeah, we do up here.
So do you understand that this ordinance includes remedial services such as the grief counseling that they may need, conflict resolution, anger management, peer mediation? Those
So
things
they
are
can do that all on the school board because I don't want them coming back. We can't get holidays paid. I don't want to get into us being responsible for taking care of their business. I'll go with you to the school board. If you want that help to enforce that with them, I will go with you to the school board to say, you need to enforce your policies and procedures and strengthen them. But it should not be done in these city council chambers. We got other business to take care of. And that's not it. I'm not going to do that here and not on my time because we up in here, we don't get along. So how are we going to tell the kids to get along? Help me with that. It's just not happening. And so I'm going to respect, and I've had some conversations with Dr. Joyce McNeil. I've had him with Dylan Luton. I had with Trustee Teray King. I've talked to the board members. I may not be in 100% agreement, but I am respectfully asking them that I'm not going to get in your business over there and y'all stay out our business over here. And that's my personal opinion. So you ain't got to, I don't need no more do I know, because I know what I know.
All right.
And I know they want us to stay out their business.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who haven't spoken the first round who would like to speak?
Chair.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
So when I first heard about this resolution possibly coming forward, I have friends across the county and in other places of the state who are on school boards, and all of them and as well as Flint Community School said, stay out of our business. You guys, the city of Flint has no business. We have rules and regulations that we must follow, and those are in our students' handbook or administrative books. And that's how we deal with things. And they're mandated by the state in many cases. So we need to stay out of the schools business. And I feel that fighting in schools, I remember when I was in elementary school, there were fights. You know, I mean, and this was back in the 60s. But, you know, so it's been ongoing. My ex-brother-in-law was stabbed at Holmes Junior High. So it's been going on for a long time. And having the city involved is not a solution, and it just muddies the water, and it's the school's responsibility by law, and I say let them do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round who hasn't spoken would like to speak?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the fifth ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. You know, I echo the sentiments of my colleagues. This is not our business. This is the school's business. Let the school board make whatever rules they have as far as discipline the students. Hell, we can't even enforce the ordinances we have on our docket. Our ordinances. We have blight ordinances. We have ordinances dealing with stray dogs running around throughout the city. Why would we put on another ordinance that we would have to deal with? Right. No, I'm against this ordinance. I will not be supporting this at all. I think that we are, getting in somebody else's lane. We need to stay in our own lane and clean up our own business over here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round who hasn't spoken would like to speak?
Mr. Chair,
Oh, go ahead.
I'm also a bus driver, and I do know that kids have discrepancies. They get into it, they're typical children. For us to sit up here and put ordinance in, and sometimes it's just kids talking to one another and we're resolving the problem of what is really going on. It doesn't take all this. And like, again, as everybody said, people are reaching out and asking us, they say they have policies, school policies, and to stay out of their business. And like they said, we have too much going on up here in city council to be in anyone's business. And then it's a possibility we probably would be, maybe be subjected to lawsuits. We need to mind our own business and follow the city, let them do their own policy. And I am also against this.
Thank you. Councilwoman, the 7th Ward.
Thank you. So what I will say is this. Dr. Lewis began working on this a while ago at this point. She has had the opportunity to talk to parents. She's talked to educators, teachers who are in the schools every day with the students. She has talked to students themselves. I believe she's had an opportunity to talk to board members. I'm not privy to that information. She has stated that she is a parent, and her concern comes from multiple points. That she has had an opportunity, because right now we're just down in Southwestern, but to go into the schools and understand some of the conditions. I think wholeheartedly that her heart is in the right place. Her intentions are correct. I also have had an opportunity to talk to school board members who have said the exact same thing to me of council needs to work on council and its legislative body and its purpose, and allow the school to work on its legislative body and its purpose, and that they have state laws in place. Even when Councilwoman Lewis was crafting this, and she was trying to figure out what to do so that it would not come off punitive, which is where the community service came in. Because while she is not attempting to be punitive, I do think we can all agree that it's also not fair to teach students that certain actions would not have consequences. And so as opposed to sending a child to jail, giving them an opportunity to serve their community in some way might help change and broaden their mindset. So I understand where she was going with wanting to craft this legislation, and also where she was going with looking at maybe more restorative justice, because the reality is, even though they are youth who have been affected by lead in the water, who have been affected by, tough economic times. A lot of times people do not have their parents at home. Parents are stressed. Sometimes children get left by the wayside. There are a lot of reasons for why a child may react the way a young adult may react, the way that they may react, and not be able to properly emotionally regulate. I think that this legislation was aimed at being helpful, not harmful, probably trying to give another recourse. With that said, because she was willing to do this for conversational purposes, I don't know if we missed the part where she said she's willing to continue talking it out and walking through this. While this might not be something that we could use per se for schools, because one thing that I do hear people on is the fact that even the policy that they have out in other school area, in other school systems, it may disproportionately impact students that are coming from Flint with the concerns that Councilwoman Burns talked about as far as being affected by the lead, not being taught proper emotional regulation, going into a whole system that might not necessarily know how to deal with them. And so while I think that the intent is correct, I think the heart of it is correct. I think the fact that she is willing to have conversations on how to improve is correct. I think Councilwoman Burns being willing to go talk with Councilwoman Lewis and maybe come to now, when they come down here, don't say nothing, but being willing to go to their meetings and say, enforce your policy. I think that's good. That shows that this is bringing y'all together in the spirit of camaraderie. We're coming up on summertime. And so while this language may not necessarily be right for Flint schools, I would urge my colleague in the second ward to consider what you can do with this over the summer with some of the youth that we have. And maybe them not falling under such punitive measures during the summer from some of the laws that we have where they might be impacted in a different way. I think that there just may be some other angles to take a look at this. As of right now tonight, because it has been made very clear by the school board that they would like for us to mind our business, even though I know that this was crafted with the intent to be helpful, I am not going to support it, but I would urge you to look at how this can be tweaked maybe over the summer in some way, because I know that your heart is to help the youth. And I yield.
Thank you. Councilman in the ninth ward, would you like to speak in the first round? Okay, thank you. We're gonna go to the second round. Would anyone like to speak in the second round?
I would like to speak.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. So just a few things. I hear what the sentiments of my colleagues, but we must realize that as officials of this city, that violence is an issue in our city and it's our problem. And the well-being of youth should be everyone's business. And so just by a show of hands on this panel, can you all raise your hand if you had or you have a child in the Flint Community School District? Okay. What about on the school board? If we can recollect, do we have any school board members that have children that attend the Flint Community Schools? So thank you. I see that there is none. So with that being said, I understand that that you all feel this is an overstep, but the city of Grand Blanc, they got together because they saw an issue and they targeted the issue and then they put forth a solution.
Point of information.
Point of information.
Did you know that one of the people I spoke to is on the Grand Blanc School Board?
Thank you, Ms. Priestley. And so I'm going to go back to this point. The benefits of the ordinance, it shows the action from the city of Flint legislators. It gives a solution, a community service-based solution to violence. And it gives students the services that they need, such as peer mediation, anger management, conflict resolution, grief counseling, and also provide help to local organizations that need the community service, blight team, food bank. And then on the third fighting offense, the fee is evoked, but the fee will be used to fund the above services, the peer mediation, anger management, conflict resolution. And so I heard there's some concerns where that students wouldn't want to come to school. I mean, are people really trying to go to Flint schools based off the violence? And this is not an attack on Flint schools, since we don't want to be specific, and the Flint schools are the ones speaking out saying stay in your lane. This is our lane. Now, when we look at the blighted school buildings, is that not our lane? Should we not get involved? I can just talk about the second ward. No, I can even talk about the seventh ward right there on the corner of Averill and Lapeer, where a sign been obliterated, and I've been reaching out to school board members for a long time about, hey, what can we do? Can you all pick up this mess? Civic Park, blighted with tires. Hey, can you pick up this mess? It's community eyesore. Reaching out to no response to our school board members. Talking about tutoring for my child. And you know what? Haven't heard back. And so when we met downstairs to talk about blight, it was in the mayor's suite. Our school board president said, after it was said, like, listen, you all need to secure your properties because people go in there, die, get stuck. And our public safety people have to go and get them out. When it was told that if you don't secure your property that you might be fined, she said she don't give a FUCK. And it was in a meeting with the mayor. So when we talk about our school board and that they say stay out of their lane, the fact of the matter is we're not in their lane enough to make them do their job. So as a parent, it's okay. I get it. But they're sending the wrong message. So the leftover kids that do attend the Flint community schools may decide not to based off the fact that they don't want to work together to do something about an ongoing issue in our city. And I yield.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round would like to speak? Anyone else in the second round would like to speak? Councilwoman in the Sixth Ward,
Thank
you have the floor.
Mr. Chair. So I hear your passion, Councilwoman Lewis. I do. And we talk about working together. I reached out to my email and your email were this, well, she left. So maybe she don't want to work together like she didn't, but we can't tell the school board to work together when she exited her seat. I mean, if you're serious about this, and this is where we get, it's serious that kids are fighting, but serious enough to where you got to work with people that you may not want to work with. And it's not a solo thing, because these kids, if one kid is fighting, they're fighting someone else. It takes two to fight. And so we again have 2,700 students in Flint Public Schools. We have another that live in Flint, another 12,000 that live in Flint that go to a school outside of Flint. When we look at and talk about working together, we were supposed to finish working together on this. And she decided not to. She did not. And so we have to be consistent with what we're saying and stating. I'm very sorry to hear that the school board stated the F word. That was shocking, very shocking. But I think that, and then no one's saying that it's not an issue. What we're saying, we're not saying that it's not an issue. We're saying, is it something that the Flint City Council should be governing? And that is something that we look at, and it's 10:30 at night, and we're still here. So in this, and with Attorney Darrow, that we were both in that meeting, there was not, as she stated, talk to other people. You know, let's see, the Google meeting stuff. I don't know if what happened, she quit sending Google Meets to me. I don't know if you stated you didn't want to work with me, but if it was that important, I'm gonna work with whoever. And when it comes to children, I mean, I made some phone calls and talked to them and talked to some judges. And for me, I think we have to look at where our children are not like the children who weren't poisoned. They're very different. Their needs are different. And we need to look at, I want to impose on them. They're not living in Grand Blanc to where the water was never bad. They don't live in a food desert. They don't hear gunshots every single night. And so their quality of life and our students is completely different. We need enforcement. How can we get programs in the school to help them, not just punish them? If they're fighting, let's get them some help. Mental health is serious with these children in addition. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round who hasn't spoke would like to speak? Councilman in the 8th Ward.
Yeah, I don't, obviously this doesn't have the votes to go anywhere. So I don't, like, nobody is saying that this is made in jest or that this was done ill. But this is, to me, the schools are basically their own city within a city. They have their own jurisdiction. We have zero jurisdiction over them. This is like us trying to make a ordinance for Grand Rapids to be enforced. It doesn't, like, if we had any jurisdiction over what happens inside of the city of Flint schools, I would say we do an ordinance to say, make sure the kids have better grades and get a better education.
Request for information.
Request for information.
Mr. Pfeiffer, do you understand? This is just a tool for their toolkit. So if they want to use it, they're at liberty to, and it's available. If not, that's on them.
But it's not on them because the majority of the schools have City of Flint resource officers. And how do we know that this isn't going to target because of the City of Flint Police Department resource offices? Are the students in the City of Flint schools going to get unjustly or targeted more because of this ordinance, where a charter school that doesn't have a resource officer isn't going to be targeted by this stuff? They're going to get their 3-day suspension and go back and get home and get their ass whipped and then come back in 3 days the way the way it's always been.
Request for information.
Request for information.
Do you understand schools that do not have a liaison officer will have the officers write a ticket, a citation? So no, so although if you don't have an officer stationed at your school, that's okay. A citation will be written to address that.
So, but only officers in the city of Flint enforcement can enforce this. Like we're not deputizing, principals to write citations. So they're gonna have to call the police to get a citation written at a school that doesn't have a resource officer.
Mhm.
So, whatever charter school is there, so, okay, we got this ordinance, I'm gonna have to dial 911 to get a officer out there to write somebody a ticket. Like, that's
Request
not
for
gonna happen.
information. No, that's an exaggeration. No, they have the non-emergency hotline. It's not that kind of mercy. It's not a brawl. If someone fight, again, these are things that we can iron out in committee. What can happen is, at the end of the day, they can go through the fighting referrals, and they can reach out to the officer come and submit the citations, and that'll be that. It's not a taking resources off the street via 911. That's not what this is at all.
Yeah, I hear you, and to the colleague's point, like, I think this was done to try to help, but we have calls in the city that don't get answered for a week, and we're gonna potentially dispatch an officer for this when it's not our responsibility, it's the school's responsibility.
Request for
I
information.
yield.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round who would like to speak? Who haven't
Yes.
spoken?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Councilman in the third ward.
Again, I do understand your passion for this as well. But I think we need to more concentrate what goes on when people are going to people's house, shooting up people's house. Now, those are ordinances that I think we can do, or when they are downtown and they're fighting, or at events and they're fighting. Now, I feel that would be our jurisdiction.
Request for information.
Go ahead.
Request.
Does she understand that this ordinance also cover events, school outside of the school campus, that are school events?
Okay, I do understand that, but again, when it comes to the Board of Education business, I think we need to let the board kind of handle their business, and then we kind of handle our streets, because I'm in agreement. I don't want to see another kid killed. I don't want to see another kid hurt, and that's why some of our children do not go to the city of Flint schools and they have school of choice. It's because we're scared of the violence for our children. So I'm in a 100% agreement with you with what you say, but we have to find another way. Like she said, our kids has been affected by water, by the lead in the water. So how do we get around that? And are we able to bring, maybe we should have a discussion and bring the people in with the discussion, because I'm in agreement. I really think that it should be something done, but it's not just in the school system. It's also spilling out into our streets, where there is a lot of violence out here and people are retaliating on our children, and people's houses and parents' houses are being shot up. So I think we should more concentrate and try to get our city together as of what our kids are doing out here in our city.
Request for information.
Go ahead.
Request.
Isn't the school a part of our city, and don't a lot of fights from the schools spill out into the streets?
It does. It does.
Okay.
It does. But I just think, again, they don't want us in their business. And I mean, I don't.
Request for information. So, do you think that although, do you think that although they don't want us in our business, do you feel that it is our business to ensure the safety of people that choose not to fight in schools, in addition to the people that educate them?
Most definitely it is. Most definitely it is. It is our business. It's everyone's business what goes on with every children in the city of Flint, in the school system. Like I said, I get up every day. I have to be at work at 5:15 every morning, and I don't get off. I just got off at 5 something a day. So I deal with behavior issues. I deal with how the new way that they deal with students. Do I agree with everything that they decide? I don't, but I have to follow the rules of my job or what the superintendent says, the principal says, my supervisor said. I don't agree with the new way, but if they say do it their way, my job, I have to do it their way or I'll be disciplined or terminated. So we have to follow the protocol and people policy. That's why policies are implemented in school buildings. That's why their policies are implemented on the city council.
Request for information.
Go ahead.
Do you know that you have the authority to make policy?
And I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round who hasn't spoken who would like to speak?
I think I've spoken in the second round. I also recognize the passion that the councilwoman in the second ward has towards this. And I know her heart is in the right spot. Absolutely do. And my feeling toward this ordinance has nothing to do to bash that passion or to beat it down. But there are so many regulations already that the schools have to follow. And we have to respect that. We don't know all the things that the school systems have to deal with. And as I said, my family's been personally involved many, many years ago. I mean, my ex-brother-in-law is in his 70s now. And, but we've all been affected, our families, by violence in the schools, going back to the 70s.
Request for information.
Request.
So if you could have made a policy and done something about it from that seat, would you have done that to prevent what happened to your family member in the 70s?
We have violence in the council chambers.
And in the council chambers?
With you.
I don't know what the rules were then. I was a kid. So would I have done that? I don't know, because I don't know. The schools have so many more regulations that they must follow now than they did back in the 60s and 70s, just like all of us do. So
Request for
I'm saying,
information.
and I yield my time because Miss Lewis is trying to.
It's
take
Dr.
my-
Lewis, but I'm asking you a clear question.
She yields her time.
Not a problem.
Is there anyone else who hasn't spoken in the second round who would like to speak? This is the roll call for the vote for resolution 260133. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat? No. Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin?
I abstain. I would like to get additional information as I have been approached by several school board members who would like to share some policies and some additional information as it pertains to this.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
No.
Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Winfrey Carter? He is not in. The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. That resolution fails. Councilwoman in the fourth ward. There's been a motion made to send resolution 260134 to council. Is there support? Supported by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. Is there any discussion? Councilman in the 8th ward.
I'll yield to 7th ward.
Councilwoman in the 7th ward.
No, you want, it's your thing, you want to explain?
Thank you. So this ordinance is to address vacant properties. And so it's very simple. And it's very important that accountability and protection for our neighborhoods is what this is to address. So right now, vacant and abandoned properties are not just an inconvenience, they're a real risk threat to the health, safety, and stability of our community. They attract crime, increase fire risk, lower property values, and place a burden on surrounding residents who are doing the right thing and maintaining their homes. This ordinance gives the city a basic essential tool, and that is to require owners of vacant properties to register them, maintain them, and provide accurate contact information. That means when there's a problem, whether it's a broken window, illegal activity, or a safety hazard, we know who is responsible and how to reach them. It also establishes clear maintenance standards, keeping properties secure, free of debris and overgrowth, and safe from hazards. These are not extreme requirements. These are baseline expectations that protect entire neighborhoods from decline. And more importantly, this ordinance is not punitive, it's practical and it's balanced. There are reasonable exceptions written within this ordinance. So if your property is actively being sold, your home is under renovation, or there are probate situations. So responsible owners are not penalized within this ordinance. Instead of the ordinance it focuses on prolonged neglect, the kind that harms neighbors and drains city resources. You may hear concerns that this could burden struggling property owners. The concern deserves to be taken seriously, yes, but the reality is this: these properties are already vacant or in distress. So without action, they continue to deteriorate, becoming more dangerous, more costly for both the owner and the community. This ordinance actually creates an early point of intervention, encouraging owners to maintain the property, rehabilitate it, or transfer it to someone who will. And in doing so, it helps prevent total abandonment and long-term loss. We also have to remember, when a property is neglected, the cost doesn't just stay with the owner. It spreads to the entire block. It affects families, neighborhoods, and the overall trajectory of our city. This ordinance ensures that those costs are not unfairly shifted onto the public. At its core, this is about fairness. Fairness to the residents who maintain their homes, fairness to the neighborhoods that deserve stability, and fairness in making sure that property ownership comes with responsibility. This is not about overregulation. It's about basic standards, transparency, and accountability. And most importantly, it's about taking a proactive step to protect and strengthen our communities. So I do urge everyone to go ahead and support this ordinance, because as it's been stated earlier, this is not just a 7th Ward thing. This is happening all over the entire city. And we have people coming in from all over the country. We even have some people coming from outside of our country who buy properties, and then the next thing you know, we can't find them. So what this does is it requires them to register that property once a year, gives them a timeline in which they have to do so. And so there is a way to avoid any further penalty, because you do have enough time to register that property. Again, there are some carve outs, because I know that when people think, well, my property is vacant because I'm selling my home, well, that is a carve out. My property is vacant because it's under renovation and I'm in between selling or renting it. That is a carve out. I'm currently in a probate situation. I'm trying to get the rights to this property because it was a family property and the person who owned the property passed away. And so now I'm trying to get the property. There's a carve out for that. This is simply targeted at something that is already happening in our communities, and that is addressing a way to contact and reach the owners of properties that have long since been abandoned. This is the way that we can deal with blight. This is the way that we can deal with some of the fire issues and concerns that we've been having, some of the structural damage. This gives us an opportunity to give owners of said properties to move quickly in deciding what they will do with the property, whether they will update the property, whether they will sell the property themselves, or whether they will let it go back. If the argument is, well, this is punitive and they probably won't pay, the way that I look at that is it's a couple of things. One, you have people who are just sitting, allowing properties to go back now anyway. So this is addressing that, and the fact that if the appropriate department decides, then they can put payment plans in place. I say that there is a way to get around it being punitive, but the reality is we need a way to contact those owners, and we need a way to address and urge a situation if the property remains vacant. But we have far too many vacant properties in our city as is that we do not know who they belong to. I yield.
Thank you. Is there anyone else like to speak to this resolution in the first round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward.
So, through you to the attorney, Mr. Cups, have you read this? Are you familiar with it?
I haven't read it in detail, no.
You have not read it in detail?
I have not.
Okay.
Point of information?
What's your point?
Does the speaker know that the city attorney crafted this?
Well, the city attorney isn't here.
I just want you to know before y'all say that the attorney's read it. Yeah.
I'm wondering if he's read it, and like, I'm seeing like there's some ambiguity on what is vacant and what is abandoned. Mr. Chair, through you to the councilwoman in the 7th Ward, what constitutes a vacant property?
Second, because I want to give you the exact language, so you're not like, I got you. That's
No,
not
I
what
see
you
the
said here.
language. So it's not, is it your understanding that if it's furnished and the utilities are on, that it's not vacant and it would not be applicable to this ordinance? What does furnished mean?
What definition are you on? Hold on.
Yeah, the definition of vacant property.
And it means an improved lot or parcel or real property with at least one building or structure that is not currently used or occupied, provided however, a building or structure which remains furnished, utilities connected or in use, and the property maintained while the owner is absent shall not be considered abandoned. So it is, if it's owned,
But shouldn't that say should not be considered vacant? If it's the definition of vacant, what?
where do you see, where's
The last sentence, it says, shall not be considered abandoned.
no problem, we can fix that. Yep, we can
But
fix that on the
but
floor.
shouldn't that say vacant?
Sure
So-
can.
So does this, what is the definition of furnished?
I would have to defer to the attorney because she had an exact thing in mind with using the word
Because I don't
furnished.
see what there's definitions in here, and I don't see what furnished means. So does that mean any personal item could be a toothbrush as long as there's,
No,
but
doesn't mean something
does
that
does that
simple.
mean a couch? Does that mean a single couch? Does that mean that that's furnished? As long as they have the utilities on and a single couch, they're good to go? That's, I'm just trying, what is the definition of furnished? That's one thing. And I don't necessarily disagree with this ordinance. I just have a huge problem with, we are going to go after the people who actually bought the property, pay property taxes. They might not be doing anything with the property, but they're paying property taxes. If they didn't, it would go back, it would go to the land bank. But they're actually bringing money into the city via taxes or whatever else, and we're going to punish them. But the other 15 houses on that block that are owned by the land bank don't have to do jack shit to their property, but this one has to be maintained. The only person that is bringing money to the city tax-wise revenue.
So.
That's what I have a problem with.
Request for information.
What's your request?
I mean, or point of information.
Point of-
You are aware that everyone is required to maintain the property per our blight ordinance.
Are you aware that the land bank?
Not talking about the land bank.
I'm
You're
talking
saying,
about the land bank.
you used the example of if the property is just sitting there, per the blight, they would get a blight ticket.
Well, that's fine,
But
we're saying
this
that-
is a registry, meaning
Yeah.
it's required for us to know how to reach and contact them.
we have how to reach and contact
That's
them.
not true in every case,
Then-
which is why we
then-
have the registry ordinance.
Look, this right here, Mike, I'm going to get you into the second round, or Jack, whoever wants to speak. I mean, we're almost 11 o'clock, so you're good. You're here for the long haul at this point. I just think that it's unfair targeting when we can't do anything to the other 20 properties on that street, but we're going to single out and target somebody just because when You know, if the land bank led by example, we wouldn't have this issue. And with the land bank owning 34,000 properties in the city, and we're going to try to target the 1,000 potentially that are owned by private individuals that aren't necessarily keeping up with them, but we're going to target the 1,000 and let the 34,000 go. To me, that doesn't make sense.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round?
And Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
So I have read this ordinance, and like I said, I met with Mr. Richardson and made some suggestions, which was incorporated into this language. I'm going to tell you about 2 instances. House at the corner of my street, vacant for 38 years. Taxes were paid up on it until 3 years ago. They decided, oh, we had a problem with the roofer, so we're not going to pay taxes anymore. For 38 years, they paid their taxes, and they could have registered that house as a vacant property. They never tried to sell it. Nobody lived in it for the 38 years I have lived on that street.
Request for information.
Request.
What would have been the benefit for them to register it as a vacant property?
It would have forced them, number one, it would be a requirement that they follow up.
I'm asking you, you're saying they would have been better if they would have registered it as a vacant property. And I'm asking you, what would be the benefit of them?
Part of that is the maintenance, because people have been squatting in there for years too. But there's also a property, you were talking
Request
about.
for information. I'm just saying that would have been a benefit for the city, but what would be a benefit for the owner?
I understand your point, because that's been one of my concerns, okay? But I also want to tell you that we have these properties that are vacant, where people may or may not be paying taxes on it. And squatters get in there. If squatters are in it and it's registered as a vacant property, gives some rights, we can do more. But if they're sitting there and I get calls all the time about squatters in privately owned homes. And what can I tell them? Can't do anything. It's privately owned. The owners have to be the one to get rid of them. We can't get rid of them unless we declare it a nuisance, and that takes several years to get it declared a nuisance for multiple police calls on the properties and all that, and blight tickets. Then we can declare it a nuisance. It took 3 years for a home in my neighborhood to be declared a nuisance, and I got a phone call minimum every 3 weeks on that house from all over my area. Minimum of 1 call every 3 weeks for 3 years before that house was declared a nuisance and shut down. You talk about, well, people pay their property taxes. There's a property on the corner of Leith and Franklin that's in rubble, and the taxes are paid, and the property's still in rubble. What are we doing to get some of these properties taken care of and cleaned up? Nothing. No other city would tolerate that. This is a tool and a start, and we got to start cleaning up our city. Where land bank homes have started coming down, property values are going up. There's still a lot more houses to come down in my area. Just go down Kentucky, just east of Franklin. It's awful down there, awful. And then we got Woodrow, which Mr. Peachy lives on. 2 blocks around him on either side of him and down the street, awful. And we're not doing a thing about it. Some of those are land bank properties, but some of them are privately owned. And we can't do a doggone thing about it. This gives us a tool. And I'm all for taking the tools to deal with some of these issues. And if somebody comes in and the property is not taken care of and it's registered vacant, then we can do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else in the first round who haven't spoke would like to speak? Anyone in the second round?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the sixth ward?
I know Councilman Pfeiffer is
Oh,
getting ready to, but no, I had the case with, what was his name? Because he did his own Carson or whoever about inspections. Are we looking at this as just another revenue stream for the city? But then residents have a valid complaint of saying, why do I have to pay for a registry fee when it's 8 houses that are land bank? I mean, that's a valid point, in some of our areas. And it looks as if we are saying, and I believe Land Bank has used all of their demolition funds. I believe they're already scheduled to go out for funded properties. That money's been exhausted. We're scheduled to use. So let me back this up. Can we enforce this legally? Because I remember we got sued about, they went to the Michigan Supreme Court and he won about inspection fees on homes. What's his name? Carson or something, because he sued us, the city again. I mean, can this be enforced? And 3 months, who's to state? By the time sometimes you get a contractor, you get the building code inspections, you get your plans, that can take you some time depending on what type of property that it is. And I mean, it can take a good amount of time. So can we legally enforce this?
Yes, from reviewing the ordinance just in the last few minutes here briefly, it does appear enforceable under Michigan law in the city charter. The issue you're referring to was, it was a different scenario. It was a different type of ordinance.
Okay, so here's the question, because my time is limited. We have some people who go to Florida. They'll spend 6-8 months in Florida, 3-4 months here. And they now, because of the water fees, they will just winterize their home because it's cheaper. And they go to Florida. And so that's considered to be vacant or whatever if they're not there. Or if they have very little, if they don't have water, that means a house can be condemned. If they cut their water off. People are doing this because they'll spend 8 months in a warmer climate, which I don't blame them, especially with this past winter. And so this what we look at is how can we enforce it? And is it enforceable? Carter Landon was his name. That was his name. And that is what I get what we're talking about. But then people have the legitimate right to say, well, what about land bank? And we have some city-owned properties. What about the city-owned properties? Johnson School. So I'm going to yield the floor. I know Councilman Pfeiffer is looking to talk to Mike Ryder.
Mr. Ryder, step up.
Are we in round two?
Yep. Oh, I'm sorry.
Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
Step on up. You're the next contestant. Mr. Ryder, are you familiar with?
Good evening, everybody. My name's Mike Ryder. I'm a City of Flint building official. I've been working here for 27 years, and I'm going to retire in 3 months. So, I would like to introduce you to Jack Hippie, our foreman in our office. He can't wait to answer all your questions. I'll sit right here, just in case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Jack,
afternoon, everybody.
How are you going to enforce this?
Well, like we enforce everything else right now. We get a complaint, we go out on a complaint, we follow up. If it's a valid complaint, we write a violation, write a ticket, take it to court.
I mean, you're going to do this for thousands and thousands of homes?
We're doing it now, every day.
Who is going to determine when the 60-day time starts? Are you going to pre-go out and say, okay, this is our pre-site visit, and now we determine that it's vacant or empty now from 60, because it's the same thing with the parking. Like, you got to go out, and then if it doesn't move in 3 days, then it's officially valid. So who determines when it's been vacant for 60 days? You would have to,
There's a lot of legwork.
yeah, you would have to literally go out there and say, okay, it's vacant, here's day one, and then come back 60 days later and verify that it's vacant, correct?
Correct.
So what is your definition of vacant and furnished? If it's, to Ms. Burns's point, if they turn off the water or whatever and go to Florida, and like, if there's a couch in the window, you're gonna say it's not vacant? What's your definition?
If I go up to the house, it's secured, and it's furnished, There, there's furniture in there and that, and there's a meter on the side of the house. Water may be off, but there may be, and they may have a sign saying that the house has been winterized,
I mean, normally they don't, I mean.
You don't like to,
you-
I
you-
get
You're not
that, but
advertising
yeah.
that around her.
Not around here, but
Yeah.
yeah, I see it, you see it though. But, a vacant home is, most of the time is open.
How many vacant homes do you think are still up to date on property taxes that are truly vacant and abandoned? It's more often than not that they let the taxes go into arrears, right?
Both, I mean.
All right. Hold on one second, that's his time. Is there anyone else in the second round who would like to speak?
Sir Chair?
Councilman in the ninth ward, you had the floor.
Through you to the speaker. This process, I'll call it, or the execution of this ordinance, it's gonna need to be initiated by complaint, right?
I would say yes.
Okay.
So, point of information.
What's your point?
Does the speaker know that there's a section that explains exactly how the process is initiated in the ordinance?
I'm sorry, I did not see that, but I stand and would welcome to be corrected.
Oh, I got you. Give me 1 second.
And as we're preparing to be corrected, can this ordinance be adequately implemented and executed at your current staffing levels?
We literally just saw this today and have just read this today, so.
No, he just saw it today. I worked on it with Mike.
But going forward, it would be a work in progress. I mean, we work on a skeleton crew every day, and it would definitely tax our department.
So it would, and I don't mean for this to sound as if I'm minimizing the ordinance itself. Yet I do have concern that at the current staffing level, it would be an ordinance on the book that's not being as effective as it was intended because we're not able to execute it as it is intended due to staffing. Is that a somewhat fair statement?
Currently, we have the property maintenance code that we adhere to through the state of Michigan. And we currently go out, and if a house is deemed open and vacant, we will declare it, post it, condemn it, whether it's deem it to be emergency demo, or just condemned. Without this, we get complaints on homes all the time for
Thank
this.
you. That's his time. Councilwoman in the fourth ward, you had the floor.
All right. Every day, we're out and about driving through the city, and, we get calls. We see things ourselves. We're constantly in vacant homes throughout. And it isn't, again, they're not always, abandoned, so to speak, but they've been they've been left, the taxes might be paid. Most of the time they're not. But again, we get everyone we can. But then, you write a ticket and you send the tickets off. We post a ticket on the house and send it to the address of record. Sometimes it comes back returned to sender. Sometimes it makes it to somebody. Most of the time, nobody shows up at court. We get a default judgment. The ticket goes on record. And from there, we write another one. Mike,
Let me add to that a little bit. So it is a tool to start, okay? But, and I can only speak for this municipality. I've not worked for another one. The people that, first, how is this information going to get out there that now we do have a blanket vacant structure ordinance, okay? Just like a lot of ordinances, we'll take the rental ordinance, for example. You're going to have, it's almost like the honor system. You're going to have people come in that want that inspection. They're going to get it, and we'll go do it. If you pay for it, that's what we do. It'd be beautiful. The state of Michigan doesn't even require you to record a deed. So it's a tough challenge. It's a challenge for us. It's my whole career to actually find an owner. We use whatever tools we have to make sure we're identifying the right people. It's even when we have a really bad player, one house, 50 cars on the property, it could take us. You have to identify the owner. You have to send them a letter. You got to give them a compliance date. We got to go back out, verify that did they clean the stuff up or didn't they? So you're talking it's just possibly 3 to 4 months to get one house cleaned up.
All right.
I'm not opposed to any new ordinances.
That's our time. That's our time. Is anyone else in the second round who hasn't spoke would like to speak?
Absolutely.
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
Yes, thank you. So I just want to point out that this ordinance can be reported by, the property can be reported vacant by department employees, so building and safety planning, city officials, police officials, fire officials, their agents, or members of the public. What happens is that once it is reported, then the department would go out and inspect, and from there the timeline starts on the property being considered vacant. There were some questions about the difference between the land bank and a private owner. Owning a property, especially a vacant one, means that you can control the condition of that property. You are responsible for its impact on the neighborhoods. This ordinance simply ensures that cities know who you are and you meet baseline maintenance standards. If you choose to own a vacant property, you also accept the responsibility to maintain and remain accountable. This ordinance addresses a gap in accountability that exists with private ownership, particularly absentee or unresponsive owners. Requiring registration ensures the city can identify, contact, and hold those owners responsible. Applying the same requirements to the land bank would duplicate existing oversight and divert resources away from their development. This is not about unequal treatment. It's about applying the right tools to the right problem. So long story short, I can give you another example. Over on Gilmartin, there you had two property. Well, you had one property that's been vacant. It's been vacant for years, even to the point where it was covering up the sidewalk and had all kind of dumping and illegal things happening. After we were able to ticket that owner, find the owner, find out who he is, Mike ended up getting in contact with that owner. And he had to go through a couple of hoops to even get in contact with the owner. He finally got in contact with the owner. The owner was ticketed through the blight process, not through any other process. And from there, since then, that property has been cleaned out and taken care of. They've started to pave a parking lot there. They're taking care of the outer perimeter that they weren't doing before. So what this does do is it gives us a recourse to say, hey, we're paying attention. This is your property in our city. You are the owner of said property. It's taking down property values of neighboring homes. Now, it isn't taking down property values of neighboring homes, but it is a potential fire hazard. Squatters are there. The lawn is in peril. The house needs to be boarded and taken care of. But if you cannot find the owner because the owner has not registered, then you have an issue. I think we're missing the point that sometimes people react to the fact that I can avoid a penalty or avoid problems if they can find me. And sometimes processes happen where people own a lot of properties and forget they own this particular property. It gives us a way to get in contact with the person, and we know who owns what, whether it's land bank or privately owned.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round who hasn't spoken who would like to speak? All right, this is the roll call to send resolution 260134 to council. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer? No. Mr. Jarrett? No. Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis is not in?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, you are here. Sorry. Ms. Johnson is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. The vote is 4 yes, 2 no.
Vote is 4 yes, 2 no.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward. I'm sorry, in the 4th Ward.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to lead this in legislative. Pardon?
I have a different motion for that.
All right, I withdraw.
I'd like to make a motion to send it to special affairs.
There's been a motion made to send resolution 260134 to special affairs. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. This is the vote. Send the resolution 260134 to special affairs.
Mr. Pfeiffer? No. Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
motion to keep ordinance 260134, excuse me, 134 in legislative.
There's a motion made to keep resolution 260134 in legislation. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilman in the 9th Ward. Is the vote?
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? No. The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
6 yes, 1 no. That will stay in legislation.
Mr. Chair,
Madam Clerk.
before you move on to the last ordinance, I just want to correct for the record the vote on ordinance 260133. I mistakenly read, you did call it as failed, but I just wanted to state for the record that the vote on that motion to move ordinance 260133 was 1 yes, 6 no, and 1 abstention. Thank you.
Thank you. And the final resolution is resolution 260135, Code Amendment Ordinance, Chapter 50 Zoning Ordinance. What is the decision of the body?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
motion to send to council.
There's been a motion made to send to council. Is there any support?
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I did look at some of the pertinent part of the ordinance and saw that it's really mainly designed to assist in rebuilding our city with new housing, which is desperately needed. And so I had no problems with some of the changes that they had, and so I'm going to support this ordinance.
Thank you. Is there anyone else like to discuss?
Mr. Chair,
Councilman in the 8th Ward?
is there anyone to speak to this?
Good
Can
evening.
you state your name for the record, please?
Brian Aja, zoning coordinator for the city of Flint.
What's your title?
Zoning coordinator.
Zoning coordinator. So basically, what I read from this is we're allowing more residential types in the green area, right?
It effectively, it allows duplexes by right in the green neighborhood.
Okay.
Instead of as a special land use.
Yep.
And it reduces what we call bulk provisions. It affects all of our residential zones. There's a test that was done, a test fit for the two zones, the residential zones of green neighborhood and traditional neighborhood. But essentially, it effectively makes it easier to develop duplexes and other types of housing in the green neighborhood and traditional neighborhood zoning districts. Also helps with parking. It eliminates, it doesn't eliminate, but it makes it easier.
It basically eliminates the parking requirement, right?
It doesn't eliminate it, but say if you want to develop a duplex in say a TN2 zoning district, you need a total of 4 parking spaces. So you'd be looking to cram a bunch of parking into a residential lot that is not big enough. There's a lot of information in that's probably given to you. There should be the ordinance with the language, the final report from Planning Commission, and then in the back, the very back of the final report, there is a kind of a little mini memorandum report dated November 27th, 2024 from Progressive A&E, and it goes into the test fit area, and it kind of breaks down by zoning. There's Mary Street that's bound by Louisa Street, North Saginaw Street, and Martin Luther King Avenue. That's kind of a test fit for how these zoning changes would affect the ability to develop more housing, specifically duplexes in the green neighborhood and traditional neighborhood zoning districts.
Who requested these changes? Because this is from the people I'm hearing this from, is it's because the land bank wants to build more of these duplexes in their vacant properties.
So I guess from
And now we're going to open up the whole city to them to open up duplexes in every neighborhood on their vacant properties.
So I would point you to the ordinance language, which I don't have a physical copy of, but I have it on my phone. So essentially, in the green neighborhood, in traditional neighborhood zoning districts, duplexes were special land uses, which means if you wanted to develop a duplex in those zoning districts, you'd have to go before Planning Commission.
Sure.
Which can seem like an undue burden just to construct a house.
But when you go into TN1 and now you got vacant properties and they want to put in duplexes where there's no duplexes anywhere close to TN1, for that almost TN2 don't have any either. And now we're going to open it up to duplexes and like in potentially more than duplexes, right?
I guess if you're thinking about the neighborhoods in Ward 7 and Ward 8, those two, I guess we're more thinking about green neighborhoods that.
But that's, I know that's what you're thinking, but that's not what this says. This says that they can potentially start building duplexes on Court Street. or in the neighborhood of Court Street or anywhere else around there, or, next to estate-sized properties that have high tax value, and now we can put duplexes next to them.
I guess I don't, if, if this was approved.
Right, thank you. That's his time. Anyone else would like to speak in the first round?
Yes.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
So what I see in this ordinance is an availability to use some less expensive building methods to increase housing across the city. And in doing that, it will increase property values for homeowners and increase housing, available housing for those people. And we know that it's across the country that housing is desperately needed. The land bank, I know in my most recent discussions with Mr. Freeman in the last month or so, are leaning more towards renovations of their properties, which I have been pushing for 3 years now as well, than they are building new, because we know that they haven't sold a single unit on Fifth Avenue. So the townhouse method for them didn't work in that area, but the prices were so high. So, and the location wasn't all that great as well. So, but I think that in a neighborhood situation, that it would help increase the available housing. And at least in the fourth ward, there are sections where there are, and some of the third ward, where there's a whole street without any houses in the third ward, in the name streets, Jane Bell, whatever, I don't know which ones exactly, but I've driven down there and there's no houses on a block. But this gives that opportunity to add some housing and add it less expensive, because they don't have to have 4 walls on each property. They can share a wall. And so I'm in favor of that, because we need to have affordable housing across the whole country. And this is one way to help our city do that, which is something that I have been working towards for the last 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the sixth ward.
Thank you. So, hello, thank you for staying this late. Y'all look tired. What was your name again?
My name's Brian.
Brian?
Yes.
Okay, nice to meet you, Brian.
Likewise.
So here's the question. So duplexes used to be, I know when we had a shortage when manufacturing came to the city of Flint, people had duplexes. My parents' first home was 757 East Baker Street, and it was a duplex. And it was a way to be able to house people cost effectively and to solve the housing crisis with having General Motors and all of the plants that were here. So are you targeting, you said Ward 7 and 8?
No, that's why I drew attention to the, in the back of your packet. I hope that there is, like I said, a little report from progressive companies that kind of gives a test fit of an area. And
Okay.
why these text amendments would be needed.
So are we using, what area are we targeting? More housing is needed. The house that burned down, it's 829 ML King, will always be Detroit Street to me, which was a 3-story home that had 10 bedrooms and I believe 7 bathrooms. People need housing. I do like the townhome concept, the townhomes that actually are on, is it 5th Flushing, right by the taco place. They attract a younger demographic. My daughter thought they were cool. She's 35 though, but she has a single house home, her and her husband in Detroit. And so when we look at new ways, I think where we put them at is important. Location is always something that people look at. I do know that those units, I believe they're leasing them. and they had no problem leasing them. The price point was probably a little too high for individuals when they looked at the location, but as far as leasing, I think they may end up with a wait list. Also, the land bank is they're targeting areas, looking at targeting areas and renovating homes that they receive to sell, to sell. And so, I mean, but we need it on such a much larger scale. When we had the Flint Housing Commission here, and they stated they had the waiting list, there was like 900 and some people on the waiting list. You'll never get to them. And I don't think we could build housing quick enough for people. And as we look at even our homeless population, now that our warming centers are closed, they're congregating in the little park right there at 5th Street. That's right behind Michigan Works. So yes, we need to look at more innovative ways. And there are some duplexes, I believe, on Grand Traverse. I don't know who owns those, but I've seen them. Then they have single family homes that are also like right in that area. Grand Traverse, well, it's Detroit Street and I don't even know the side. Is it Wood Street? But right where Rubicon Odyssey House, which they own the whole block, there's homes that are right. They've torn and demoed the homes, and they've put up our duplexes over back up in there. So housing is important, I think, and to make it easier to be able to accommodate people. And the structures that they've been putting up look very nice. I will say the land banks look much nicer than all the other ones because the brick that was on there and the balconies and the materials that were used. But so are you saying 7th and 8th wards will not have duplexes? Is that what you were stating, or that you didn't finish prior?
Councilman Pfeiffer mentioned estate lots, and those are two of our more estate lot neighborhoods in the city. But these text amendments would affect the entire city. And that's why I keep trying to point the council towards the report in the back.
What page are you looking at? You keep saying.
It's the very back of.
Can you hold it up? We like pictures.
It would be, there should be a little red P.
Okay.
On the top left corner.
Okay.
They basically took a segment of the city, Smith Village, and did a test fit of how these zoning or text amendments would.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round who would like to speak who haven't spoke? In the second round?
Ms. Chair.
Councilperson.
Can you finish? I mean, you can be allowed to wrap up, but look, they take that buzzer time seriously.
So I guess if you look at the test fit area on that page, and then you go to page 2, it goes into.
Can you flip it around so I can have an idea what it looks like? Okay.
So there's a map on the first page.
We don't have pictures.
Now,
Okay.
Councilwoman Priestley, you know that's my time. If I did that to you, you'd have a conniption.
I guess, do you have a specific question you'd like me to
So,
answer?
well, you're telling us this part. And so I'm trying to find, Lord knows we in a sea of paper up here. It's a whole oak tree up here. So how many people, do you have people say that they want to build duplexes?
It affects more than just duplexes. It affects.
Single housing?
Yeah, it allows a more diverse portfolio of housing to be more easily built in the city. Because for instance, if you were trying to build a single family home, let's just say a single family home in a GN1 green neighborhood zone parcel of land in the city of Flint, the minimum lot area per dwelling unit, so the minimum area of that lot needing to be to build a single dwelling unit would be 15,000 square feet right now. That's an estate lot, but then if you go into where the green neighborhood parcels are throughout the city, they're smaller traditional lots.
Right.
That if you were to try to develop even a single family home, let alone a duplex, you'd be running into variances and you'd have to find additional relief. So
You know what would have been nice? A presentation. Because this is really, housing is so important in the city. It would have been nice to do, and maybe we can have a presentation. That way it would allow you with the pictures, because even some of our pictures, the black and white ones, or I'm looking at something else. Because a presentation would allow you to really share your full idea of what's going on. I am going to support this. And I know, how long have you been in that department?
I have been with the city since November 23rd of 2023.
Okay. And who was over that? Martell, you over that department now, aren't you? No, you are. And how long have you been over it?
Since January of this year.
Okay. Okay. So that, okay. How many people in that department?
There's 5, including myself.
They gonna cut you off. That's the buzzer.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman in the A4.
So I'm not going to support this. And I'm very familiar with the zoning. If you were around, I worked a lot to get the new zoning approved. And I'm going to tell you why I'm not going to support this. Because I think everyone on this council probably lives in a TN1 or a TN2. And what this allows now is to someone with a vacant lot or to rebuild a house next to you, do you now want a duplex that is closer to the road and that can park in the road? It doesn't have to have driveways, so they're going to be close.
Information. So you don't have to have, Mr. Chair, you don't have to have a driveway anymore?
It is, you can now use street parking as a parking multiplier. So you can count street parking as part of your parking requirement. So now you're gonna, if you live in a single family house in a TN1 or TN2, they can build potentially 2 small houses on a 40-foot wide lot, 20 feet from the road. So now it's closer to the road. It's two small houses next to yours, and they're gonna park in the road. I'm not gonna do that to them. There is a place for duplexes and there's a place for street parking. But to open that carte blanche to every neighborhood in the city to say that now we're going to allow somebody to come in and build a duplex next to you, and they're not going to have a parking, and they're going to park in the road, and they're going to move their building closer to the road than your house is. Now, imagine you got a house there, a retired person that's been there for 40 years. And it's got vacant houses or vacant properties on both sides of them. Now they're going to build 2 and box them in. And now it just duplexes make sense in certain areas, but to open it up carte blanche to be in a residential neighborhood that has 0 duplexes and was built under a different pretext, that doesn't make sense to me. I don't mind duplexes if they go through a special assessment and it makes sense, but to say that now carte blanche, you can do whatever you want and build a duplex wherever you want, to me, I think that does more harm. And I don't know how, if you have a well kept up house and now you've got a duplex that is potentially 3 or 4 cars in the road, how is that going to increase the value of your home? It's not. So I think there's a time and a place for duplexes. I don't know that it necessarily belongs in TN1 or TN2 where the majority of residential are zoned in the city. Now, it may make sense in MR or the green zone or whatever if there's no housing.
All right, thank you. Is anyone else in the second round? Anyone else in the second round? This is the vote to send resolution 260135 to council, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis is absent.
She right here.
Sorry. I keep going.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
I need to abstain at this time because I need more information.
Ms. Mashat?
This is the vote to send it to council?
Mhm.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Vote is 4 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
4 yes, 2 no, so it stays in.
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
First, second.
It's been a motion made to send to Special Affairs. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the Councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Here's the vote to send to Special Affairs.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no, so that would move to Special
Mr. Chair.
Affairs.
If we could have them, could you give us some type of presentation? Maybe we can put it on, so that we can visually see it, because the what do you think you said, I'm gonna say a missile, basically what I'm about to say. The TN1, so we can see what you're talking about, because I mean, I'm really concerned about, there are neighborhoods that are very populated. This end is very populated. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that. You know, they're very populated. And even I would say, like this end, well, even now, well, this is a lot of, and 5th Ward is rebuilding. But we're looking at somewhere there, the population is going, and you can buy up a block. And so we wouldn't have enough time, you're stating, Councilman Pfeiffer, I believe, this needs to be looked at a little bit more.
Real quick, Mr. Chair, or point of information, I don't know who's got the floor, but we wouldn't be allowed to change this. It would have to go through planning commission first, correct?
It already passed through planning
No,
commission.
I'm saying if we wanted to change
Correct.
this document. So that's why I didn't,
I'll defer to Attorney Cups.
we are allowed to change it, or it has to go through planning commission?
It's my understanding it would have to go through planning.
Yeah, that's why I didn't support it going to special affairs, because any changes aren't going to be happening before Monday.
No, it won't.
We would have to send it back to them with recommendations if any changes want to be made. So it's either voted up or down, or send it back to them.
I just can't see duplexes in none of those neighborhoods. I just can't.
I guess while I'm still here, there were 2 reports. One was more condensed report. One was a more, I guess, beefier report. It had to do with Smith Village zoning analysis. Like I said, I tried to explain, they took an area in the city. It's bound by Mary Street, Saginaw Street, ML King Ave, and Louisa Street. And it's basically a block of green neighborhood and all traditional neighborhood. And then progressive companies provided a lot of data and maps to show you where a majority of these green neighborhood parcels are located within the city, along with traditional neighborhoods.
Why didn't we just open it up to green neighborhoods?
Right.
Why did we open it up to the entire city and not just the area that they're targeting?
The intent was to go through all the residential districts to make more equitable to develop housing. Because like I said, for Green Neighborhood 1, the lot area per dwelling unit is 15,000 square feet. Even in traditional neighborhood, let me flip to a page to give you some data on that. So in this report, this is data that I'm reading verbatim. TN2 parcels by the numbers, 27% of the city of Flint land area is zoned TN2. That's approximately 4,552 acres. And it is about 26,000 parcels. With Green Neighborhood, so GN1, It doesn't give the data that I'm looking for. Right
I
here.
think if we
So
had
15% of the city of Flint land area is GN1 parcels, and if you break that down, it's 2,500 acres, approximately 14,000 parcels, more than 14,000 parcels. So you have a large swath of the city that there is definitely a burden in developing new housing because of zoning. So we're trying to alleviate those restrictions or burdens by amending the zoning ordinance to effectively make it easier to develop housing.
So you're making it easier to build duplexes in T1 and T2?
All types of housing. But yes, there is specifically in here, if you were to go to the ordinance, the red line version. So in GN1, GN2, TN1, and TN2, the proposed text amendment is to make the two-family dwelling duplex permitted by right.
Mr. Chair, motion to adjourn.
Support. There's been a motion to adjourn. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the Councilwoman, 4th Ward.
Mr. Chair. Point of order, I have a question. So will it be possible to leave my discussion items in the discussion?
Wait, was there discussion?
We had discussion items for legislative?
No.
Discussion item.
Yeah.
They're in
Thank you for the correction.
government ops.
Okay. Roll call on the adjournment.
Any of, you know, from here.
Ms. Johnson is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
I mean,
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
yes.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
That's a great way to do
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
Yeah, that's, exactly, yeah. So it's right, because they're renters, you know, and they're not.
Okay, that goes to Dennis now.
So right, and so if we're talking about revitalizing the neighborhood, and I'm gonna tell you, I have one of my best friends live over in Smith Village. She hates Clark Commons over there. And she's a homeowner. Her house is paid off. She hates it. And they've got they got that mix of housing. She doesn't like it, you know, but take it into.
Madam Clerk, are you ready? Okay, it is 11:47 and I bring government ops to order. Madam Clerk, roll call. I don't need that, I'm good. We'll be in and out. Appreciate it, though. I don't know whom, I'm gonna bang the gavel for nobody here.
Are you?
Where's that one sheet at?
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Johnson is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Here, present.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 6 members present.
6 members present, regarding disorderly conduct. I think the police officers are gonna handle themselves correctly. Request for agenda changes, anyone? Hearing none. Seeing no person to public comment, Madam Clerk, I believe we have a submitted request for a person with disability that wants it read. So Madam Clerk, can you read that for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So pursuant to the Persons with Disabilities Civil Rights Act.
Point of order, Madam Clerk, can we start the clock?
Oh, sorry. Pursuant to the Persons with Disabilities Civil Rights Act, I am reading a public comment from Mr. Charles Blackwell. And it reads as follows. Good evening. Flint City Attorney Joanne Gurley is incompetent and doesn't understand basic legal principles and issues. The city needs to conduct a search for more competent legal counsel to represent the city of Flint. And that is the comment.
That's the comment?
That's the comment.
That was his comment. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments that need to be read at this time?
No, there are not.
Okay, there is no consent agenda to vote on, so if anyone wishes to respond to the pre-written.
What's that by?
Seeing no one response, there is no consent agenda. On to the first special order, 260129, special order building and safety inspection requested by 5th Ward Council Member and 6th Ward Council Member concerning processes and policies regarding property inspections, rental inspections, and complaints.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to lead this in for the next committee meeting since we have no one here.
There's a motion, but I mean, are you good with that, or do you?
Yeah, I'm good because they're gone.
Okay,
Yeah.
then I will order that without objection. The next special order, so Madam Clerk, that's going to stay on the agenda. The next special order is 260131, the discussion update water testing, 5-minute discussion where the 2nd Ward Council Member, Lewis, are you want to address that tonight or leave it on?
We can do it next meeting.
Okay, then we will leave
Motion to
that
adjourn.
on without objection. There's a motion to adjourn by the 4th Ward, supported by 7th. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
6 yes, 0 no, 11:52. We are adjourned.